All right, GM, good morning, everyone. Great to see you. Fantastic, wonderful. I hope you're over-caffeinated like me. Our first talk, kicking it off, is Lefteris with a talk entitled Open Money, Open World, Building a Better Financial System. Give it up for Lefteris.
Hey, good morning. Good to see some people at least today here, because I guess the first talk is always the hard one to wake up to. So I'll talk about open money, open world, what we are building in crypto, and what is crypto good for anyway. So first off, for those that don't know me, I'm Lefteris. I've been in Ethereum since 2014, working for the foundation, back then in Solidity compiler and C++ client. I created, along with Christoph Jens, the DAO, and then helped with the cleanup afterwards. I'm sorry for that. Then I worked in Raiden, which is something like the Lightning Network is to Bitcoin. That was for Ethereum. And I'm the founder of Rodkey, an application that manages your portfolio. So what's crypto good for anyway, right? So when somebody asks what is crypto, they all think of this guy, the crypto king. So everybody says crypto is just scams. You see, you ask, let's say I talked with my mom and she says, oh yeah, I saw these dog coins, or yes, this hack, that's crypto. You just go there and lose money. It's all about gambling. Everything is hyper-financialized. Everything is a casino. What's worse, and what has attracted them, the eye of and the big reach of the US is criminal enterprises using crypto in order to launder money. So this is the image of crypto outside, and we are all to blame because we have things like FTX and Celsius and Nexus, all of these centralized exchanges that somehow have been identified to be crypto. Then we have influencers like BitBoy, whatever his name is, Friendtech, where you buy and sell shares of your friends, for heaven's sake. Then we have hacks and phishing scams. This is what crypto is to the average person outside of this room. Whenever you talk to someone that has no idea about what this field is, this is what they will tell you. And this is really bad. Then what is crypto good for anyway, actually? What are we here for? Well, it's a permissionless and unstoppable ledger. Those two words are the very essence of crypto, permissionless and unstoppable. This unlocks so many applications. We can do zero-fee cross-border payments with crypto. Sounds boring, but it's actually extremely powerful. We can have transparency in government, and it helps with coordination. I'm going to visit those one by one and talk about permissionless and unstoppable, which is what is something that I'm really passionate about. You talk with everybody in the street and also in Twitter, crypto Twitter, and they tell you, you do not need this. We have laws. We are lawful citizens. We have governments. They protect us. The problem is, even in Western democracies, we are all one election or maybe two elections away from a totalitarian dictatorship being installed in our country and having every part of our lives controlled. Even liberal governments, just like Trudeau in Canada, have gone to extreme, such as freezing bank accounts of their citizens, just to punish them for protesting. You should never need permission to use your own money. This is something that crypto is built upon, and something that is really unlocked through crypto. You probably have bank accounts. You've had a transfer or two being blocked, getting an email, getting a phone call. What are you spending this money on? Why are you doing this transfer? We have blocked it because we want to ask you some questions. This is extremely common in the banking industry, and it's scary as hell. What's worse, many in crypto especially, we have had to face our bank accounts being closed because they are associated with crypto, and it's too risky for them. So they can just tell you, okay, we no longer service you, you can't have access to your money. And in general, you should never ever be held hostage and be told how your money should be used, like with the CBDC dream that the central banks have, that you will have a quota, and depending maybe on your sexual orientation, your race, or whatever, you will be able to spend a specific amount of money or not. Something that is also really, really important in crypto, but boring, and people don't even think about it. Whenever I talk to outsiders, they say, payments are solved. You just make a SEPA transfer. What more do you need? Cool, yeah, the SEPA network is something that's really beautiful, but the world is bigger than Europe. When you want to pay someone outside, as had we in Rodki, for example, with someone in Nepal for a freelance contract, you start to figure out that it's not easy. If they don't accept crypto, what do? You try to find, does my bank send to this country? No. Okay, PayPal then, 6% fee. What? Are you serious? Okay, then more research. There is something called WISE, 1 to 2%. Okay, this kind of works. But then to send something on the amount of, I don't know, 2 or 3K, about a month of support requests back and forth with them actually unleashing this money from our bank account to the guy's bank account. 1 month. With crypto, I would have paid no fees, and I would have sent an instant transaction. This is extremely powerful, and though payments are boring, I really think that this is probably the biggest power of crypto. So, government. Transparency in government is something that is really powerful in crypto, because you can have, you cannot hide anything in the public blockchains. This is bad for individuals, but it's great for government. You can see where is your tax funding being spent. You can do bureaucratic stuff like get a notarized document that, I don't know, you're married to someone, or that your the birth certificate of your child, all online. Like, this is all ideal. This doesn't exist right now. If you have had to deal with bureaucracy of in the EU, or if you live in one, was born in another, got married in another, unlike me, then this nightmare of multi-month talking to various amts could be solved in a nice and transparent way, and could eliminate corruption. Because when you can see how funding is spent and how decisions are made, then nobody can hide. And the problem of coordination. Here we famously in crypto say we are here to slay Moloch, right? The god of coordination failure. We have various on-chain mechanisms that are transparent, and through the use of various incentives, try to all coordinate together to solve problems. Like you can see the various DAOs, the governance systems that we have created, and it's all being experimented on. Okay, so that's great. This sounds very promising, all these 4 bullet points. Why isn't it used by people outside? Why every time it's the same faces? I've been in this field like 2014, yeah, 10 years, right? Why haven't the general public actually started using it? Well, we're all to blame, because what most people actually do here is they normalize scammy behavior to lure retail. This is so standard in this field. Instead of focusing on the 4 bullet points that I talked before, we seem to just focus on, I don't know, meme coins, points. No, this is the new thing. Social media that is all based on tips. So you just go and beg for, please give me degen, please give me degen. Oh, good, tip, 10 degen. So we have a culture of like talking a lot. If you go in CT, in crypto Twitter, everybody's talking and saying, oh yeah, we're here for this, we're here for that. We're all so passionate about this. But when you actually look at their actions, you see that it's all just bullshit. We talk the talk, but not walk the walk. And this has made regulations that are hostile against us, and governments that see crypto as just scams. And this is something that's a feedback loop that is getting worse and worse. What's even more dangerous is that the 4 bullet points that I showed actually have a problematic side. So flawed protocol design of base protocols that can lead to eventual centralization and capture is one. And second, that when everything is open, This is good for transparent governance, right? But it's terrible for individual privacy. Everything is open, and it's a totalitarian regime's wet dream. What do I mean when I say flow design and centralization? So you've probably heard and seen about the various complaints in crypto Twitter lately about, especially this thread, this thread by Peter, about how small decisions here and there seem to gather, and we end up with a protocol that we wanted to design in a way that is good and helpful for the people, but when you start taking every single shortcut that you can, like he mentions here, like if the hardware requirements going up, okay, we just go to data centers. Gigagas, then MEV, no problem. We just use MEV boost. We democratize it. Other thing is gas high, remove logs. We just go to shadow logs. Instead of actually building something that is useful, we just try to serve the needs of the few, which is the stakers. Just be as fast as possible. Don't care about decentralization. Don't care who will use this later. But if you move a lot of the important functionality of Ethereum to centralized services, you will end up with TradFi. And this is something extremely dangerous, because it's not one decision, but if every time that you have a technical decision, you have, okay, shortcut, or actually do it the hard way, and you take the shortcut every single time, you will end up with a worse system than TradFi. So what can we do? We can try to think in a long term, right? We should go back to the cypherpunk roots of crypto. Those people in the 90s who weren't here for the meme coins or for the number go up culture, which is cringe as hell today. We should use long-term design thinking when designing protocols, not what will make the price of Ether go up in the next month. Who the fuck cares about the price of Ether in the next month? This is ridiculous. Don't take shortcuts. There was a discussion between idealism and pragmatism. There should be balance, for sure. But if you take the shortcut every single time that you're giving a decision, you are creating a flawed system that's worse than what you're trying to replace. And we need to have people that work for the protocol be well compensated. I'm not going to go into the discussion in Twitter about the advisorships and stuff, but we have systems, we have the Ethereum Foundation that can and should handle its researchers and pay them very well. But we also have systems like the Protocol Guild that are built to help fund the Ethereum development as in a credibly neutral way. Speak up, don't think about your bugs all the time. If your bugs go up or down in the next year, you shouldn't care. We're building something for the next 100 years. So walk the walk and don't just talk the talk. Yesterday, I sent 2 ETH as a donation to Protocol Guild. This is a Dune Analytics dashboard where they have the V2 thing. It's their V2 contract that splits it for 4 years, vesting to 173 researchers. I'm not Eigenlayer, but if everybody in this room, everybody that looks from the stream, slowly gives a bit. If you're a staker, I mean, you're making ETH every day, right? Just give as much as you can afford so that we have a credibly neutral protocol development team. The Protocol Guild is doing an amazing work, and I think that it's one of the solutions to staying credibly neutral in the protocol layer. Yeah, so this was this was all about the one problem that we have in blockchain. Then the other thing is privacy. It's scary as hell how everything is visible on chain. Everything you own is visible. Once I know a name for an address, you're done. They are criminalizing the ways that we have in order to hide this. So if you want to hide, you normally use a mixer, right? If you want to, okay, this address is doxed, I want to move it to somewhere else and not have everybody in this room, everybody out there know what address this is. But this is actually now being criminalized. So this is something that is really scary, and the lack of privacy is getting worse with the centralization in the protocol design. The more stuff you move outside to centralized servers, you leak more metadata. This is a famous example. I think that Sebastian will talk more about this in Gnosis VPN later. But if you know someone's address, you can do this neat trick. Do you know what a tracking pixel is? When they send you an email and they have a 1 pixel image and you leak your IP basically. So you have an address that's active and you want to see what's their IP. You send them an NFT. That NFT is rendered by a malicious server, and that server actually, when you open your hotkey or your wallet or whatever, you will try to render the image, and in doing so, just leaking your IP. So decisions that end up centralizing the protocols also end up leaking metadata and losing privacy. What can we do? We can normalize end-user privacy. So privacy is not only for the paranoid, and privacy is not only for criminals. Everybody here has the right to have their public persona on-chain and their private persona on-chain. You should design software with privacy in mind. Use and support privacy-first approaches, like what we are building at Rotkey, for example, or the Gnosis VPN, Hopper, everything that tries to enable us to be to maintain our privacy. Really, really important. Support those who fight the legal battles to normalize privacy. There is multiple battlefields right now being fought. One in the Netherlands that we lost a very big battle with the indictment of Alexei, and also with the Romans in the US. Very soon their trial is on. So this will set precedents that will echo in the next decades and will affect our field very much. It should not be a crime to write open source code. So again, walk the walk, don't just talk the talk. This is the defense fund for Alexei and Roman. Here I also donated 2 ETH. If you want to help privacy, this is a very good thing to donate to. All right, so having presented the problems, I want to go to more dev-related solutions because, well, fuck, I'm a developer. I don't just talk. So I think that the solution to going forward is having applications that are what I call self-sovereign. What does that mean? We have the dApps, right? The open source Web3 dApps and all. But when the app is running in a server, it's not as good for you as you may think. We want something that's self-sovereign, that's basically giving you sole ownership over all the data and agency, so you can decide what will be shared, how much, and with whom. You also want the ability to audit the code, right? You want to be able to understand what it does and to see if the developer is bullshitting. The way to achieve this is with local-first software. This is a seminal paper by Martin Kleppmann. Wait, this is bad. Yeah, okay. This Martin Kleppmann, really cool guy. They have an event next week here. I don't have a ticket. Everything is sold out. I'm really sad. If you have a ticket, please send me on. It's a set of principles for software that enables collaboration and ownership for users. The TLDR is this. This is Martin Kleppmann. We keep the majority of the functionality local. All the data is stored locally. You focus on privacy and security for the user. And it's not like you don't contact the network. This is impossible in this day and age. But not every single keystroke will be a round trip to a server. Self-sovereign applications also should be open source. Because open source is magic, open source is amazing. What does open source give you? It gives you transparency. So you can actually read and understand what the code does. And be sure that the developer is not lying to you. This is also given to you by source available code, not just open source. Open source also allows for community involvement and attraction of talent because you can not only just see the code, but you can fork it, you can edit it, you can republish it, you can actually build on it. This is what's different between open source and source available. And this way you get a lot of people involved. We at Rotkey have had so many people write code on the app that are not part of the external team, and this is just beautiful. This would not have been able to happen if it was just source available. Nobody just goes and gives code to someone that doesn't allow forking. With open source, you do not have also data capture and vendor lock-in, so you don't build walled gardens. And you encourage innovation, and generally, open source takes the world forward. If everybody wrote open source, I think that we would be in a much, much better world. I was talking with, there is a lot of discussion right now in Optimism. What is open source? Does the whole thing need to be open source? Does one license only satisfy the need? Just like with decentralization, it's not a black or white thing. There can be parts that are closed in a code base. There can be parts that are source available. It really depends on a case-by-case basis. You can't just look at a file, at the license file and say, okay, this good, open source, this bad, not open source. It's unfortunately not as simple as that. Yeah, so now I will go for more concrete examples and talk about what my team and I are building. We are building Rotkey. Rotkey is a portfolio management tool that protects your privacy. It's a self-sovereign, local-first open source application. TLDR. Everything is open source. Whatever I say about Rotkey, you can verify. If I'm lying, just go and look at the code and tell me where. We focus on the data being all local. It's a local application. Everything is owned by you. It gives you a bird's eye view of the portfolio. You see there's like a bird logo, so bird's eye view. It can track multiple exchanges, like here we have like Kraken, Coinbase, Binance, etc. And it can also track multiple chains and protocols, such as like staking, Ethereum, Ethereum normal, Gnosis chain, Arbitrum, even non-EVM like Polkadot, Kusama, etc. We also can track traditional finance, but this is not as nicely made because it's more manual. You just need to track your ETFs on your own, like add them, add the banks manually. But we want to create a tool that is basically allowing to manage your entire financial portfolio. And customizability is really important to us because everybody in this room, everybody that's looking from home is unique and has unique needs. And unfortunately, there is no one tool that will work well for everybody. So the point is to have a tool that will allow you to customize it as much as possible so that it can do as good work for you as possible. And we also have some P&L functionality. The history is a beautiful part of Rotkey. So it analyzes all of your history in all of the EVM chains, all of the exchanges, all of the non-EVM chains like Bitcoin, Substrate chains, Avalanche, and so on and so forth. And we have a set of open source decoders that anybody can contribute to, and they are very modular. And people can add more and more. And according to these decoders, we decode the activity of what you did, like, I don't know, like, claiming the donut thing and spending it for, what did I do here? Dumping op, yeah. And you can customize it. So if Rotkey doesn't understand what I did, I can just go and edit the event and write, okay, I did this. It's not just EVM events, as I said, it's like Substrate. You can see your exchange transactions, other events such as F-staking, and so on and so forth. We also do a profit-loss calculation. So after processing all the events, you can get how much you had a profit or loss, depending on what you did, and a per asset cost basis. You can take all this and export it in a CSV and import it in a spreadsheet, and then massage the data because it won't be 100% correct, and even share it with an accountant. The point, as I said, for self-sovereign apps is to take control. So you can customize how much privacy you want or don't want. If you run your own node, you can put it somewhere here. If you want other nodes to be queried, you can put them, and you can also say with what probability, like 20% this, 20% that, and the same for every single chain that we can support. You can also customize where do you get prices from, such as, I don't know, CoinGecko. So first, if you have a manual price, just query the manual price, then CoinGecko, then DeFi Llama, or whatnot. You can just customize the order. The point is to own the data. So everything is local, but we're not a walled garden. You can manage the backups. You can export everything at any point. And it will be, so basically everything is inside the database. Then you can also export the history data as a CSV. You can export the P&L as a CSV. I was talking with a friend here, and he was telling me, okay, I don't want my data to be with Roti. I want to be able to take it with me wherever and whenever I want. This is something that's really important to us. And if you have a premium subscription, we also allow you to sync your database, all encrypted, we don't see anything, and be able to sync between your laptop, let's say, and your desktop computer or various devices. So what's the vision for Rotki? I am forced to make this slide, and I will have to be repeating this slide, I guess, for years now, because we are not a tax tool. It's my fault for introducing it first as something that I made my taxes with, and then everybody says, okay, taxes, that's what Rotki is for. This is not what we are for. The vision is one of a management application, but also taxes are so hard and so difficult, and there is so many jurisdictions because we have users worldwide, that it's basically impossible to tackle, in my humble opinion. So what's the vision then? You remember Mist? In German, it's a very bad word, but so it's not a really good word to give to an application. But the Mist browser was basically something that really echoed with me. It was way, way too early. It was way too early back then. It got discontinued. It had many flaws. But the vision of having a local application that explores the decentralized world and interacts with it, this is what I'm trying to build. Right now, you see Rotki more as a portfolio tracker, but we want to be an overall tool that manages both your DeFi and CeFi positions, but also an explorer that shows you the history of your own addresses much, much better than a blockchain explorer would, because the blockchain explorer does not have the specific information that you, as an individual, has. So this is the vision. There's many ways that we can do it. I just put some protocols that I like a lot. So how can you also combine TradFi with CeFi? If you know Monerium, it's also what powers Gnosis Pay underneath. It allows you, this is how the interface looks like. It allows you to move euro from the chain to the bank, or from the bank to the chain. It has no fees, at least yet. And it all happens on chain. Normally, when you open the Blockchain Explorer, all you see is just, how does it appear? Like from the 0 address to your address, there is some euro minted. If you open Rotki and you connect it with Monerium, you see something different. You basically see something like, okay, this address sent 2,400 euro via bank transfer to Rotki Solutions GmbH, this IBAN, and the memo for the transfer was this. So we get a lot more data because we have context for everything. So you can actually see all of the extra data that SEPA has on top of your EVM transactions. Gnosis Pay, this is like they have a stand here. It's a self-sovereign bank. It uses the safe. You can just take euro outside of DeFi and just put it into a grocery store. It's beautiful. This is how it looks like in their dashboard, but in Rotki right now it looks like this. So it doesn't have much more different than it would look like when you open the Blockchain Explorer. But we are working with their team to get an API to be able to show also the merchant data inside Rotki. So again, one place where everything you do with your finances is manageable from, and it's local and private. You are not using another server. Your data is not on someone's server. You are not in danger there, and this is extremely important. With literally every single other application, nobody is crazy enough to actually make local apps anymore. We are. And why? Because they are needed. I would never, ever trust this data with any centralized application. So the future of Rotki. As I said, active management. What does that mean? We do stuff from inside the app. This is like a concept from inside the app, like you want to sell ETH for euro. Then Rotki, because it has access to the exchanges and has access to the chain, it can say, okay, Kraken has this price, Coinbase this, Kaushap on Gnosis say this, and then you just execute the trade, and it will be able to. This is not yet available. Do the swap for you. A better integration with TradFi, connect with actual banks, but in the meantime, we can start slower with Monerium. This is actually possible. I can just make a PR and make it work today. to just see, okay, this is my Monerium account, this is my IBAN, this is my transactions, so a special Monerium view inside the app. And to be able to actually do transfers in SEPA transfers from inside Rodkey. This is basically the vision. Of course, more chains, more protocols, and performance and speed improvements. So I'm generally running out of time, so I'm just going to close with a call to action. If you like what you heard here, if you identify with the vision that I'm talking about, and if you also like to walk the walk and not just talk, then we're hiring. We're mostly hiring Python developers, but we are looking at other languages like Rust because such a complicated system needs multiple daemons. So please apply. You don't need to start by applying. Actually, the place where we get the most applicants from is our open source contributors. It's open. Just come to our Discord. We have a special channel where you get help to develop. We will show you how to start with a code base. We really welcome external contributors. Yeah, we're a small team, so we don't have a marketing guy. I'm the guy, I guess. We don't have a marketing department. So all of you here and everybody watching from the stream, you are our marketing. So if you like Rodkey, use it daily and spread the word. Talk about it to other people. This is how, this kind of organic marketing is how we get more and more users. And we also have this premium subscription on Rodkey that unlocks these extra features like Monerium and all that, and unlocks also limits. And it's still quite cheap, I think 12 euros per month. This will change soon, so if you want to buy a subscription, now is the best time. And buying a premium subscription really helps us because it both validates our messages and gives us, well, funding to keep building open source, local first privacy tools for you. That's all, I guess. Thank you very much.
Lapkus, thank you for your great talk. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for your great talk. Thank you for all that you do. Are there questions for Lefteris? We have a few minutes. Over here.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, okay, was very clear the open finance where we are going. So what I'm seeing here is in the crypto space is that a lot of like non-crypto people are coming close to crypto with centralized solutions such as like Revolut, or this kind of stuff, like having exposure to this world, but not being, at least yet, so much active in DeFi space or crypto-like space. So my question is, what is, in your opinion, the main drivers for, or the main products that can bring to a mass adoption within the crypto?
Okay, good question. So what are the products that can bring more adoption in crypto? So I don't think that anything like, I don't know what Revolut does with crypto, but if it's something like N26 that just allows you to, in your bank, also buy some crypto and not even be able to take it out, that's not helping at all. That is, I mean, just gambling basically, and I don't think this is good. So I actually really like the idea of combining, like bridging between traditional finance and DeFi, like Gnosis Pay and Monerium does. I think that this is actually a very nice on-ramp, both in the financial sense, but also in the user sense, because it's easier to understand, okay, so I swipe my card, oh, I now actually made a payment on-chain. What is on-chain? Okay, so I can see it on the Blockchain Explorer. Oh, I can see it on my Rodkey. Okay, now I understand. So this is probably a way to start. And then from there on, try to see those 4 bullet points in the beginning that I said, why are we here? Because this is the juice of what we are here for. But unfortunately, I'm really not a marketing guy. I don't know how to do that well. But probably going between those on-ramps like Gnosis Pay and Monerium can really help get new users.
Are there questions for Lefteris up here?
Hi. You had this nice slide with we can audit the code and so on. Point I see, the user cannot audit the code. Like you cannot dismantle the engine when you barely can count the cylinders. How can we convince the user or show the user that our app has integrity, that it works correctly, and so on? Any ideas on that?
So, so if the user cannot audit the code, how can they be able to know that it is indeed doing what it says? That's a good question. The always answer that I give to this is maybe that user can't, but they should then find someone who can actually audit the code when enough people actually use something. There is way too many people actually looking at this code. We are not a huge application. We have like, I don't know, 5K maybe, 10K users. We don't have tracking, so I can't really tell you. These are just from various analytics that we try to do. But even this kind of people, so many issues have been made in our repository saying, hey, here in this code, you are actually, this setting was set to true, and you actually made an external connection while this setting was supposed to protect it. You are lying here, please fix it. So people are looking at code as long as there is users. If there isn't users, nobody will look at it. But you as a user don't need to be able to personally look at it, but others will. This is what the transparency of open source is about.
That's all the time we have for questions. Please use Rocky. It's an amazing tool. Thank you so much, Lefteris. Please give it up. And next up, we have a talk from Sebastian Burgel about Gnosis VPN. Give it up for Sebastian.
All right. So welcome. Good morning. My name is Sebastian, and I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, very happy to share a topic that I'm very passionate about and that Lefteris wonderfully introduced, which is privacy, or as Vitalik likes to say, make Ethereum cypherpunk again, right? So I'm very happy to talk about that. And yeah, I'm here today to talk about Gnosis VPN, a Web3 era VPN without central points of data availability, failure, or control. And this work is made possible by GIP98 for Gnosis DAO. It's a Gnosis improvement proposal that was passed about 3 weeks ago. And I'm very grateful for the support from Gnosis DAO. And I wanted to say thank you for everyone here who might have voted for us with their GNO to bring a new product to the Gnosis 3.0 ecosystem that we've seen outlined before. And yeah, that is our contribution. Gnosis VPN will run on top of the decentralized Hopper network, and talk a little bit now about what this is and why we need all that. But I would like to start with a personal announcement, actually. So in light of this GIP98, I, next to running Hopper and supporting the team, joined Gnosis as VP of Technology. So you'll see me in a little bit, less yellow and more Gnosis swag going forward. Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm really happy to be closer and joining the Gnosis family more closely, because I would say there's few ecosystems that are as aligned with my personal values, of bringing this cypherpunk mentality to the wider Ethereum ecosystem. I'm very happy about this. All right, now, Gnosis VPN, right? Privacy, I get it, it's an early morning slot, 11 a.m. Privacy, do we really care? Well, my motivation for the next 20 minutes is to show you something that might motivate you to use Gnosis VPN and related solutions. So first of all, privacy solutions, right? So privacy problems. So Web2 infrastructure is harvesting metadata. Nothing new, you know that, right? I would like to highlight two words here. The first one is metadata. So Web 2 is not just harvesting your data, right? So if you upload pics of you in your drunken teenage times to Facebook, that's not great. And looking at the room, I think most people here learned that by now. But the word is metadata. Metadata is really about who you're talking to, what web services you're accessing, and information about your device and your connection. And that is really a problem because you can be tracked across domains. And this cross-domain tracking I find really scary, right? So observing your browser, observing your connection data gives providers the ability to fingerprint you, to single you out, to identify you as a person. And I find that broken, that this information can travel across domains and used to track your every move on the web. Now, okay, maybe some of you knew that, I get it. The second word I would like to highlight is infrastructure. Right? This isn't just about the Facebook or how my mom sees it, it's a funny thing that you do in your free time. The web is running our society, right? We live in a digital world, not just for TikTok, but this is how de facto our modern society runs. And collecting data about that is not just collecting data about me, my hobbies, and my quirky teenage times. It is about the underpinnings of our modern society in an increasingly political world. And that is broken, right? So information should be available, but data should not just be tracked. So as some people like to say on the web, well, data is the new oil. Well, I would say it's more the toxic waste. We need less data about us out there. And that's what privacy is about, to retain data, to retain it and not share it with the world out there. So privacy infrastructure is needed so that Web 2 infrastructure, which is private for-profit corporations, typically it's not nation states, right? It's not nation states, it's powerful corporations that run the web, cannot see everything we do in this modern world of ours. Luckily, it's not that bad, right? We have a solution. The solution is nation states and violates. Why? Well, because we have enforceable laws and regulations that enforce privacy rights, right? We Europeans here have GDPR, and GDPR is great. You can go to Facebook and tell Facebook, well, you can't do crazy shit with my personal pictures that I uploaded there. And that works, right? Believe it or not, that actually works, and that's great. Now, along comes Web 3. Along comes decentralization. Along comes peer-to-peer. And along comes unenforceability of these laws and regulations that we established our web to kind of work with. That's a problem, right? So we live in a cypherpunk world where we have unknown third parties that we interact with peer-to-peer networks. And that makes it actually way harder to enforce our privacy rights that protect us as an individual. Facebook could be, and did get put in front of court for millions and sometimes billions of dollars because they were fucking around. Well, how's that going to work in the Web 3? It is going to work by building on strong privacy tech. And Lefteris was bringing some motivation for that and showing you, how your IP address can be used, and if you don't watch out, and if you rely on centralized services, how that leaks, and how that's not great and being potentially used against you. And we have seen the NFT example. I'm now going to show you another one. And another way of identifying you as a user. So I guess we have some Rodkey users here in the room, but I guess we have also some people that use tools like, say, Uniswap. Any Uniswap users here in the room? Yeah, a few? Okay, good. So, it's portfolio trackers, it's public decentralized applications. Let's see what's going on under the hood there, and even if you think you're an anon, how that can be used against you. So I'm going to introduce a new form of Web 2 to Web 3 fingerprinting of users. So we have a website that is, having a beautiful logo that's called My Token Tracker. And just like other token trackers, you guessed what it does, right? So it shows you your portfolio. So I picked a random address here, and I'm going to check out the portfolio. So you see it's some address, it has more ETH than many people, and it has a bunch of other tokens. It's a Dong coin, very funny, right? Has a very funny icon here. Yes, was entertaining. All right, so how does a token tracker work? Well, it just fetches all this information, displays it for you. Nothing new, right? You're all aware of it. Basically, every single dApp that you interface has some features like this, showing you which assets you have, being nice to you, showing you a little icon that you don't go for, for a scam coin. It's actually great because you don't want to trade with the wrong USDC, so it's good if you see the icon there, to know that this is the right USDC. Maybe some people have a feeling for where I'm going with this. So what happens here is, and I show this now on the right-hand side of the screen, is there were a bunch of requests that were being made, and I'll just start this here again. As I do the search, you'll see how on the right-hand side, there's some requests popping up for specific icons, right? Now, what we render on the right-hand side is actually all the requests that are being made to the server here to obtain the icons that you see on the left-hand side. And along with these requests, and again, this is nothing new to anyone here, I know, you disclose your IP address. You disclose your user agent, so you learn something about my operating system, my browser, and a whole bunch more that we don't show here, just to keep it simple. You see a Swiss IP address because I'm currently connected to my Swiss mobile hotspot, because I sometimes don't trust the conference Wi-Fi's. So this address is actually the largest safe there is. I think it's the Bitfinex, some Bitfinex hot or cold wallet, I don't know. And we see that it has a bunch of tokens on it, of course. Now, the interesting thing that I would like to highlight is this information goes to third parties. As you interface a dApp, the same thing happens, right? Any sort of dApp you go, it loads token icons, and it loads that typically from third-party services. Now, what can they infer about you? They just load the icons, right? But as it turns out, these icons here, and that's how we have also displayed it, are unique to the tokens. So what is the anonymity set of you there, as you as a user? Basically, we could go ahead and say, okay, imagine you're that service provider, right? And I'm going to pretend I'm that service provider now, and I'm going to try to figure out who you are, only looking at the tokens that were loaded from the app. By the way, that service also knows from which web service that was loaded. So we've prepared a little Dune query here, and on this Dune dashboard, you see a bunch of tokens, so you can kind of customize this Dune query here. I selected 9 out of the 10 tokens that were loaded. I left out the OMG because it's a very popular token, and that's being held by a lot of addresses. And what we're basically doing here is we're in this bar plot on the bottom here, we're saying, okay, the left-hand bar shows if at least one of these tokens should be in a set, how many addresses hold these tokens? And it's indeed 54,000 Ethereum addresses that hold at least one out of the 9 tokens on the list, okay? If I say, okay, I want to have 2 tokens on the list, we're already down to 1,000 Ethereum addresses and so on. And indeed, the interesting thing here is, if we go all the way up to the 9 tokens on this Bitfinex address for which an icon was loaded and available, we see there is a single address left. Anonymity set 1. I singled you out by a fingerprint of your tokens. Not loaded through an RPC call, not loaded by any fancy MEV thing, not actually touching the entire Gnosis or Ethereum chain at all. Just loading at Web2 kind of metadata that are around while you interface an app. And what you see here is the remaining address. If you change different tokens here, you will see it's fewer addresses. And if we, yeah, I don't have it here, but if you can check it out yourself later. So this is the Bitfinex address, which is this safe that we highlighted here. All right, now that's pretty bad, right? That's not great. But is this real? Is this really a problem? Let's see. So let's take a quick look at Uniswap, and let's see what happens there. So I'm going to load the DevTools, and the most interesting thing I'm interested in is the network tab, right? So in the network tab, you see everything that this page is loading, and this is the default view of Uniswap. I am going to open this dropdown here, which shows a bunch of icons. Now, I don't have my wallet connected yet, so that's why it just loads the default set of tokens. If you do connect your wallet, it loads the tokens which you have on your balance. Now, where do these icons come from? Well, let's see. Okay, it comes from raw.githubusercontent.com. Now, who is githubusercontent.com? It's probably good guys, right? It's probably some devs that, have your best interest at heart. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. So basically, many dApps, this is not a dunk on Uniswap, right? Many dApps do exactly this. They are using a third-party service to query data from some other Web 2 source. And that can use now, like raw.githubusercontent.com knows this is you. They know what you're using, which is Uniswap. They know everything you do in real time. And they can track you no matter what you do. Now that is a little bit broken in my eyes. All right. So after this first part of the demo, you might say, well, what about centralized VPNs? Well, centralized VPNs is basically shifting the responsibility and the trust in one web server, which we just didn't trust because we were just going through them doing bad things, with another one. That's called a VPN. Sure, the VPN is good that it doesn't disclose your data to this third-party operator, but typically they can harvest data in just the same fashion. Not great. So obviously, this is not just Web 2, this is also Web 3, right? So as we say, privacy loves company. You need something that is not just actually relaying data via one server. Because if we think about this anonymity set, right? So how many people could, how many users could this be? If I'm trying to find out among how many users I'm hiding, I have to consider, let's say, a popular Web3 app. Let's say Uniswap, right? So hiding behind a VPN means actually my activities are being mixed up between people who use the same RPC provider, so who are connected to Ethereum mainnet via, for example, Infura, using the same VPN provider, but actually not just provider, but also that very server at the same time. I can guarantee you, you're probably alone. So a VPN does not help you if you intend to unlink your activities across domains, which I think is a primary problem if we want to, avoid being tracked in the Web3. So how do we improve that? So this is where I will give a bit an overview of how Gnosis VPN is envisioned to work. So on the left-hand side, we see user device, right? So you might have your browser open. In your browser, you might run CowSwap. Maybe you have a dedicated app for some things. And in this dedicated app, you're using some Web 2, Web 3 services. And this should get a secure access to other web services, right? So we don't want to break that. We don't want to break the entire stack. It still has to work. And that, as we'll see in a minute, is sometimes a bit the challenge. So on your device, you will have a Gnosis VPN client running, which is working very similar to a standard VPN. So neither you nor your operating system needs to understand what is going on here. So the Gnosis VPN client is sending data via this underlying hopper network, which has multiple hops through which it is sending your data. So it's not just relying on a single server. It is multiple hops that people run, for example, on their DApp nodes at home if they run a hopper node, until it's hitting a Gnosis VPN exit node that is making a secure request to the web servers. And the interesting part is like you can do that in an end-to-end secure way. So it's not just private, but it's end-to-end secure. So there's something called TLS. It's what secures it's the S in HTTPS that you might see in your browser. And yeah, so that is how you securely communicate end-to-end encrypted. Now the problem is, people might ask, well, why do I need to install this on my laptop, right? Well, the problem is that your browser, unfortunately, doesn't give you full access to this low-level stack that would allow us to establish a TLS connection over Hopper directly. That's why we need a dedicated app that's installed on your laptop. But otherwise, it works in just the same way. But because there is no single VPN server, it's being routed via multiple hops in this Hopper mixnet. Yeah, you don't have single points of failure or single points of data availability, which basically means data harvesting potential. I don't talk much about Hopper here. You can find more information about that. It's a mixnet, I will say. So data packets are not just being relayed directly, but on every hop, they're being mixed in the traffic. And that's how Hopper is more private even than Tor. Cool. This is actually a hard problem. And since GIP98 passed about 3 weeks ago, I will not be able to give you a full demo of that. We have a first milestone at the beginning of next year. And I just quickly wanted to talk a little bit about why this is hard. So there's a thing called the anonymity trilemma. So what we want typically is strong anonymity, that's kind of clear, low latency, and low bandwidth overhead. And we want to get all three of them. So that is hard, and you have to make some trade-offs here to get that right. So for example, you can imagine if data packets are hopping through multiple hops in this network, that takes longer time than a direct connection. But you do get stronger anonymity for it. And likewise, if there's more traffic going through this network and through a node, you have more bandwidth overhead. So if you have a metered internet connection, that's not so cool. But again, it gets more private, potentially with shorter latencies. That's basically what this triangle is about. Additionally, as a user, you want kind of protocol agnostic integrations. So you want to use this for web services, like CowSwap, but you also want to use it for streaming services that don't use HTTP, but different transport protocols under the hood. And finally, you want seamless UX, right? So you want this thing to not be too quirky on the integration, and we will get that right. But that will take some time, and that's why we're working on a step-by-step approach here. Now, the first step to get there we call actually unlinked HTTP, and it's something that I will also show again in a second. It's just my little screen here is turning off. All right, so what is unlinked HTTP? Unlinked HTTP, you could say, is a very early precursor of Gnosis VPN. And it allows you to not protocol agnostically, as I just said, but in a specific purpose fashion, make HTTP calls, so what your browser does when it fetches, these funny icons, for example, that we've seen, or web content from a web server. And that is already possible right now. So you use this unlinked HTTP library. You can directly integrate it in a browser. You do not need to install anything on your laptop, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, and with that, you can fetch content that is being served through the Hopper network. Now, I also want to be clear, there's a bunch of caveats here. So in this first version, Hopper Association is both running the entry and the exit nodes. So that is centralized, yes. That is not better than Tor, but it is already better than a VPN. And we'll see in a minute why. But yeah, so there's a bunch of caveats. This is not the final version. It's worse trust assumptions, it's more centralized, and it's less performant than I hope the final version will be. So let's get back to our token tracker, right? Because our token tracker, you could see here on the right side, it exposes my IP address. So right, I made this search, it requested these icons from a web server, it got the response and could render them, and it disclosed my IP address. So what we have actually integrated in this token tracker is exactly this UHTTP JS library. So what this does now is, let's see if it works, because this was deployed by the guys like 2 nights ago, I think. Yeah. So what you see now on the right-hand side is, so first of all, you saw that the icons did reload, right? It was maybe taking a second longer or so. But we do see on the right-hand side is not my IP address anymore, but like a bunch of different IP addresses which are serving these individual requests. So yes, they're all in Helsinki because apparently that's where the data center is, where we host these exit nodes. But you can see why this is better than a VPN, right? So this is like a VPN where you switch your VPN server for every single HTTP request. So if you do a VPN, switch it on, off, on, off, on, off, and switch the server, cool, yes, this is about as good as UHTTP is today. If you can't, switch your VPN server with every request, well, that's the way to go. And sure, that's not many addresses, right? So we have, I think, currently about 5 exit nodes here for demo purposes. That's where you see some IP addresses being repeated. But even that one, so what does this mean, right? So even this exit node doesn't see you because there's a multi-hop relay. So in this demo, we have 2 hopper nodes through which this is relayed. So even this exit node doesn't know you, right? They can link you because they got a data package from another intermediate machine. Good, so that was a quick demo of UHTTP, and as outlined here, this is not, it's not great. On the other hand, it's actually kind of cool that this works without installing anything on your browser, and the actual trust assumption of this should be that this exit node should work alongside a web server, right? So this thing should kind of run on premises of any web application. So if you want to check it out, please come talk to us or one of my colleagues from Hopper running around here, and happy to see how we can make that happen to bring privacy to a web application that you have in mind. And yeah, finally, if you like this, we have a few more demos. So Lefteris talked about the problems with NFTs. If you want to mint yourself a non-private NFT, you can do that at mint.hoppernet.org. It's going to take a minute to load this. So you see a few metadata of mine here. Or if you want to check out what your wallet is doing or docs your validator, you can find it out. The website is called gnosisvpn.com. And yeah, with that, I would close my talk. Thank you again so much, Gnosis DAO. Thank you, Gnosis. Thank you, all of you, for your attention, and make Ethereum cypherpunk again. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'm thoroughly scared now. When Gnosis VPN? Do we have any questions for Sebastian? Right here in the middle.
Thank you. This is looking great. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about privacy for validators, which is a great concern among DappNode users. Like a lot of them are very concerned that like their ISPs are going to know that they run X amount of validators, and that like their funds are going to be like dogs. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the project, but from a validator's perspective.
Yeah, happy to give you a quick TLDR. The quickest is it's worse than you think. So validators on Ethereum are not private, right? So we did an experiment. So we took a Lighthouse client on Gnosis chain, modified it, such that on every attestation, which happens once per epoch, we harvest and store in a big database your pub key and the IP from which you got it. And with that, we can link the two, right? So and that's actually kind of messed up, because with this, we could identify all of our team members were running actually Dapp nodes in their homes, so we could correctly identify, even without crazy, data science approaches, the IP address of every of their pub keys. Why is that bad? Because it's also in Ethereum known ahead of time when is your slot to produce a block. So I know it's this guy's turn to produce a block, and I'm right after them. So I can DOS them or attack them in any other way for 4 seconds. So 4 seconds is so short you will not realize that your Netflix stream was even blinking, right? So you don't even realize it. But for some reason that you don't understand, you missed a block. And the guy after you is kind of happy because they had these high-value transactions and MEV rolled over. So yeah, that's a problem. Now, I want Hopper to solve that. We will get there. We consciously chose to go for the execution layer first because that is extremely latency sensitive. So you have only about, actually not even 4 seconds, so you have around 2 seconds to publish a block. And if you mess that up, for example, because you have a privacy-respecting transport layer, well, then you just missed your block rewards and you're going to be very, very, very pissed off at your setup. And I don't like dealing with very, very pissed off people. That's why we started with something that's a little bit simpler. Optimize the system. I'm quite confident that we will eventually get there, but it'll take us some more time. I would say the distributed validator tech projects out there, you know, Divas and so on, they made this work. They are battling with similar problems, so that's why I'm confident we will get there also.
Another question for Sebastian? Right here.
Just an easy one. What's sort of the number of Hopper nodes that you would like to see for good anonymity in the now and in the future?
Yeah. So currently the network has a little over 400 nodes online, and that's quite nice. That's quite nice. There's two reasons for which I would like to see high numbers. The first one is anonymity set, right? The larger the set of potential routes in the network, the better it is. And the second one is bandwidth. So actually a network like Hopper, unlike blockchain, scales actually has pretty cool scaling properties, right? It's perfectly scalable in the sense that you add more nodes, the total bandwidth of the network gets higher because not every node needs to talk to every other node. So yeah, I would say with these 400 or 500 nodes that we have right now, we're definitely fine for first use cases. I would definitely expect that to grow 10 or 100x once we see actual web traffic going through this, because so far we're talking about Web 3. The web and what VPNs deal with is so much bigger than any of this. Like when we looked, for example, at like some numbers of traffic or even revenue, right? The revenue of the VPN space is 45 billion. Like if we talk about even Ethereum and all of that, that's a joke compared to the revenue of that, right? So yeah, please run nodes. Please get a Dapp node because we will rely on you guys.
We have 1 minute left if we have another question for Sebastian. If not, we'll wrap it up there. Please give it up for...
There's a question in the back.
I was just wondering, how do you see adoption of those privacy technologies? Like who do you think will drive that adoption? Will it be the dApps that integrate this JavaScript library to protect their users? Will it be the users themselves installing plugins to use the VPN? How do you see the split there between individual and kind of dApp responsibility? Yeah,
that's a good question. So I'm a strong proponent of privacy by default. We have to move away from only the North Koreans use Tornado Cash to all of us use Tornado Cash by default, because that's the only ethical right way to go. And everybody has to use on-chain privacy. Everybody has to use transport privacy. It needs to be privacy by default. There is no other way to go. Now, how do we get there? In some first steps is going to be a tough one. So because there's multiple ways how you can do it, right? So with this JS library, that's a way that we can do today. But that's only going to be selectively for some dApps that integrate it. So if the dApps integrate it, that's the way to go. It's seamless for the user. But if some dApps don't get their act together and, are not sufficiently private, users can always upgrade by installing a local client. So I kind of like that.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Sebastian.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker needs no introduction. Martin Kopelman is giving a talk entitled Circles 2.0.
right, yeah, I'm excited to talk about my favorite topic, circles. So yeah, talk will be about Circles 2.0, fair money for all, or how we can actually finally bring that project to the big world. Let's start again with the basis of what Circles is. So Circles is this ambitious project that says we want to reinvent money and we want to make it as fair as possible. And yeah, it certainly came as an inspiration from Bitcoin, and I already shared in my opening that Bitcoin was inspiring and is still amazing, but I would say Bitcoin still has this property that currently roughly 1 or 2% in the world own Bitcoin, and it's not to me necessarily clear if the world would be in a better place if the rest of the world would also now start using Bitcoin. Those 1 or 2%, to whom I certainly belong, would be in a much better place, but again, it's not clear to me how it would be for the others. So Circles tries to be this project and says we want to have a decentralized money, just like Bitcoin, but we want to have it as fairly and as equally distributed or as fair to all participants as possible. So those are the rules. Anyone can sign up, and from that moment on, start minting, start generating 1 circle per hour or 24 per day, and then trust connections between the people form, and that essentially means that if 2 people trust each other, they basically say, I'm accepting your money, you're accepting my money. And through those trust connections, circles and payments can flow. And we will go into that in a little bit more detail. Yeah, 1 circle per hour, simple rule. There is a second very important thing, that there is the constant issuance of new money, but there is also, to eventually come into a balance, there's also a constant sink, destroying of money or demurrage. So essentially in Circles, all balances, wherever they are constantly slightly reduced by a rate of 7% per year. And how that looks like on a graph over a 140-year life or time span is kind of that in the beginning you start, or this is kind of just looking at one individual person. In the beginning it would start to issue at 24 units per day, something like 8,000 per year, and it's pretty linear. But then, of course, the effect of the 7% kicks in, so the old balances will reduce, and the new balances will, or kind of continuously new balances will come into existence until it reaches an equilibrium where the total amount of circles in existence, 7% of that is pretty much exactly, or will be exactly the same as the issuance per year. And kind of in this hypothetical scenario, the person dies when they are 80, and then they stop issuing new money, and basically their money will still be for some years in circulation, but it will over time kind of disappear. So how that looks like in a whole network, by not just looking at a single person, the whole network will always converge against this magic number of 125,143 circles times the number of people in the network, so who are participating. If that number at some point stays constant, at some point also then the total supply of circles will stay constant. Here's another way to think about that. So one way to think about circles is to say there is a global tax on all money, and this tax rate is at 7%. But the taxes that are kind of or kind of created through that are constantly redistributed among all participants. And how you as an individual participant end up in the system is that at this magic number that we just discovered, this around 124,000, if you hold that amount of circles, then quote unquote the taxes you are paying are exactly equal to the amount of new circles you are generating, so your quote unquote effective tax rate would be 0. If you hold less than that, you are getting more from the system, so you have a negative tax rate, and if you have more than that, all the way till infinity, your tax rate would kind of start to converge against 7%. So, yeah, again, that system is called Demorage, and it might sound, yeah, let's say crazy or at least unexpected or something we are not used to, that this is how money works, but actually it's not that different from how fiat money works. So in fiat money, yes, you still have, you can hold your $100 and in 50 years it will still be $100, but through inflation and through money expansion, the value of that, of those $100 will, yeah, go dramatically down. So in total, the effect is very similar. Money, if you just let it sitting around, will kind of over time be devalued. And I would say the Demorage is kind of, in a way, just a more explicit or maybe even more honest way of doing that. Right, so now you might argue, why would I join the system? Why would I not join a system like Bitcoin, where I don't have to pay that tax? And I would argue there is no such thing as a trustless money, because you are always dependent on, or money in general is a social construct. If you are alone on an island, it's totally pointless to have money. So money always depends on that other people around you kind of also believe or kind of join that social contract and quote unquote honor that social contract. And in the case of Bitcoin, you hope, if you buy it today, you hope there will be someone who at a later point will buy it from you. Now, that kind of requires that people who are new to the system and don't necessarily have an incentive to join that system would still, yeah, essentially join the system and want to at some point acquire Bitcoin. And kind of a little bit, yeah, kind of a cheeky way of saying is that, yeah, I mean, the Bitcoin holders, max believers, they kind of are in this mindset, I just need to acquire Bitcoin now, then I can wait a long time, and then I will automatically be rich. And that, I mean, that in itself already shows, in my view, that the system is not necessarily sustainable, because obviously that is some behavior or kind of economy. Well, the world doesn't get rich from people one time buying something and then doing nothing. That's not how wealth is actually, actual wealth is created. Still, I don't want to be too critical of Bitcoin. I think it has its place, and I just want to say it's not a replacement for circles, and those things are complementary. Here, now I want to show you a nice project that you can kind of try out in person here. Next. I mean, here there's a Circles booth, and we are selling or having this donation campaign where, whoops, sorry, I want to go. This donation campaign where you can acquire this NFT. The amounts, we will also kind of donate the amounts or kind of a similar amount of euros to a non-profit foundation Give Directly that supports UBI, but that's just a side note. It is more about kind of understanding how Circles transaction works. So here, this bottom, or this dot here is the receiving contract, or basically the we call it organization that accepts circles. And here, each of those dots is a person that had donated to it. And here the green one is Fredo, who did the previous donation. And here you can see kind of the trust network. So here, in this row, you find people who are directly trusted, and essentially that's the number of people, I think, who were previously already at DappCon, that this account here trusted. So basically this account says, I'm accepting their circles. But those people, they trust, let's say, those people. And those people trust those people. So in that case, this person was trusted by that person, and that person was trusted by that person, and that person by that, and so on. And so finally, the circles flow through 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 hops until they reached their destination. And we will explain why that is super critical. Again, totally encourage you to try that out. You will see a nice live animation. Here, just looking at similar things. So we have this Graph Explorer, and I just, for the fun of it, checked out the paths between Vitalik and this NFT tree project. And yeah, if he would donate, then one of those passes would be found. Why is that important? Because it is the core mechanism of circles to prevent Sybil attacks. And so again, reminder, Sybil attacks means simply, okay, if anyone can create an account, I can create many accounts. And in this example, Alice is the attacker, and Alice is actually creating many accounts. So here, fake account 1, 2, 3, and so on. And here is a shop, or just in general, here is the quote-unquote honest part of the network. And Alice is trusted by that shop, and that's all fine and good. So Alice is able to spend her Alice tokens to the shop. Initially, those, let's say this fake account is also able to spend at the shop by sending fake tokens to Alice, and Alice will send Alice tokens to the shop. And that's the really important part, that the shop is only accepting Alice tokens. So that means as soon as Alice runs, and this is already the example here, as soon as Alice runs out of her personal Alice token, then this connection is no longer existent. So now, of course, this fake token here could still be sent to Alice, and Alice would then have, or maybe all those fake tokens, all those 50, so in total 250 tokens could be sent to Alice, but none of them are spendable in the real network. So yeah, just creating fake accounts and trusting them, and maybe even trusting them with each other, or kind of creating more and trusting everyone, will in no way harm the real network, which is over here. Cool. So now let's make a brief look into the past and then go into the future, what comes next. So circles is as an idea already 10 years old, but it was launched in 2020, so almost 4 years now. And it started with a big success and went viral. So within hours, it went from this to this, and within weeks, it looked like that. So, but then, yeah, it very much fizzled out, or the numbers of here's distinct users trusting each other per week, yeah, kind of went to almost zero. This, by the way, was a random project. I've to this day no idea who exactly or what exactly that was. It was a Chinese project. I never really understood what it was doing, but it was building on circles in some form. Anyhow, so after again this early hype moment, there was circles activity, but it was very small and very local. That's what it looked like, and it was very nice. We had here interesting community in Berlin, but still, it didn't had really a reach into the world. So again, we like very local markets, nice communities, but it stayed really, really small. So now the question is, what can we do to actually enter, quote unquote, the big world? And yeah, had a short discussion with Vitalik about that, and clearly capital can make a big difference. And if it requires 100 million, we need to find a way to get 100 millions for circles. Just to give you a view of what entering the big world looks like more than kind of the pictures I just showed you, that's like entering the big world. But that's certainly also not exactly what we want. So if you go through Berlin, you find in many places kind of those huge ads and banners, and I mean, you probably know the orbs. So I'd say on the one side, we have the extreme kind of this very local, very non-profit, very small. And on the other side, we have the extreme of, well, big tech, Silicon Valley startup, hundreds of millions, kind of penetrating the world, as they like to say. So can we find a middle ground? Can we find a way to get sufficient resources behind it to be able to really scale and or really make a difference essentially in the world, but without compromising its core values? And to some extent, the fairness that is so important to us in Circles is a challenge, because there is not necessarily someone who has a direct, immediate, or kind of huge financial incentive in Circles. So again, in the WorldCoins of this world, of course, there is a quite decent investor team allocation. So of course, there's a huge incentive and huge money can flow in to make this work. In something like Bitcoin, again, I mean, there was not necessarily investors, but the early Bitcoin holders, again, had a huge incentive to grow the system. So how does it work in Circles? Because, again, it tries to be fair. So yes, everyone gets their fair share, but no one gets so much that they would really push it. So how can we solve that problem? And my answer to that is, while Circles at its core, I would not compromise and would keep the way it is as a public good, or kind of in the maximum possible fair way. But of course, there are different entities that can build things around it or on top it, or that can very well take a fee. And the first thing is already a chain. So at this point, Circles is Circles is in principle an idea. It's not tied to Gnosis chain, but right now the contracts are on Gnosis. And in that sense, Gnosis is the first entity that would have an interest in Circles, because simply lots of Circles users means lots of Gnosis chain users who are paying transaction fees. The second one is wallets, and I'm definitely suggesting that wallets should simply take a fee. So out of the 24, if there's a wallet that integrates Circles and you get 24 Circles a day, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with the wallet simply saying, okay, 1 or 2 out of those 24 Circles that you get every day, we immediately take as a fee. And again, that's of course a mechanism for the wallet to have a big interest in getting Circles to many users and making sure that those Circles have a value. And we can do the same thing for invites. So if someone trusts or kind of invites new people to the system, we could actually do a similar thing, that this new person by default gives some part to the wallet, but also some part, again, maybe another one out of those 24 Circles, to the person that invited them, maybe for the first 1 or 2 years. And those things, I think it's important that they are not in the core protocol, but absolutely they should be used, because we need those incentives, and we need people who spend large resources to make all of that happen. So I am proposing, in a way, to Gnosis DAO to do a 30 million investment in Circles, buying Circles, and I will, in a way, now switch my hat and kind of argue more from a DAO perspective why out of a DAO perspective that is interesting. First, how to not do it. So kind of just injecting capital does not always, certainly doesn't, or certainly you need to inject capital in smart ways. So absolutely no, or absolutely, I really like and respect all other projects that are working on UBI, and that was one of them, the UBI token. But yeah, so that's what we certainly want to try to avoid, how a circle price graph could look like. So what I'm proposing, and there will be a detailed proposal, is roughly that Gnosis is now in a position and or in a situation, and I went over that already in my opening, that we have a range of projects from Gnosis Pay, CowSwap, things like SDAI, EuroE, money markets. I think, well, we are at the stage where we believe those products are good and interesting, and we should now really focus on users and getting users in. And it's a simple thing to do, or the obvious thing, and people have asked us already to do it. For example, for something like Gnosis Pay, yeah, you can of course use GNO incentives and do some form of cashback or something like that. And what I'm arguing is that we can do it even more efficiently. We can say we are not directly giving GNO out, but instead users will automatically be, or kind of that's at least the default, that users on Gnosis will be guided or invited to immediately become Circles users, so they will more or less automatically get some Circles. And then if they use dApps, then that will essentially allow them, or kind of Gnosis DAO will set up in many different ways schemes to then buy Circles from those users for GNO, and that of course makes provides an additional incentives for the users to use those apps or come even to the chain. It also helps in making sure that we achieve one of our goals, that we want users of the chain to be also owners of the chain. But for the DAO, of course, that can be in many ways interesting, because more activity on the chain will generate more fees, and kind of the DAO partially also has ownership in some of the apps. That is my proposal, and we'll write that out in much more detail and share in the forum. So much for the Gnosis perspective. Switching back, or maybe one last slide. So again, a reminder already in the opening talk, but we, so hopefully many of you have already seen, we released this wallet, Metri, that is trying to combine all those things and be a portal for users, or kind of a thing for users to enjoy that and to kind of become a Circles/Gnosis user. Switching back to Circles head. So yeah, we hopefully get this project going with Gnosis DAO, but of course that is only one way to bootstrap things. So we need, of course, midterm and long-term other ways to make Circles sustainable. And here is one important contrast, and that's a contrast between resilience and efficiency. So resilience and Circles has initially maxed out on the resilience side. So resilience means that the system is built in such a way that some part of the system here should not affect another part of the system here. And that is given in Circles through the thing I introduced earlier with the Sybil attack protection. And that is, very important and very nice. it comes, of course, at the downside of complexity. And many of you might have already experienced that you want to send and circle someone and somewhere and it doesn't work. It says no capacity, whatever. You don't even really understand why it doesn't work. And that's kind of, quote unquote, too much resilience. On the other extreme, you have, things like, let's say, again, WorldCoin, where there's only one way to think about it is that everyone is there trusting everyone as soon as they do this orb thing, which of course means if somehow, somewhere, someone finds a mechanism or a way to game that system and create tons of users, it essentially affects the whole system and can take down the whole system. So, when it works, it's more efficient and much easier, but again, way less resilience. And the missing piece that we are adding to circles are groups. So in circles, again, so far it's just peer-to-peer trust, but we want to establish many, many groups and allow also kind of you to trust a group or kind of be automatically trusted by a group. So that makes, in a way, finds, in our view, the middle ground. So how does this concrete look like? We will have an app where it's very easy to define your own group. And then we can, of course, also support those groups in specific ways. Working on a nice program that those groups can also become local validators of the chain or have some in some places there, let's say Dapp nodes running. Those rewards can also be some factor that stabilizes this group currency or kind of provides some form of income or reserve for this group currency. So more on that. There's a second or a third concept, and that is very similar to regional currencies that have existed for a long time, many in Germany, but also Bristol pound and in Switzerland. And how they usually work is that they are very closely tied to the fiat money, because ultimately for shop, of course, it's a big ask or a big pain to say. Even just accounting-wise and tax-wise, and kind of to say, okay, I accept euros, but then I also accept this other thing. And so how regional currencies often did it is that they more or less created, and they found also ways to do that legally and kind of part of the regular economy, quote unquote. They found ways to say, okay, we are creating let's for now call it just Berlin euro, that is meant to be 1-to-1 a euro, but it can in a way only be spent locally in Berlin and only with people who are participating in this scheme. However, everyone who is accepting that euro, this is Berlin euro, has the option to say if they are not able to spend it because people who are there local are not offering what this person needs, then you have the option to exit, quote unquote, so essentially get quote unquote real euros, but that comes as with an exit tax of, let's say, 10%. And that, of course, encourages, if you are trying to spend that money locally. And again, this is something we can and should replicate in circles. So if we have those groups that I described previously, it's quite easy to create essentially the equivalent to those regional currencies. Cool. I want to end the talk with just some technicalities. We are working, or we have almost completed, new contracts. So right now, if you're using Circles, you're still using the contracts from 2020, and they were not perfect. They had a bunch of smaller or bigger problems, and we are trying to fix all of them. And there will be a migration process. So Circles as a system will completely be continuous. So all balances, all trust is meant to be taken over to the new system. But for those who are a little bit deeper into it, few points. So those group currencies. Maybe some of you remember last time DappCon, where we already kind of tried to explore with that or use that, this humans of Gnosis token, but it was a big pain because it was not really compatible and had different denominations and just hard to use. And now group currencies will be natively part of circles. You can also explicitly trust group circles, and they are interchangeable in this trust graph. This demurrage versus inflation will be native. That was another point of pain right now, that the balances you see on the interface are actually different from the balances on the blockchain, because we do this demurrage only on an interface level. There were some flow constraints that lead often to a situation that you cannot send someone circles even if they trust you. Then happy news for everyone who has an old Circles account that is probably frozen, because in the old rules, if you wouldn't mint for at least 3 months, then your account was permanently frozen. Many of those who had a Circles account in 2020 might be in the stage. Good news, you just have to wait for the release and for the 2.0 release, and then your account, you can keep your account with Trust Connections, and it will start producing circles again. And last thing, technicality again. In the previous version, we had lots of ERC20 tokens. Now we are using 1155 standard, but not so important. Cool. I want to end the talk and say, yeah, we believe it is time to bring fair and decentralized money to the quote-unquote big world, and we believe we are prepared for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. It can sometimes be lost that money is a form of speech, so thank you for your great talk. We have a few moments for questions, and right down here at the front.
Thank you, Martin. I want to ask about if there is a possibility to bring privacy, given the graph, if you can compute in a privacy way. And maybe a stupid question, why 7%? We know 2% inflation.
No, for sure.
How is that calculated?
Right. So maybe starting with the 7% question. Actually, if you look at the expansion of money, so if you just look at the dollar, let's say, over the last 50 years, and you calculate the average increase of money supply from each year to the next year, then it is actually 7%. So it is more or less taking the parameter that is somewhat working or somewhat really well working. Of course, inflation was lower for a long time, and or probably also will be lower than 7%. But that is because just more goods are produced. So if every year also 7% more goods would be produced, then, I mean, again, very simplified math, but then let's say inflation would be 0. Maybe growth was only, again, super simplified math, 5%, so inflation is the difference. What that would mean for circles is that it's quite possible that the value of a circle, of a single circle, will actually go up over time. Your second question, privacy, yes. There are at least 2 things to it. One is, right now, everything is public. It's public, the trust graph is public, but also all kind of payments are public. The quite, quote-unquote, easy part would be to make payments private. Doing the trust graph also private is much harder, but certainly possible, and there are people researching on it. With groups, it becomes significantly easier to add privacy, because if you have, because essentially if you have a group currency, you have a single currency within that group, and then you can just use established privacy pools where people within that group can transact privately, or maybe if they want to transact across groups, then you just see someone out of this group transacted with someone out of that group, but not more details. We have also here prototypes, or even at last DappCon, there is a project called Bermuda Bay working on on exactly that, and even have integrated that with Circles.
We had another question down here.
Yeah, I have a question about the social aspect of it. How do we penetrate these big people? How do we get into them, right? Is it marketing? Is it people in the field? Or just multiplying pilots? How do you get to the people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the suggestion here is that we are actually trying in that proposal. I would say we should try to get Gnosis products to the people, things like Gnosis Pay, and initially use Circles, quote unquote, just as a way to get extra benefits. So, I mean, again, a very simple example is the Pay product, where people often enjoy things like cashback or some form of reward program. So I would say short term, that can be a totally valid tactic. But of course, there need to be many ones. So the second one I mentioned here was groups, and essentially making it very easy and also allowing very different forms of groups or communities to start in different places, and maybe also with very different approaches, and essentially try to feed those where we see that organic activity is emerging. In principle, I would say if Circles somewhat works, it's very, very easy to grow it, because, I mean, who doesn't like free money? I mean, or how we once did a test with ChatGPT to create a marketing phrase, or kind of agents to create marketing phrases for Circles, and they came up with what's better than free money? Free money every day. So, yeah.
We're unfortunately out of time. Please, you can find Martin outside, and you can talk to him personally. Thank you so much, Martin, for your great talk. Next up, we have Emilio Frangella from Aave Labs with a talk titled "Fourth Time is the Charm: Next Gen Liquidity Protocols with Aave v4." Please give it up for Emilio.
Hello, guys. Wow, this light is very strong. Hi, guys. My name is Emilio. I am from Avara. I am VP of DeFi at Avara, and I currently leading the efforts for building new innovative products for Avara, for Aave Labs, and for the Aave DAO. So today we are talking about the next iteration of the Aave protocol, which is the version 4. A lot of thought went into the design of Aave v4. We are talking a lot about this protocol these days. I have been saying that when we designed v3 and we released v3, at this point we started designing it more than 3 years ago, I was thinking that actually there would not be a new version of Aave. I was thinking that like the v3 version would have been the last version of the protocol, eventually iteratively building on top of that. And I was wrong, because then over the years, while we were analyzing how users were using the protocol, how the DAO was interacting with the protocol, the amount of work that the DAO required to interact with the protocol, we realized that there were a lot of margin for improvement. So the main goal of v4 is going to be increase capital efficiency compared to v3. The risk management. So when I'm saying improved risk management, I mean improving the way the governance actually manages the risk, and the way that users perceive the risk within the protocol. Reduce, again, the workload for the governance, so that there is, with the goal of minimizing governance, the need for governance within the protocol, and also definitely to increase the modularity and extensibility of the protocol. The Aave v3, the v3 version of the protocol is already quite modular and extensible, I would say. But we will take things one notch further with v4. So we don't have that much time, so I'm going, without further ado, I'm going straight to the new features. And the main thing I want to talk about, the first thing I want to talk about is the new architecture of v4. So the main difference that is going to be between v3 and v4, the highest layer of abstraction in terms of architecture, is the way that liquidity is managed and how it's going to be possible to build on top of Aave v4. So in the previous version here, we had like separate kind of monolithic protocols where the liquidity provisioning part and the borrowing part were merged together, one another. What we noticed, so this basically created the need for different iterations of the protocol where it was required every time to migrate the liquidity from one place to another. And eventually, if you would create separate markets, for example, Aave at some point, Aave Labs released like the Aave Arc, that was kind of a proof of concept for institutional adoption of DeFi. That would also be separated from the other markets. So what we kind of realized when we started thinking about how the new architecture of v4 should look is that actually the liquidity provisioning part pretty much never changed across like different iterations of the protocol between v1, v2, v3. And also in v3, we had added a new feature back in the days that we call portals. Portals initially was designed for facilitate cross-chain deployments of liquidity, so to be able to move liquidity across different chains. It was a bit ahead of time, I would say, because back in the days when we introduced it, probably the multi-chain world was not as developed as it is today. But actually that feature, and when we started thinking about how to use that feature of the v3, the portals feature, made it pretty clear that actually that feature could be extended further to make it like integral part of the architecture of the new protocol iteration. So from that feature of Aave v3 portals, we basically inherited like the creation of one single liquidity layer, which is completely abstracted by everything else that is built on top of the protocol. So compared to here, where you have liquidity provisioning and borrowing part all merged together in one single protocol instance, here you will have a set of smart contracts that are completely independent from borrowing or cross-chain designs, for example, and where the liquidity is going to be managed. And the liquidity layer is going to manage supply and withdrawals of liquidity, is going to manage limits, so draw caps, supply caps, is going to manage interest rates, and is going to manage liquidity premiums. That is a feature that we will talk about immediately after. So the interesting thing is that this is going to be completely segregated, and the borrowing part is going to hook into the liquidity layer and is going to work in a completely separate, independent way. So the cool thing of this is that in the future, if there is going to be the need to build new features on the borrowing side of things, you can just swap out the borrow module for a new borrow module, or even having them working in parallel and plugging into the same liquidity layer, drawing liquidity and reducing or eliminating the need of migrating, for example, liquidity from one version of the protocol to another. So this is going to be the major architectural change. There are going to be other implications of this particular architecture, some of which will be unveiled when the protocol will be released. And I think it's going to be pretty interesting because the extensibility of this will basically help building on top of it a lot of unique features. Some of those Stan will talk after me regarding the visual proposal. So one thing I can anticipate is, for example, this unified liquidity layer is going to be also the base liquidity layer for an eventual Aave network that might come in the future, where this liquidity layer is integrated at a lower level of abstraction in the network, and where users can tap into it directly and seamlessly, and other protocols can build on top of that as well. From the new architectural design and from the unified liquidity layer, the major change, the first major change I want to mention is the introduction of what we call liquidity premiums. So one of the problems that we noticed with V3 was the inability to price liquidity accordingly and properly. What this means is that on Aave in general, which has a unified approach to liquidity, we don't segregate liquidity into the Aave design, but it's actually, there is, for example, one single big USDC pool or one big ETH liquidity pool. What happens is that whenever an asset, for example, wrapped STETH or wrapped BTC, gets collateral status, so you can borrow against it, it immediately accesses the whole liquidity available in the protocol without any pricing difference compared to assets that might already be in the protocol. So for example, on the Ethereum market, I would say that the safest collateral that you can use in the market is ETH, right? Because it's, we all know the property of ETH. It's trustless, it's permissionless, it's the base asset of the network where gas is used. It's very strong and very safe asset. It's super liquid on the market. So I would say that, for example, on Ethereum, we can consider ETH as the less risky asset within the protocol. And other assets built on top of that risk, because, for example, if we consider wrapped STETH, which in terms of pricing is basically ETH with an additional risk that we need to consider due to smart contract, to the smart contracts implementation of Lido. There is a slashing risk. There is a secondary market liquidity risk, although like the way Aave uses it that is quite mitigated. But it sounds pretty natural to me that probably users using wrapped STETH as collateral, they should not pay the same rate that ETH borrowers are paying. So if I'm supplying ETH and borrowing USDC, I'm paying one rate. If I'm using wrapped STETH, this brings a different risk profile, and this risk profile is not completely mapped into the protocol because I have no way in V3 to differentiate between the interest rate that I'm paying here with this asset as collateral and the interest rate that I'm paying here. So this is one major improvement that we were looking for to implement in Aave V4. And the way it's going to work is that compared to the V3 version where there is one single interest rate curve, assets will still have one interest rate curve, but that interest rate curve will refer to the base risk, let's say risk-free asset, that in the case of the Aave V4 ETH market could be ETH, for example. So the interest rate curve will refer to the interest that borrowers are going to use if they use ETH as collateral, and all the other assets will have a premium on top of the interest rates, and the premium will be decided depending on market conditions, on centralization dependencies, on smart contract risk, and so on and so forth. So we can imagine, for example, that if borrowers using ETH as collateral are paying USDC at 3%, probably wrapped STETH is going to be paying a 0.5% premium on top of that. So borrowers using wrapped STETH as collateral, they are going to pay 3.5. And maybe wrapped BTC can be considered a bit higher in terms of risk because there is some additional centralization risk in the wrapping process of BTC. So maybe we can consider 1% premium. So users borrowing using wrapped BTC as collateral, they will pay a further 1% rate on top of the base rate, the one of ETH. And maybe isolated assets, isolation mode is a property of V3 that will be retained in V4. Isolated assets that are usually longer tail risk assets will probably have further higher premium to compensate suppliers for the additional risk added to the protocol. So I personally think that this was one of the missing links in V3, and this will basically help suppliers getting more risk-adjusted returns, and borrower paying a fairer rate for the risk that they are, for the overall risk that they are bringing to the protocol. So this was the first feature. This is going to be integral part of the liquidity layer, and going to be implemented at the level of the liquidity layer. So next feature. Again, this is also going to be integrated at the liquidity layer, and it's going to involve the adoption of automated interest rates. Why automated interest rates? I have to say that currently interest rate models on Aave work fairly well. The only problem with those, like for those who are not familiar with how interest rates on a protocol like Aave work, this could be the curve of typical interest rate curve of asset on top of the Aave protocol, where the interest rate increases depending on the utilization rate of the asset. So the more demand there is, the more the interest rate increases. And this aims at leaving a certain percentage of the total value supplied to the pool available for user to basically be fairly certain to be able to withdraw pretty much at any time. So the idea here is that the interest rate starts from 0, reaches a point, increases fairly slowly with a certain slope until a certain utilization, and then spikes up to basically either incentivize more users to bring liquidity or borrowers to repay to bring back the liquidity to safe levels. So the problem with V3 is that Aave is currently deployed on 13 different networks, and there are 100 assets available. Some of those are the same instance of the same asset across multiple networks. And whenever you need to adjust interest rate curves, probably you need to adjust across all the markets. And it's a lot of governance work and risk management work as well. So the goal here is to automate these strategies. We are going to use an approach that is kind of novel in the blockchain world. Usually, until now, protocols like Aave, they use PID or variations of PID controllers, which can be quite, which they can sometimes be quite reactive to changing market conditions. These interest rates here can change either because there is, for example, variability in how users supply liquidity to the protocol, or because there are market-wide movements. So, for example, we have seen lately there has been a quite strong uptrend. Interest rates have gone up across DeFi. That's kind of market-driven. It's not necessarily related to how users are behaving on the protocol. Thanks to fuzzy interest rates, we'll be using fuzzy logic, which is a mechanism used very frequently in control theory to control environments and variables that are hard to model or very computational intensive to model through formal mathematics. We rather use rules that we call fuzzy rules to kind of model human-like reasoning here, where you decide basically on certain rules that might move this interest rate curve accordingly, depending on market conditions, depending on how users are using the reserves. so that they optimize capital efficiency for the protocol and they reduce or eliminate the need for governance to intervene and basically change manually this curve to adjust to match market conditions, basically. Next feature, smart accounts. So here we are starting to talk about features built on top of the protocol, on top of the liquidity layer. Smart account is going to be needed to solve some UX issues of the v3 version of the protocol. So in Aave v3, we have, for example, some certain modes like calling E mode, isolation mode I mentioned before. This mode allow users to activate certain features of the protocol, but they have the drawback that whenever you activate such feature, you can only use the wallet that you are using for that position. So if you need another position, like standard position, for example, you cannot do it with one single wallet. You need multiple wallets. So you need to move your collateral to another wallet. You need to fund with gas the other wallet, and so on and so forth. So smart accounts' first goal is to solve this particular UX issue. So it will be built on top with some smart wallet capabilities as well, and will give the possibility to users to interact with the protocol using a single EOA and instantiating multiple smart accounts that can actually manage different position with different modes, and or even plain position without any particular mode activated. So another feature of smart accounts is going to be the use and the implementation of vaults. This is going to satisfy one need that was expressed many times on the Aave governance forum, for example, and even by institutional customers. So it happens pretty often that users might want to be able to borrow from Aave without supplying the collateral to a liquidity pool, because they don't want, for example, they don't care about earning interest and getting liquidity risk. They care more about just being able to borrow. So with Aave v3, this is not possible. So if you want to borrow, you are forced to supply your collateral to a liquidity pool. You will earn interest, but on some collaterals, this interest can be negligible. So you might want to forfeit that interest just to be able to borrow and have the additional security that you are not exposed to liquidity risk. So Vaults is going to enable that. And the way it's going to be implemented is that users using smart accounts will be able to keep their collateral into the smart account, locked into the smart account, and borrow from the protocol without supplying to the liquidity layer. Basically, this will enable to segregate assets, will enable to segregate liquidity risk, and the protocol will only be able to access, the protocol will automatically lock the assets into the smart account, so it will not be possible to move the assets outside of the smart account. And eventually, the protocol will only be able to access the assets in case of a liquidation event. So if you need to be liquidated, the protocol will access the assets and move the collateral to the liquidator, which will repay the debt for you. Another feature, we are moving to features that are implemented in the borrow module of Aave v4. Another major problem that we have always had with all the versions of Aave is it's basically at the moment impossible to change some risk configurations, especially referring to the liquidation threshold, which you can also refer to as borrowing power. So whenever an asset gets a certain borrowing power on Aave v3, it's really, really hard to lower that borrowing power, because if you try to lower it, you are affecting all the users. So potentially, if you lower it to 0, you could liquidate everyone. So it's a process, it's a fairly intensive process. You need to change, whenever you want to lower the borrowing power, you need to change the borrowing power very slowly by a few percentage points to avoid affecting users. And it's very governance intensive because it needs to go through governance to not change the trust assumptions. So this is going to solve this problem, because with dynamic risk configurations, we will not have one single configuration for every asset, but we will have multiple configurations every time a new configuration is created. new users that will borrow the asset from that point onward will be hooked to the new configuration, and old users will remain on the old configuration. So you will have a situation where multiple users will have different configuration, and this will allow to segregate and reduce the risk further, because you can change much more frequently without changing the trust assumptions. This also means that risk managers can be offloaded risk management completely without changing the trust assumptions. So risk manager will be able to change risk configurations or even automate that using AI or using other, for example, fuzzy logic, the same approach as the interest rates, without changing the trust assumptions, because you are not affecting existing users. So this is going to be very, very useful to further segregate risk and reduce governance workload. Stronger Go integration. For those who don't know it, Go is the native stablecoin of the Aave network. Is fundamentally integrated with Aave at the moment by disallowing under the hood like supply of Go, but rather minting on behalf. So with V4 and the liquidity layer, and Go generation will be natively supported, so no need to go through basically what is a trick to allow Go to be minted. Users will be able eventually to decide whether or not they want to receive the interest from other stablecoins in Go. So if I'm supplying USDC liquidity, I might be willing to receive interest rate in Go, and the governance can use this, for example, to optimize interest rates, interest return to the users by, for example, reducing reserve factor in case users decide to receive Go interest. There will be soft liquidation, which is a mechanism already pioneered by Curve with their CRV-USD, with some crucial differences because of the difference and the different way the architecture of Aave works. And there will also be an emergency redemption mechanism similar to what Liquidity does today, but it's going to just be an emergency mechanism. It's not going to be like part of the core functioning of Go. It's only if Go it sustains like prolonged the pegging event, then the emergency redemption mechanism will be triggered. There is going to be an improved liquidation engine here, like the Aave v3 liquidation engine has been working fairly well over the years with minimal upgrades compared to the v1 version. I think it's time to renew it a little bit, and this will be done by implementing variable close factor and liquidation bonus, so users will be liquidated up to 1 health factor, so basically enough to bring the position back to safety rather than 50%, up to 50% like it happens today. It's going to be to liquidate multiple positions at the same time, and it's going to be modular because multiple assets can have different liquidation strategies. Other goodies, there is a lot more. So there is a post on the Aave Governance Forum which highlights all the features we will be releasing when the time is ready, a tech paper as well, which highlights more in detail how these features will be implemented. But there are a lot of other features here that can be that will be implemented. Thinking of automated asset offboarding, where the mechanism to offboard an asset will be automated at the governance level. Treasury management, which is brings a lot of governance work today, where the governance might want to consolidate assets that come through the reserve factor in one or a couple of different assets, for example, ETH, USDC. Customizable liquidation strategies, governance action, gas efficiency, a lot of stuff. I really, really recommend to give a read to the Aave Governance Forum, and there is a post detailing all these features and how they will work. So in conclusion, V4 builds on the strong, I still believe that Aave v3 is quite strong protocol. It is the biggest, largest protocol by TVL in the space if we exclude restaking, and it's growing very nicely. So I do believe that it's going to be V4 is going to bring quite a lot of improvements on top of that, and it's going to be key for the Aave DAO to maintain like the leadership in the space. So it's designed for retail DeFi users as well for institutions. So we are almost ready to go to ARFC, which is the step for official governance approval for the development of V4. And I really recommend joining the discussion on the Aave Governance Forum if you want to follow and learn more about it. That's pretty much it. I don't know, do we have time for questions? Maybe not.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions before the fireside chat, but thank you so much, Emilio.
Thanks,
Please give it up for Emilio.
Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks.
We'll be back in one moment. We're going to set up the stage, and then we'll get started. All right. And next up, we have a fireside chat with Stani from Aave Labs, moderated by Marcelo Ruiz from Carpacki. Please give it up.
Well, thank you for joining us today. This is a very special moment in the history of DeFi. As you know, lending, borrowing, these are financial primitives that are really the most important ones for any financial system. And it's also the foundational layer of DeFi. And, well, money markets is a category that Aave has been dominating for the last 5 years. The Aave code base is being holding more than 75% of all of the loans originated in basically every layer 1, layer 2, basically the whole industry. It also, as of today, it holds more than $20 billion of TVL. And, well, so that's one of the key things. It has also passed the test of time, which is critical in our industry. It survived even a once-in-a-century event like Black Thursday. You know, that's something not many can tell without really any scratch. And, well, few cycles, it's matured enough to have survived, cost discipline of all of these bear markets. It's stable, it's strong, and it's also, well, resilient. And also, anyone who's been long enough in this industry, in DeFi, can tell you that historically, every leader in each of their DeFi categories has consistently and historically reiterated and driven the innovation in their category. So I don't think you have to be a wizard to predict or forecast that Aave is going to continue dominating and driving the innovation in their vertical, money market. And well, this is what we're gonna discuss today. We're gonna discuss the next iteration of Aave, Aave V4, and also the vision for Aave 2030, a proposal that is active on Aave's forum. So well, please join me in welcoming Stani. Stani, it's a pleasure. Yeah, it's a pleasure having you with us today.
You told me something interesting. It was yesterday about you were using Aave way before, back in the kind of predecessor, ETHLend, and you were actually putting loans into, because ETHLend was more of a order matching type of lending protocol, and you were saying that you were already doing those loans and trying to get matched and whatnot. So you've been you probably have been liquidated probably once or twice over the years.
Yeah, I remember it was a really cool experiment, really peer-to-peer. It was tough to match.
Yeah.
But yeah, the interesting thing is how you kept iterating, right? And moving, and now, well.
And I mean, just to go back in history, that was 2016 when we were starting to think about ETHLend and kind of like, I felt really strong about EtherDelta, which was probably like the only decentralized exchange where you can interact with non-custodial addresses and place orders in an order book. And my kind of idea there was that what if you could actually use this value that is on chain, use that as a collateral, borrow against it, and also earn yield on your assets. And back in those times, like the liquidity was extremely low. So if you think liquidity is low in bear market, it was multiple times lower. And the kind of idea of pooling assets together from risk perspective was a little bit too early at that point. So that kind of like auto matching felt the most natural way of creating what ETHLend was back in the day. And I think innovation such as with Uniswap pools and this automated liquidity markets and Bunker even back in those days, and a little bit recently on the lending side, even Compound, proved that you could actually start pooling some of these assets together into the same market and pool the risk. And I think the whole space has evolved quite a lot, but our vision always has been pretty much the same, like how we can actually get this technology adopted globally, because we truly want to build permissionless global financial markets where everyone has the equal opportunity to participate and also receive liquidity earned from Aave with the same conditions. And these protocol iterations for us and kind of like the bigger Aave 2030 vision is just like a signal from us that we're not really there yet from the perspective of Aave and the technology and wider DeFi ecosystem. And I think recently I stated that it will take a decade for DeFi to actually get adoption, and it's going to be slow. And the fact that it's going to be slow adoption is actually a good thing, because finance is a really fragile space and an infrastructure. So you want to adopt something that is really mature, works well, is reliable, empowers a lot of people, and creates just a better financial infrastructure. And that's what we recently, obviously before we've been talking with Emilio, and Emilio did recently a really amazing presentation about what we're planning to build. We've been thinking about V4 for roughly a year now, but the broader Aave 2030 vision is about how we can create a more of a long-term commitment and a roadmap as a contributor as Aave Labs into the Aave DAO. And Aave DAO is a decentralized DAO, so there's governance, there's delegations, and there's service providers that contribute technically or with other types of expertise into the ecosystem. And kind of like how we can signal a North Star where we have this innovation-based progress. And Aave has always been about innovation in DeFi and continuing this path until there is like a significant breakthroughs in adoption.
Mm-hmm. So what is the background of this vision? And also, what's the main innovation behind your vision and Aave before?
The way I think about innovation is that, I guess like one type of innovation is obviously disruptive innovation, which I think was the case in the early DeFi days. There was a lot of new exciting things that captured a lot of liquidity. And we see some sort of disruptive innovations or even simplifications of existing products that just get more adoption and attention. And I think the way we think about innovation within Aave is that we kind of like are setting a goal, like a long-term goal, where we should be at some point, and how do we get there in these cumulative iterations. So a lot of things we usually have in each version. There's basically some interesting kind of like a big bets or features that we're betting that are really going to be significantly empowering for the Aave users. And some of these features are also just incremental progression of previous iterations. So kind of like a little bit of a combination there. And I think our goal also is that Aave, it can be a really good progression for the user experience. And the way we think about the protocol designs and the features and products in general is that we're trying to figure out like what is the main needs of the main user within the Aave protocol, and how we can make that user's life more easier, better, more safer, more efficient, more optimized, as an example.
So you mentioned this solving problems of the users. We know liquidity fragmentation is one of the largest problems we have in DeFi today. So how do you see Aave before solving these problems? How do you see improving the liquidity within all of these chains that Aave currently is the leader?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of created the problem because we deployed in so many networks, or at least contributed, but from a health standpoint. So the way we think about like the multi-chain environment is that if there's some sort of user base and it's wide enough to have a financial layer, it's definitely going to have a financial layer. And that means basically DeFi, that means like Aave, Uniswap, and stablecoins, and so forth. And obviously, then there's the question of how people could move liquidity. Most users might be using just one network. So for example, if you onboard today into you're using DeFi, most likely as a new user, you might not be using, for example, the L1. You might be actually using a rollup instead, optimistic ZK rollup. And the way we think about it is that Aave and DeFi has to be where those users are. There's some exceptions into this thinking. For example, there might be networks where you have some sort of special purpose functionality that can be, for example, gaming or some other activity. But if it's kind of like a more general purpose ecosystem, there's going to be DeFi there. And we saw this early, so we've, with the Aave community, we've been deploying the Aave protocol into multiple networks, and Aave actually is a protocol that is cross-chain governed. So one of the Aave DAO contributors, BGD Labs, they basically built this version 3 of Aave governance, which has this cross-chain ability to vote cross-chain and also make those votes on L2. And what is interesting here is that you don't need really multi-sigs, but you have true governance across multiple networks. So the governance piece is kind of solved in the cross-chain world that we have at Aave. And the missing component is the how to move cross-chain liquidity more seamlessly. And I think most of the users will just use one specific network where they actually want to transact, but there's other types of users that want to rebalance the liquidity between networks and take advantage of that arbitrage. And for those cases, what we're thinking with the, and it's part of the Aave 2030 vision, is a cross-chain liquidity layer. So in the future, what we're thinking is that there's going to be a Aave network as a main liquidity hub. And down the line, that Aave network can be optimized to serve that main purpose of lending, borrowing, storing liquidity. But then with the component of cross-chain liquidity layer, liquidity can be moved more seamlessly between these different deployments. And this is just based on this feature that we already have in Aave v3 called portals. But in v4, we're optimizing this feature and making it a bit more general purpose. So in that case, what's interesting with a protocol like Aave is that it's a place to store your assets because you're earning and putting those assets into work compared to AMMs, for example, where from what I understand and from my research is that you kind of like, you don't have that need to actually store liquidity. So most liquidity will be in some sort of liquidity layers like Aave protocol with some sort of tokenization. And that becomes a place where you want to make an efficient layer of moving liquidity across networks. And there's obviously tools like CCIP, which is really helpful, and Chainlink has been working with that, and we're using, for example, for cross-chain Go deployment. And it's a seamless infrastructure that is easy to deploy and utilize. But down the line, what I think is going to happen is that we're able to use ZK proofs actually to move liquidity across networks really, really seamlessly and feeling instantly. And that is why I'm quite excited about ZK rollups, because you can bypass those waiting periods of what you have in optimistic rollups when you want to move liquidity from one network to another.
That's super exciting. So a lot of new features. I'm wondering how would compare the end game with Aave 2030, if you see any, do you have any comparison? How would it fit?
The maker endgame.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, for my kind of like a knowledge, the way I understand maker endgame is a lot about the idea of sub-DAOs and utilizing sub-DAOs to expand. Aave 2030 is more of a long-term signal, long-term commitment for innovation and for adoption. So obviously, one of the spearheading innovation is the V4 and optimizing the Aave protocol technology in a way that Aave can be a very efficient market for anyone that, for example, is supplying a lean collateral and borrowing a simple asset like USDC, as an example, with liquidity premiums. And what liquidity premiums helps as well is that you can start actually matching the risk and reward within the same pool more efficiently. So for example, you might be paying a base rate for borrowing USDC against ETH, but then if you're on the other side of the spectrum and providing more risk into the same market, you're paying base rate and a liquidity premium depending on your position, composition and the collaterals that you have. So what this means is that we're basically we're keeping the same user experience that the Aave markets have. So you can bring all your assets and then use your whole portfolio to borrow any type of assets that you need to. But the big difference here is that we can price that liquidity more accurately, meaning that Aave v4 market becomes the kind of like a best place for you to supply a lean collateral and borrow against it, or to basically supply also in the same market more riskier collaterals that is accepted in the risk profiling. And I think that's kind of like an example of like innovation there that we want to do, and part of the whole 2030 vision obviously is the Aave network, cross-chain liquidity layer, but also kind of like an updated brand identity as well. So the way we think about it is that the way we get into the adoption is going to still be very heavily based on innovation. And the features that we're building, they need to cater, obviously, more of the normal mainstream users and institutional users. And that's where the smart accounts and segregated collaterals play a big role as well.
I'm also wondering, what's the role of Go in this unified liquidity layer?
Yeah, Go is going to have a significant role, and as we saw with the Emilio's presentation, there's going to be more direct integrations with Go into the AVV4 protocol, but also with the Aave network. So obviously, one of the exciting use cases for stablecoins is if we get these stablecoins into traditional payment rails. But for example, with rollups, we can't really get there with the cost that we have today. But something like with Aave network and having a Validium chain on top of it, we can actually have very significantly lower cost that basically fits the criteria of payment transactions when all the transactions are a fraction of a cent. And I think that's going to be like the very interesting component. So obviously, Go is going to be more integrated into the AVV4. It's going to have a lot of interesting features there. But my kind of like a bigger vision here, and obviously I represent my vision that now has its own vision with all the contributors. But what I would like to see personally is that we can get these stablecoins into actual payment use cases. And we're not really far of that. So if we have a Validium, we have basic account abstraction, and we have just better payment infrastructure in terms of UX experience and integrations. We're not that really far from actually being like technically ready. And then the last layer is actually like how we create exciting new payment applications as well. Because like the way we pay today, for example, on internet is pretty much with cards, but the methods of paying is usually subscriptions, either like monthly or annually. But with things like Validium, you can actually start charging by, if the user is scrolling a page or any different kinds of actions, micropayments, and there's a lot of potential there. A lot of these things has been, they're not really like new concepts. I think there are people who've been talking about micropayments for a decade, but we're reaching to a point where that infrastructure is getting more better and closer to usage.
We have so many things, so many new things, right? It's really exciting. So sadly, we don't have more time. So to round up, do we have any questions? Cool. Then, well, thank you so much. I think it's
Thank you so much.
Exciting. Yeah, waiting for the launch and the proposal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you've had a lovely lunch. I'm going to be welcoming our next speaker on the stage. Her name is Brenda Lawyer, and she's CEO of Teller, and she'll be giving a talk about making a decentralized consumer price index.
Well, thank you everybody for coming right after lunch. I am gonna try and keep you entertained. So my name is Brenda, she said. I am the CEO of Teller, but in my prior life, I was an economist and I worked for the Bureau of Labor Statistics as producing some of the principal federal economic indicators, such as the producer price index and the employment numbers that you see every month. And so with that in mind, I think the last few years, mostly crypto has been really focused on disintermediating the financial sector. And I think we need to expand our reach to actually disintermediate more than that, including data that has been forever centralized, produced in a centralized way. Now we have a technology to be able to produce it in a more decentralized way, in a more transparent way. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with this quote, but it's by Ben Franklin. He was one of the founding fathers of the US. And I agree with this, I'm sorry. Which way? Well, I agree. This is actually not his quote. His quote actually says taxes, except death and taxes. So, but in this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. And I went ahead and made a correction to that because, as we know, if you have enough money, especially in the US, you can probably get away with not paying taxes. You know, but inflation, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how poor or rich you are, you face inflation. And that is something that we cannot escape. This is the official definition for the CPI. And basically all it is, it's the government attempting to measure how much you're spending today for the same items that you consume, and then how much you would pay for them later, and sort of measuring your purchasing power and how much your standard of living changes over time. And this number is very, very important because it only comes out once a month, but it has a very direct effect on our pockets as consumers. And sometimes I don't think people make the connection that this really random number that the government publishes, it can be used for so many things, like actually adjusting how much money you get paid every year. In crypto, we probably don't have that many clauses for our wages, but in general, especially the government, they generally have a clause, an escalation clause for your wages that depend on the CPI. They also adjust government assistance payments to retirees and even retirees and other payments that they do to basically help the economy that are based, all of the changes for this are based on this very, very specific number. And they also do basically base their monetary policy on this number. Monetary policy affects us directly, not just in how we transact on every day, but also on the long term. Interest rates, specifically, if you're trying to buy a house in the US right now, I think the rates for buying a house are like 6 or 7%, when in 2021 it was 3%. And so they implement these changes to basically dissuade you from taking a loan and hopefully pulling in the money supply. And so this number is so important, but ultimately, we really don't have a way to check on it, really, right? There are some paid systems or paid ways of getting alternative numbers, but there's nothing publicly available. There is no transparency in the government. And the problem with that is that the CPI itself has a really, really muddied history. When the CPI was the first commissioned by the US government was after they implemented the Tariff Act of 1890, and it was an import tariff that was really high, and this was basically the Democrats fighting with the Republicans, and they commissioned this survey to try and figure out who was right about it and then probably play it out for the next election. And then in 1891, they started collecting the data, but they only collected data from white guys that were married and they lived in cities. That was it, that was the sample, nothing else. It took 50 years for the US government to actually start or include blacks and Hispanic into the survey. And then it took another 40 years for them to actually change from a basket of specific goods, because let's be honest, so my background is Mexican, and so I eat a lot of tortillas. So that was probably not part of the basket of goods, right? So in 1978, they actually went from a specific basket of goods to categories to help with this bias that they purposely had introduced. And also, it's important to know that in 1941, when they actually included blacks and Hispanic into the survey, they purposefully underrepresented those populations. And that was open and known. They've always been very open about their methodology. And over the years, the main criticisms for it have always been substitution bias, lacked inclusion of new items, and poorly measured changes in quality. And all of these have an effect on the index, but there's a lot of research and literature that have poured into that. What we don't really talk about as much is the conflict of interest that it exists between what is being produced by the government and what their policy or their government agendas might be. And this is very important because maybe we feel really comfortable about where we live and we really trust our governments. And honestly, having worked at the Bureau of Labor Statistics for over a decade, I think everybody there really does try and create the best numbers possible. But it doesn't, you still need to have some sort of oversight. You can't just trust your government. That can change in any minute. And one very interesting example to me was in Argentina. They've always had some political unrest, but from 2007 to 2015, they were not undergoing war, they have ports, they have resources, and they were openly cooking their inflation numbers. They just would divide them they would only report a third of it. People obviously knew those numbers were wrong, right? They knew what we're experiencing does not match what the government is doing, but it fit their agenda. Now we can go and get more loans from the IMF, from the World Bank, and if it benefits a few people that are running the government. Another big example is Venezuela. I don't think we know what's going on there, but there has been a lot of research done on that by Alberto Cavallo and Bertolotti. And they actually went back and recreated the CPI for Argentina and Venezuela, and currently they started with a project in MIT, then later became Inflación Verdadera for Argentina and Venezuela, and then now it's called Price Stats. It's still under a paywall, or they monetized it, good for them. It would be great if they just let us see the data and actually make it more transparent, but they monetized it, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think we have the technology to make it better. Zimbabwe always goes, I guess every time there's an election or a big policy thing, I think the last thing that they did in 2023, their government decided to base their policy on the previous methodology of the CPI instead of the new one. That just shows you how politicized this is and how basically we really have no alternative, right? Because it's just what they provide and then we just trust it. Antitrust laws exist in the US to protect consumers. We know the monopolies lead to basically companies not doing anything better for their consumers, not improving their products, and it leads to just a detriment of the standard of living even in the long run. So if we have that to protect us from monopolies, and we know that they have a detrimental effect on us, then it only makes sense that we should have something that protects us against just having a monopoly of data by the government. And now we have open networks that can provide that necessary competition to make sure that we keep the government honest, instead of them trying to change the numbers based on their political agenda. So in order to do that, what I am proposing is this thing that I'm calling decentralized fact-checked objectivity. And it's basically a framework that we can all use to leverage distributed networks to collect data in a decentralized way, to publish methodology in a decentralized way, and also to disclose who's funding the project. Because there's a lot of times that whoever is actually funding the research, including in universities, if the outcome or the conclusion is not what they expected, because they fund the research, we may never see that research, basically, because they funded, and they're like, we don't like it, we cannot use it for our marketing materials, instead of honestly being true to research, right? So if we do this, we follow this framework. Basically, it's super simple. If you want to do some research project, in my case, the CPI, you publish the specification on a DSP, or like IPFS or something like that, including the funding or the funding mechanism, or in this case, it's the common good. So that's how I would want to frame it. And then once you publish it, you go on chain, you register that hash of the address of the IPFS where this data is saved. And then you start incentivizing data collection. Then you collect and publish the raw data again on a DSP. And that's very important. It has to be the raw data. Because then, after you do whatever you need to do with your raw data, you can go back and actually publish your methodology on a DSP as well. Having the raw data and the methodology open and available to anybody, what this creates, it's an open peer review system that can actually keep you honest, right? And just make data actually better and beneficial for everybody. For the CPI, the very big thing for it, Alberto Cavallo and the research for Argentina and Venezuela, this research was done before the pandemic. So even when it was before the pandemic, they used online prices to recalculate the index, online prices and some local data they were able to get their hands on, and they were able to come up with pretty much the correct trend of what the government had reported. And that's how they came to the conclusion that the government was not actually cooking the numbers at the micro data level, but instead they would create the numbers and then just slash them by a third. And so, and with their research, they found out that online prices were actually very highly correlated with prices that they could find around each geographical area. So I'm basing this initial methodology on what their findings were, and now that the pandemic has happened, at least in the US, it has become even more prices are online about everything. Everybody uses Instacart. We can get all sorts of information online, including, and forever. We've always been able to get the MLB or the housing information, which is one of the biggest portions of income. Where your income goes is your housing and your food and your clothing. So all of these data can be collected on chain and be used to create a decentralized index. I know the data is not perfect, but the data is also not perfect for the government. We, as taxpayers, we basically pay for the government to have people that clean up the data, because people can misunderstand the survey, can try and provide bad data. But ultimately, when you have a broad range of data, when you have millions of data points, it's easier to catch and to exclude outliers, and that's what we pay the actual government to do, through our taxes, obviously. The government doesn't actually pay people to collect data, and that's because you don't want self-selection bias to be included in there. So the survey goes out, people provide the data for free, companies provide the data for free under a privacy agreement, basically. And that's because companies don't want their competitors to know too much about what they're doing. But honestly, at this point, everybody has online prices, and that's why Alberto Cavallo and Price Stats, that's their monetized system now, where I have been able to recreate these indexes on their own. And so the next thing will be like classification of the data across the different platforms that it's collected, outlier detection methodology, and then using a really decentralized oracle, obviously, to provide the aggregated index back on chain. And the reason, so I'll obviously be using Teller, but one of the reasons you want something that is really censorship resistant is because as long as these numbers do not challenge the government's numbers, I think we'll be fine. You know, as long as they act as a complement, that's fine. But I think the moment that it becomes, that it diverges too much from the government, that could be an issue. You know, governments might not want to hear that and might want to censor that. So that's why it's super important that everything that we use to actually create this and make it transparent cannot, you know, the team can go away and the protocol can still function as long as somebody's willing to put, you know, a tip on chain to incentivize people to, you know, to pay the gas. And obviously for data scrapers, you have to create them and maintain. Once they're created, it's more maintenance. And maybe we can, you know, do the maintenance with the AI in the future. But it's a very simple system. Basically, it is 3 smart contracts interacting with each other. The main contract where all the registrations happen for registering the survey or registering the research. Then you get a research ID, and then registering the methodology that you use. And then each research, so for the CPI, it would have its own contract that is sort of linked by the research ID, and then all the information is just submitted to that CPI contract. And then when we want it aggregated, we just go tip Teller, and Teller makes sure that somebody, you know, their network of data reporters aggregates the data, reports it on chain, and then it's available for everybody to use, just like the CPI is available for anybody to use once the government publishes it. Then we also have a small aspect that, you know, to guarantee some sort of quality, you know, and to grow quality into the system. So there's going to be a provider reputation system that is going to be based on the ratio of the data that they commit. There's a commit review scheme here just to incentivize or to disincentivize mirroring, but it's a function of the commit review ratio as well as the data quality. So how many outliers they were able, you know, if their data is full of outliers and it's just really bad data, then their reputation is going to be lower. And, you know, I'm still taking feedback on this. If you guys think of anything else that I can use, I got some ideas yesterday about using this website that keeps a historical state of the blockchain. And so we could use that off-chain to do a measure of how good their data was or how good their data scraper was. So that the CPI would be the first thing that I would try. And then the next index will be the Big Mac index. And this would be actually the data I would want to collect it on chain because it's not as big as the CPI. The CPI, if you want to collect lots and lots of data points, you're going to need a DSP. You're going to need a place to put it because it's just too much to handle for the blockchain. But for the Big Mac index, you can actually collect that data for a specific geographic area. And if you collect, I mean, the minimum in statistical terms is always like 30. But if you collect at least 100, you can come up with a pretty good number. And if the research is small enough that you can actually collect the data on chain, that's what you would want to do. Because once the data is on chain, if you disagree with my methodology, by all means, you know, you have the raw data, go and register methodology number 2 for the CPI, explain your rationale behind it, and tip the Teller data reporters to go aggregate it and report it on chain. And this way, it creates a really robust way of interpreting this data. And also, it keeps us all honest because it's an open peer review. If you disagree with my methodology, that is okay. Like, we can just clean it up. We can make it better as a community. And I have 1 more minute. We have the tech to create alternative economic measures to those provided by the governments to ensure their changes are actually neutral and not for any political agenda. And I think we are at a point in time for crypto that we need to start not just thinking about how we can make money and disintermediate finance, but how can we actually create things that are necessary for an economy independently of governments as well. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer any.
Thank you so much, Brenda, for your talk. And yeah, as she said, does anyone have any questions in the audience? Everyone down there?
Hi, thank you for the great presentation. I have a question about the AI classification system you mentioned, just if you can give more color around that, and also the incentivization mechanism you use for the protocol.
Yes. So there's two incentives going on here. There's going to be the first incentive is actually the contributors that initially, unfortunately, or until I get enough funding, it's going to be my team. But it's supposed to be sort of like a DAO. For the contributors, that's going to be reputation-based for what, they develop the scrapers and whatnot. Once the scrapers are developed, then that's just an ongoing maintenance that it's just going to be the DAO sort of distributing some funds. I would not, at this point, I don't think I want a token. I would want just, you as a community, you contribute, and that becomes the money pot that goes to that. Then there's the other incentive mechanism that goes to actually incentivizing the Oracle to aggregate the data and provide it back on chain. And for that would be part of those funds. And the way that I see it, and honestly, I am still working those kinks out, is if you as a community really believe that your government is not doing a good job, this is where you would make your voice heard. So it is a common good. I realize that it's going to be really hard to just fund, and you don't fund, but you can. Actually, the government currently, or everything is collected for free. It's paying for the gas that's going to be the cost if you're actually collecting from people. But you cannot really pay for it because then you do this, or you create a self-selection bias where only poor people that want the money are going to provide information. And so that is counteractive to what you really want to create. And then for the AI thing, because the government really has a lot of people looking at these specifications and classifying in different categories, that's what you spend most of your time in when you're working as an analyst or as an economist, statistician. It's that, and then outlier detection, but that takes a lot of time. When you're scraping the data, there's going to be some data that's not going to be used, but it's just more efficient than hiring a bunch of people to just do that on a monthly basis. The government has the luxury of having way more money, but that's one of the reasons that we would use that. Sorry.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? We have one up there. Thank you.
Hey, what do you think about the quality of the current numbers from Western countries? Like United States or Europe, Germany, the official numbers?
I mean, personally, for at least the US, I think they're pretty good, honestly. I think they're pretty good. They do publish, there's not just one CPI number, by the way, there's several. And the only thing is that you do have to go into each of the methodologies to really understand which one you want to use. And that is not easy to understand. It's also not as easy to claim that methodology is what was applied because we don't have access to the macro data. But having worked there for over a decade, I can assure you that at least the analysts, they're doing the best job that they can with the data that they receive because it's mostly cleaning it up. But a lot of the details are, the devil's in the details. So for example, for the US, they didn't include any Blacks and Hispanic in the survey. So did that really reflect inflation at the time? Probably not. And I think that's where the things go, depending on how the survey is distributed, how it is actually asked even. There's a whole science behind how you ask a specific survey question so that it doesn't bias one way or another. And I think they do have a lot of people that are trying to do their best at that. When there's political unrest, that's when I would probably say I don't know, because you don't really know what kind of political coercion is actually being or exerted on that institution, on that governmental institution, and that's just really hard to measure. But yeah, I think.
Thank you so much once again, Brenda.
Thank you.
It's been amazing having you talk at DappCon. And yeah, another round of applause.
Thank you.
And I think this talk leads us very nicely on to our next one. We will have another speaker coming up onto the stage. Her name is Maria. She's from Attic 42. And she'll be talking all about elliptic curves and pairing them with stealth addresses. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It is nice to be here. As you already heard, my name is Maria. I am a senior ZK researcher in team 3227 in Attic 42 company, but also I am assistant professor at Faculty of Mathematics in Belgrade, and I am also head of department for differential equations at the same faculty. But also, I'm co-founder of Mathematical Academy, and Mathematical Academy is some kind of private school where we are working with talented kids in the field of mathematics, physics, and cryptography. And for example, this year, our students, the best of them, obtained 41 medals on the state competition. So we are very proud of them. And also last year, with cooperation with Ethereum Foundation, we organized probably the first zero-knowledge proof course on Balkan. So today's topic is elliptic curve stealth address protocol. So let's start. We will talk today about private transactions. I think that everybody here knows that there are blockchains like Zcash and Monero that have some cryptographic methods at their core that enables privacy of transactions. But there is a great need to introduce private transactions on the public blockchains, such as Ethereum. So when we talk about private transaction, what we really want to hide? We want to hide the amount of transaction, recipient address, sender address, maybe all three stuff, but maybe one of them. And we can obtain this using different cryptographic methods. For example, we can use zero-knowledge proofs like Zcash, we can use stealth addresses, we can use ring signatures, or we can use fully homomorphic encryption. So today's topic is related to stealth addresses. And what are stealth addresses? We want to have the protocol like we have today, but we want to hide the recipient address. So, for example, we have two people, Alice and Bob. Bob will be a receiver, and Alice will be the sender. So, Bob first needs to generate some kind of stealth meta address, and he can send this stealth meta address directly to Alice, or he can add this stealth meta address in some registry. And after that, Alice can do some calculation and calculate Bob's new address, and she can send the money to this new address, and after that, Bob is able to control all the assets from this address. So every time when someone wants to send the money to Bob, he will use this stealth meta address, but Bob will obtain new address every time. Okay? So how we can achieve this? Well, we can use different cryptographic methods. One of them is Diffie-Hellman based. So first, Bob will generate his pair of keys, private and the public one. We know that we obtain the public key as a result of multiplication private key and the generator point from elliptic curve. Okay, so the public key will be the point on elliptic curve. And Bob will add this public key in the this registry. This will be stealth meta address of Bob. Okay, so in order to Alice to calculate Bob's new address, she will go to this registry and find this stealth meta address of Bob. She will generate her pair of keys, the private one and the public one, and after that, she will add her public key in this ephemeral public key registry and send the money to Bob. After that, Bob will calculate his address, and he can use this address and spend the money from this address. But we did not talk about how both of them can calculate this address, because both of them will calculate this address in different way. Okay? Both of them will calculate share key. What is the share key? The share key will be the result of multiplication. What is this? This is when Alice calculates share key. She will multiply her private key with the public key of Bob, okay? And Bob will calculate this share key as a result of multiplication, his private key with public key of Alice. But why this equality holds? Because here, firstly, we use that public key is a result of multiplication of private key and generator point from elliptic curve. And after that, we use just commutativity of multiplication of numbers. And after that, we then again used that result of multiplication private key and generator point on elliptic curve is a public key. So both of them can calculate this share key, but in different ways. And for example, let's think about this, that share key is, for example, the public key for this new address of Bob. There will be a problem because Alice and Bob both have different private keys, and both can spend the money from this address. And we want that only Bob can spend the money from this address. In order to obtain this, we need to include something in the private key of this new address that only Bob knows. So we need to include private key of Bob for his stealth meta address. So both of them, Alice and Bob, sender and the recipient, can calculate this shared secret and can hash the secret, but only Bob's know this little m, and this little m is private key for Bob's meta address. And we know that we obtain a public key as a result of multiplication of private key and generator point on elliptic curve. So when we multiply this with generator point, what we obtain public key of Bob, and this public key is in the registry, so both of them knows this public key, and of course both of them can calculate shared secret. In this way, we obtain that both of them can calculate the address, but only Bob can spend the money from this address. This is the basic concept. And we can add more things. We can add one more feature. For example, we can add the viewing key. So we can add little v and large v. What is the viewing key? For example, if you have a tax inspector and you want to prove that you paid all your fees for transactions, all your taxes for your transactions, well, you need to be able to prove this. And because of that, we include one more key. And this key we will give to tax inspector. And with this key, tax inspector can see all our stealth addresses, and he can calculate all the taxes that we paid for these transactions, for example. And because of that, this viewing key needs to be included here in the calculation of the shared secret. So this is just one feature in order to obtain that person who has the viewing key can calculate our address, but of course, no one except Bob can spend the money from this address. And we can add one more thing. What is it? We can add the view tag. We are adding the view tag in order to obtain that Bob can calculate his address in a faster way. So Alice, when sends her public key in the registry, she will add 1 byte of shared secret. So when Bob is finding his address, he will first matching his shared key with 1 byte. If there is a matching, he will calculate the address. And this is just for optimization. And as we already mentioned, there are different ways to achieve this and obtain stealth address protocol. This was the one way. This is Diffie-Hellman method that include multiplication on elliptic curve and hashing. For example, here, my friend Mihailo and I created 2 new protocols that using elliptic curve pairing instead of calculation of share key as a result of multiplying scalar and point on elliptic curve. But we have 2 protocols. One of them is with double key, and the second one with single key. This one with single key includes only 1 number, and from this number you can obtain viewing key and spending key. So you have double keys, but just you have 1 number, and from this number you will obtain 2 keys. These protocols are really great protocols, but these protocols are not quantum-resistant protocols. In order to obtain that we have quantum-resistant protocols, we create, Mihailo and I, 2 new protocols. This ring learning with errors and model learning with errors, stealth address protocols. But of course, we can obtain post-quantum algorithm if we use fully homomorphic encryption, because the basic concept that we use in fully homomorphic encryption are learning with error technique. So we can do this in different way, of course. But today we will talk about elliptic curve pairing stealth address protocol. So let's explain what was our motivation. Our motivation was the paper-based stealth address protocol that was written by Vitalik and Tony and others. And they already implement these stuffs like this and this. They use dual key stealth address protocol. We talked about this protocol a moment ago. They use this elliptic curve and use view tags. But they also mentioned that they want to have on the top of this new protocols that using elliptic curve pairings or lattice-based schemes or to have post-quantum resistance. So this was our motivation. And because we are using pairings, we need to say a few words about pairings. And to fully understand how pairings work, we need to have deeply mathematical knowledge. So we will not go into details. We will just tell that we have one bilinear map, and the elements for this are subgroups of elliptic curve over finite field, and they have the same order. And G1 and G2 will be generators for these subgroups. And we will use here just property 2. What says this property 2? When we have S is the point on the first subgroup and T is the point on the second subgroup on the elliptic curve, A and B are scalars, so A and B can commute, okay, coordinately, and we obtain the same result as we pair these points S and T to the exponent of a result of multiplication A and B. So we will use this. So how our protocols work? We want to have the same structure as we had before, but here we can see, when this little key is private key for spending, and this little v is the viewing key. We will multiply a little key with generator point on the second subgroup on elliptic curve, but to get a large v, we will multiply a little v, the viewing key, with generator point from the first subgroup on elliptic curve. And we will add a large v, a large k to this registry. And after that, sender will scan this registry, find the meta address, Alice will generate her pair of keys. The public key will be a result of multiplying this private key with generator point from the first subgroup on elliptic curve, and she will calculate the address as a result of pairing. So she will pair results of multiplying her private key with this public viewing key and public key of Bob that is in this registry. So she can calculate this public key in this way. After that, she will add her public key in this ephemeral public key registry, and of course the viewing tag like we had before. And Bob will calculate his address in a different way. He will prove that he has a spending key. The spending key will be a result of multiplication of a little key and a little v. So spending and viewing key, and only Bob's node spending key. And after that, he will calculate his address in this way. And both of them will obtain the same result because we use the property 2 that we mentioned a moment ago. So we had different technique, but we obtained the same result as we had it before. But now we can just say a few things about single key elliptic curve pairing protocol. So what we have here a little key. Little key is a spending key. Okay, this is a private key of Bob. But the viewing key will be obtained as a result of multiplication little key with generator point on the second subgroup. And the public key for this stealth meta address will be a result of multiplication little key with a generator point from the first subgroup. So we have viewing key and we have the public key, and this large V and large K will be in this registry. After that, we mix the technique that we had before in dual key stealth address protocol. And for example, we calculate S. S is not share key like we had in Diffie-Hellman approach. S will be a result of pairing. So we have that S is a result of pairing, but the public key of the address we can calculate like in Diffie-Hellman approach. And this is very similar that we already had. What is important here, that this will be the spending key for this new Bob address, and little key only knows Bob, so both of them can calculate this share key, but only Bob can spend the money from this address. And for the end, implementation results. We compare our results with results of dual key stealth address protocol without and with viewing tag. And the green is our implementation on elliptic curve pairing with double key stealth address protocol. And we can see here that we obtain the best results. This is time in milliseconds, and this is number of public key included in the ephemeral public key registry. So when sender wants to calculate his address in using elliptic curve pairing dual key stealth address protocol, he can do it in the fastest way. So this is very important. And this is a result for our single key protocol. We obtained the worst results, but I think that it is very interesting to have this as a concept, as a theoretical result. So we can use single key in order to obtain everything we want, but we cannot do it efficiently. So this is everything from me for today. Thank you.
And you guys know what time it is. It's time for our Q&A. Do we have any questions for Maria? Perfect. In this front row.
Hi, thanks for the talk. what are the potential for this to be implemented, say, in Ethereum? Does Ethereum have all required cryptographic primitives? And if not, what is missing?
We are in negotiation with Ethereum Foundation to implement this. So everything is clear, and we're just waiting for them to implement this. Yeah.
Any more questions? No? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And another round of applause. So if you just give us a few more minutes, I'll be back on to present our next speaker. I hope that you all enjoyed the last talk, and we'll be keeping the privacy theme going. I would love to introduce Alex, inventor of ZK Sync and founder of Matter Labs, to be giving us a talk about why ZK is the end game.
Hello, everyone. Exciting to be here in Berlin. I'm going to talk about ZK, and I want to give you some very high-level intuition of why ZK is the ultimate endgame. And then I want to make it a bit more interactive, and I'm happy to dive deeper into technical questions, but this is starting conceptually. This year, Ethereum is going to be 9 years old very soon. And if you remember how the web looked like when it was 9 years old, it was unsafe, very inconvenient, slow. You might remember the modem sounds. And all of that is pretty familiar to how the blockchain's Web3 world looks like today. And all of that gradually improved in the early days of the web with different inventions, but there was one transformative thing. There was one very specific idea and technology that made web widespread, that enabled us to move our lives online. And to explain why, we can remember the internet cannot run on a single server. It's a collection of many systems, many networks, integrated together, owned and operated by different entities, who you cannot possibly know. So you can be in one place interacting with someone on the other part of the world, maybe using servers in a different part of the world. And to interoperate, the systems require a cryptographic protocol for ensuring the integrity of communication. And this came with HTTPS. Before HTTPS, you could try to access your bank from an internet cafe, or try to put your credit card online and buy something, but that was a dangerous undertaking. And a lot of people did not trust it for the right reasons. There was a lot of fraud with credit cards. If you cannot know who is in the middle of your communication, can be intercepting or messing with the communication, it's not really safe. You can't move your lives online. And so HTTPS enabled this integrity of communication. You could all of a sudden have a point-to-point between any 2 points on this global network in all of the world, talking to each other seamlessly, fully protected. And the Web3 today is similarly, because in many regards, unsafe. It's very inconvenient, and those two hang together. If something is inconvenient, people are making trade-offs, and it's also pretty slow. We have very low throughput, even with all rollups combined on Ethereum, even with the blockchains that trade off decentralization for speed. We're nowhere near the demands that the Internet of Value will put on the world, where everything could be on-chain. But all of that is improving. However, just like the Internet cannot run on a single server, the Internet of Value cannot run on a single monolithic system, no matter how powerful. So it must be a collection of different systems for various reasons. For technical in the first place, just because it's physically impossible to do all of the computation required for blockchains in a single-threaded environment or even a multi-threaded environment with lots of interdependencies, but also for political reasons and social reasons. The Web3 is characterized by ownership, and different people will own different parts, and there will be a large collection of very decentralized systems, very heterogeneous systems. And in a perfect multi-chain world, we would be able to transact just like on the internet, having a user on any of the chains, any of these networks, sending transactions and value and messages back and forth from their chain to any other chain, to any address on any of the other chains. Just like you can send an email from your address at your domain to any other address, any other domain. And it's end-to-end encrypted. And what stops us from having it today, in today's multi-chain, is the lack of trust-free interoperability. So all of the bridging protocols today don't really work like bridges. When you think of a bridge, it's something that connects two pieces of land. And you can use it to take a truck, load it with gold or whatever goods, move it on the other side of the bridge. This asset disappears on one side, on one island, and appears on the other. You transport it over. This is not how the bridges work today. The way they work is you park your asset on one side of the bridge, someone holds custody of it, and then someone gives you some assets on the other side. So maybe they hold the piles of supply on both sides, or maybe they issue a virtual asset which represents what's being parked on the one side. This is not really a bridge. Like a true bridge will be trust-free. Like it would not require any trust assumptions, and it would not require any additional capital overhead. You would be able to pay a flat fee irrespective of the amount of funds you're moving. This is not what's happening today. All the bridges, like if you think of the bridges between the L1s or bridges between L2s on Ethereum, like bridges that facilitate faster withdrawals from optimistic rollups, you have to pay a very significant percentage because the actual bridging is not happening. You have someone doing it for you and someone holding the capital there to facilitate this, and they have the capital costs. But yeah, so like this approach is compromise either scalability, if you have to verify everything that's happening on all of the systems, or they compromise trust. And then you have compounding corruption of trust from one system to the other, and you cannot really scale. You can't build the internet. But if we had one transformative invention, something like zero-knowledge proofs, we could have a cryptographic protocol that guarantees the integrity of computation. So if HTTPS provided the integrity of communication, the zero-knowledge proofs provide the integrity of computation, and we actually have it now. Like what's happening is that these protocols are getting more and more mature from year to year, and they enable us to build this world where many chains can directly transact to each other. So to give you a technical overview, like to dive a little deeper, how it actually works, we have to consider recursion. Like you are probably all familiar with the concept. We start with a single transaction. We can generate a zero-knowledge proof of validity of this transaction. It's a small piece of data, just maybe 1 kilobyte in size, that guarantees that the transaction was done correctly. And then we can put a lot of these proofs together and recursively combine them into a proof of proofs. And then we combine the proofs together until we get a proof of a single block that can contain arbitrary many transactions. It can be thousands or even millions of transactions, depending on how efficiently you can parallelize the block production. And then this is a block of one single blockchain. So you can take many blocks from potentially many different blockchains, and you repeat the process. You do the recursive aggregation, the recursive composition of these proofs, until you get one single proof of all these chains, and you put it on a single settlement layer. And today, the largest settlement layer, the most decentralized settlement layer in the world, which can verify zero-knowledge proofs, is Ethereum. And it's, I don't know if it's ever going to change. But then what you can do is you can generate the proof of Ethereum itself. And this is getting feasible. We will be able to do it in a very near term. To generate the proof of the full block, basically the entire layer 1 execution. And then what you can do is you can verify this proof on any smartphone in the world in less than 1 second. And this will turn every single smartphone in the world into a full node of Ethereum. So basically, you don't trust anyone. You don't trust Ethereum validators. You don't trust any other participants. Everyone in the world can verify the entirety of Ethereum transactions from Genesis and all of the millions of transactions that happened on thousands of the ZK chains that recursively produce proofs and settle on Ethereum. And this is what we would call a ZK singularity. And this is happening very, very, very soon. Like this is, I believe that we will see it actually happening in 2024. And it's now time to build on ZK. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Hi. OK, perfect. So do we have time? We have some time for some questions. We have a bit of time. So I'll take a question down here.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Over here. Hi. So I just wanted to ask, if we even can prove very efficiently, isn't it the case that data availability and bandwidth becomes a problem? Like, if I want to prove, if I want to check all these proofs on my smartphone, I still need to have the state and the state diffs. Would this become a bottleneck then?
That's a fantastic question. So first of all, zero-knowledge proofs enable verifiability of all transactions, and to have like fully trustless ownership of the assets, yes, you need to solve data availability. Ethereum is going in the direction of data availability sampling. So in some observable time, you will be able to also verify at least part of Ethereum full blocks from your, or like not the blocks, the blobs that are used by Ethereum L2s, because everything is going to be an L2 from your phone. So you will download just a piece of data, and everyone will download some random piece of the block, so that together many users can reconstruct the block. But that will apply only to the data availability that is handled through Ethereum network, which I believe will be enough to cover the world demand for store of value for like everyone in the world. Let's assume we have 10 billion people. Everyone will be able to have an account on Ethereum, which is not going to be super cheap. You know, like the transaction can cost like a few dollars maybe for this transaction, maybe like up to $10. Doesn't matter, because you're going to use it only for the like a lot of assets that you hold. All the daily transactions are likely going to happen on validiums, and validiums can be fully parallelized. Each of these chains can decide where to store, where to hold data availability. And also each of these chains will be a volition, most likely. So part of some of the accounts on the chain will be posted to Ethereum network and verified like randomly from the phones. The other part, most of the data will likely be posted to some other systems. Like this is, for example, what Lens is doing now with the Lens network built with the ZK stack on ZK Sync. They're going down the Validium route, and this makes perfect sense for a social network where you own the data, you own your accounts, the social graph is fully on chain, every post is on chain, but it's not as critical if like all of this data becomes unavailable, which could be a tail risk of a Validium system.
Thank you. And we have another question over here.
I'm wondering, thanks for this great presentation, and it's really impressive things about ZK Singularity. However, I'm wondering how you are going to solve the blockchain trilemma problem. Currently, it looks like that node operators use the maximum possible CPU power to generate blocks. And it limits us to increase the block size or produce more blocks and so on. To compute this zero-knowledge proof, it requires much more computation power. And in this case, we should really pay something. Maybe we can produce blocks with larger delay, or maybe we can reduce the size of the block to do this extra computation, because currently it looks like we are on the edge. Maybe I'm not so specific, but how you are going to do it on fly, not to really make the Ethereum working slower in terms of generating this ZK Singularity?
That's a great question. So what we need to, let's start with the reminding that the demand for computation is already immense in the world. Like everything you do on chain, everything you do online, do Google search, it requires computation. You do like some data processing, everything like video processing, and it all happens in cloud on demand. So you're always paying, like whenever you need some computation, you do it there. Like you do a query on ChatGPT, it actually costs something like 10 cents to generate this query, and it's being done in the cloud, just like elastically scaling and shrinking. The same thing will happen with the cryptographic demand for cryptographic computation. If every asset in the world is moving on chain, which I believe is happening in a very short, on a time scale of a decade, everything like payments, trading, stocks, tokenization of all assets, everything will be on chain. Like that's inevitable. That's the way the world is going. There will be huge demand for that. So what what the important parameter to look at is what is the amortized cost of zero-knowledge proof generation per transaction. And if we look at the costs today on Ethereum L2s, it's quite low. It's like under 1 cent already today. And we know that there are a couple of new breakthroughs coming, both on the proof system side, that will give us probably a 10x improvement, as well as on the hardware side, which can give us another 10 to 100x improvement. So we're going from 1 cent to 0.1, 0.001, 0.001 cent, which is probably going to be more than enough for financial or quasi-financial transactions. Maybe not yet for like, I don't know, like some super tiny micropayments, but that will happen down the line. So what's important is like it's a very small cost per transaction. And the proofs can be generated on any GPUs, and in the future we'll probably have these hardware accelerators, right? So we have enough supply of GPUs in the world to handle that. With all the surge in demand for AI-based compute, the supply of computation providers will only keep increasing. And the ZK proving will massively contribute to that. Like Vitalik has had a post, I think 2 days ago, like reinforcing that idea. Like in 10 years from now, everything is going to be ZK. Every single L2 on Ethereum will have to either embrace ZK and upgrade to it in one way or another, or will just become irrelevant. And I just think it's relatively hard for existing systems to just embrace something. Like most likely they will have to build new versions from scratch, embracing some ZK tech, and then ask the users to migrate, rather than trying to upgrade things in place. But eventually everything is ZK, all the assets in the world are on chain, and everything is being proven in the cloud.
Okay, so we have time for a few more questions, and I see you up there.
Hi, quick question here. In the world up here, in the world you described, where is ZK Sync actually playing the role? So maybe this last sentence you just mentioned.
Oh, that's an amazing question. So like what I believe, if you're asking me about like how the ecosystem will look like, to give my prediction, I think that we will have just a few ecosystems forming that can implement this vision. Like this vision is not possible to build on top of existing heterogeneous chains. It's not possible to say like, oh, we're going to build a layer that connects all of the existing rollups or like existing external chains. That is not how it's like, that won't work, because you won't be able to implement this seamless bridging between the different systems. So what will happen instead, there will be ecosystems that understand this vision and that will be working towards it, and they will be like, and the ZK Sync is one of them, and I think we will be the first one to actually make this reality, with several dozens of chains already building ZK chains in this ZK Sync network, like chain of chains, the network of networks. The upgrade that is happening, like the next upgrade, the version 24, which is happening on chain on ZK Sync, will enable the shared bridge and will enable those chains to build directly on this shared bridge. So like all of the assets will be still in single contract on Ethereum, and all of the movements of the assets will happen basically just in the Merkle trees. You will not need to transfer anything on Ethereum. The reason you cannot connect external chains with a separate layer is because you have a native asset, such as ETH. You might have other native assets on those chains, and they are currently residing in smart contracts on L1. And you cannot just say, oh, the asset is on this smart contract on L1 on Optimism, but somehow I'm going to use it on Arbitrum and it's going to still be a native asset. Like you need to figure out a way to move it from this layer 1 contract locked there to this other one. And that's just not going to work. Like you need to build it from scratch, and this system will grow from scratch. So what I believe is ZK Sync will lead the way, and there will be maybe 1 or 2 more these big ecosystems of chains that will then like basically compete in a good way and try to improve these technologies. And this is what will comprise the Ethereum ecosystem. The Ethereum will be like a big network of networks of the ZK chains.
Okay, yes. we have...
Sure.
I'm just curious, you talk about 3 or 4 big players, Starkware are developing recursive proof technology, Polygon has their ag layer, very similar technologies. Do you see synergies between them, and does the ecosystem need 3 or 4 of these technologies to drive forward?
So I'll repeat the question. The question is like there are multiple different players already working on similar ideas. If I see them, if like, what's the question?
Do they complement each other?
Do they complement? No, like I think all of them are working towards their own version of this universe, like of their own like ecosystems with interconnected chains. I actually don't know that too many are working on this. Like there are only a few, and what I think is happening, like I believe back to this discussion with Vitalik 2 days ago on Twitter, a superpower of Ethereum is that it's a permissionless network where teams can build and innovate freely without asking anyone for consent or without asking for funding from this one specific organization, from EF or from whoever. And it leads to innovation and some like friendly competition between the teams, like a race to be the first one to build something great. This is amazing. This makes Ethereum extremely powerful. And this is why the EL2-centric roadmap worked. And the original idea of sharding, which was like centralized, let's have like central planning, waterfall model, like this is how it's going to work, that did not work as well as this like decentralized world. And for the same reasons, I believe that these ecosystems will compete, and the network effects of these ZK ecosystems are much greater than the network effects of a single L2. So the L2 list, as like what we see now on L2bit, is not going to exist in this form anymore. There will be like a few like ecosystems with like very stable, very mature code base that is like heavily audited, very well like crowdsourced secured, etc. And that is actually trustless. So the individual teams launching L2s cannot screw users. What's happening today is like you can launch an L2, not have fraud proofs, have like a 1 of 5 multisig controlling the upgrades, and call yourself an L2 on Ethereum. Like that's nonsense, really. Like this is not how it should be. It should be the other way around. Like you have a few big established tech stacks, and then anyone can indeed permissionlessly launch their own L2, but the team, you don't have to trust that particular team. The trust should be solely with Ethereum, open source code, and math. And this is how it's, the Ethereum future is going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 2 small announcements to make. The first is if you're here for the Block Scout talk, it has been moved to 6:40 in the evening session. And the second announcement is that we'll be taking a short 10-minute break, and we'll be back for our next talk, which is a fireside chat, in just over 10 minutes at 3:25. Thank you. So it's about time for our very, very special guests. With pleasure, I announce our fireside chat. So we have our very own Frederica Ernst, who is co-founder of Gnosis. We'll be talking with Vitalik, a man that needs no introduction.
Vitalik, thank you so much for being here. It's an honor. We only have Vitalik for 20 minutes, so I'll ask him 2 questions, and then I'll open it up for you guys. So, Vitalik, you are a known privacy-focused person. So you were a Tornado user, and you're now a Railgun user. Many people don't have that intense privacy focus. Do you think we should aim to get base layer privacy, or do you think kind of we should leave it up to people, given that a lot of people don't care or don't care enough, maybe?
Yeah, so I mean, I could give the reason why I've been like not strongly pushing base layer privacy historically, and I mean, I think it has nothing to do with any kind of idea that privacy is not important. Like, I actually think, like, privacy is a public good. And like, when I say that, I don't mean that in like some like feel-good way. I mean that in the literal sense that, the more people use privacy solutions, the more privacy each one of them gets, and the more it gets normalized, whereas if privacy gets used by very few people, like that actually weakens privacy for everyone, right? So the reason why I was not a strong pusher of Zcash style layer 1 privacy historically is basically that if we look at like concretely how you get privacy, like you get privacy with ZK snarks, right? And there are also things like like Monero and ring signatures and multi-round mixing and CoinJoin, but like realistically ZK snarks are the gold standard. But then the problem is that there's like 50 different types of ZK snarks, and every time we agree on which type of ZK snark is best, something better comes out 6 months later, right? You have elliptic curves, you have BN128, you have BLS12381, you have hash-based things, you have Halo, you have lookup tables, you have calc, you have do you do joining, do you do splitting? Like now, the discussion is like privacy pools and like how does that work? And the challenge is like if you enshrine any one particular scheme, then like we're basically making that decision on behalf of the protocol at a time when it seemed far too early to actually make that decision, right? And so that's why back in 2018, we instead decided to take this much more general purpose approach where we said, we are going to support the elliptic curve BN128 precompiles, add multiply pairing, and you can go build your own ZK snark-based privacy solutions on top, right? And people did, right? And people started off doing some demos, and then eventually Tornado Cash grew out of that, and then eventually Railgun and now Oxbow grew out of that, and then there's Aztec and so on, right? And like all of those are based on that BN128 precompile, and the rationale for making that precompile happen really was about making privacy on Ethereum possible, right? So I think the question around base layer privacy is basically, does the discussion changes if that rationale changes, right? And I think at some point it is plausible that we are going to get more and more certainty that like this particular ZK snark solution is close enough to optimal that we should rally around it. This particular way of doing joins and splits is like optimal enough. This particular way of doing privacy pools, this particular way of doing like 1 or 2 other things. So like I think you definitely could see a world where enough of those things stabilize that like those arguments actually start to shift in the other direction, right? And like we've seen that happen in other areas, right? Like with account abstraction, for example, right? Like account abstraction really started to see success when we switched from doing protocol level changes to doing ERCs, like off-chain standards like 4337, but then we realized that off-chain standards do have some limitations, and like now 4337 has been reasonably successful, and if we want to give it its full power, then like maybe it does actually make sense to enshrine some features of it, right? And so we've been having all this discussion around like there's the 7702 and then 7560 and like enshrinement and all of these things, right? So I think it's definitely a valid question if privacy is going to follow the same path eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a fantastic, very comprehensive answer. Do you think dApps until then should make the decision on behalf of users and kind of just embrace privacy fully, maybe at the cost of additional gas?
I think with privacy, it's important to focus on the basics before you like start to like go up the kind of the crazy tower and do really complex things. Like one of the worries I have is that you have engineers that are thinking about like, oh, how can we create theoretically perfect privacy preserving smart contracts, but then at the same time like we don't have the basic thing, which is just like the ability to privately send from one address to another inside of a wallet, right? Yep. And I actually think the valuable thing to start from is to like go from the bottom up, right? And like start from the most basic thing, and I think like privacy of basic transfers is the most basic thing, right? And like actually create an ecosystem where it's actually feasible for a user to have multiple wallets and to keep, or multiple addresses, and to keep creating new addresses to use one address per application, and to have stronger privacy between those. And then like once we get to that basic level, and then kind of keep climbing up from there, right? I think you always need to like start from the foundation.
Mm-hmm. This ties in really neatly with my next question. This is the second question, so get ready for your questions. So second question. More or less every bull run we talk about mainstream adoption, right? So it's price go up, and all of a sudden, like, when are we going to see this on Main Street? And kind of if you look at the values that we're currently offering to actual retail users, kind of decentralization itself is not a value, right? So kind of it's kind of what it enables, and kind of what it enables is individual agency, decentralized ownership, better user experience through kind of permissionless platforms and platformification. So kind of if you look at kind of the prospective users that we all hope will hopefully really come this bull run, what are the metrics by which they will be better off in Web3 based products than kind of the Web 2 equivalent?
I think that answer is going to be very different for different groups of people, right? So like I was just in Africa, for example, right? And in Africa, the kinds of things that people build are like quite different, right? It's often just like much more pragmatic, like much more just like nuts and bolts. Like people have problems moving money from one country to another country, and like international finance still sucks in much of the world. Like 80% of countries are not part of SEPA, and like having easier ways to like just do basic international commerce. In a lot of countries, just having better ways to do basic savings, right? And like that's already value that it provides. To a lot of NFT artists there, it's just like the ability to participate in international markets, right? And like, be able to like actually raise revenue from people in, like wealthy countries, just like people in wealthy countries already can, right? So like just kind of like basic international equality is, and just kind of basic stability of a really simple economic system is something that's valuable for a lot of people. Then I think in other parts of the world, it's like the value of crypto generally comes from like where the outliers are, right? Like people who do things that are like just like unusual in some way, right? And like, I think everyone is unusual on at least one axis, right? It's like, when the world is as high dimensional and complex as our society is, like everyone just does something that like the system doesn't serve well on at least some axis, right? And there's people who make international donations. There is people who want to like donate to organizations and preserve their privacy. There is people who wants to participate in things like prediction markets. There is like people who want want to use things like ENS and IPFS and have websites that they can guarantee are going to remain online. There's just like this long tail of use cases. There's people who, for whatever reason, like dislike Twitter and want some kind of alternative, or even like Twitter but don't want Twitter to be the end of history. And I think the decentralized social media space with Farcaster and Lens has been Ethereum's kind of biggest rising category of non-financial applications, right? So like, it is all about the long tail, and the fact that it is the long tail kind of makes sense, because like, if there is one single thing that like huge amounts of mainstream people all wants to do, then like there is going to be more demand for mainstream like financial systems and mainstream institutions to serve it, right? And so I think crypto's value for people is just inherently in that longer tail of things, and that's kind of to be expected, and it's okay. I think it is slowly starting to grow, and like it is slowly starting to succeed in all of those areas, right? Like the thing I've always said about like real-world adoption of Ethereum is basically that the real-world adoption pitch, or the pitch for why real-world adoption of Ethereum will happen even though it hasn't happened yet, is basically because like all of the applications that we have in mind depend on things like scalability and low transaction fees and high convenience, but Ethereum in all of those dimensions is total crap, but we have a roadmap for why one day it won't be total crap. And like now, guess what? We have blobs, and like if you go to like l2fees.io, or I think growthepie.xyz is the other one, like you actually look at the prices today, and like Ethereum is like along those dimensions no longer total crap, right? Like we've I remember saying like about 7 years ago that the internet of money should not cost 5 cents a transaction, and then people laughed at me because Ethereum is more expensive than 5 cents a transaction. But like, guess what? Today it isn't, right? Like, get on an L2, it's under a cent. So like that aspect of things is actually changing, right? And then the same is true with user experience. Like I remember 2.5 years ago when I was in Argentina and I was trying to pay for a coffee and I had to wait like 5 minutes for a confirmation. And then we had EIP 1559 and that reduced the average waiting time to like 12 seconds. Then we had the merge and because of weird statistical reasons, that actually reduces the average wait time by a factor of 2 without decreasing the block time. And then we have layer 2s, and then layer 2s are doing pre-confirmations, right? So like it actually feels like now where we've like turned that corner and we're at the point where creating those more mainstream applications actually is realistic. And so we actually do have like that opportunity, right? So if you actually look at some of the applications that I mentioned, they are starting to see their own success in their own areas. So I think things in Ethereum adoption are going quite well.
Cool. Thank you so much. Questions from the audience? I see one here up front.
Hi, Vitalik. Gareth here from Cointelegraph. I'm very curious about your thoughts on the Ethereum ETFs. There's a lot of chatter that they might get the go-ahead today. Does it matter to you, and does it matter to get this endorsement from mainstream finance? And secondly, your thoughts on Alexei Pertsev going to jail in the Netherlands and the precedent that it sets for privacy tools going forward in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Alexei thing is definitely really unfortunate. Like, I think, like a lot of people have been, going under the assumption that society had a line, and just building software is something that's okay and is a totally legal and legit way to fight for privacy. And there are regulations, but those regulations apply to operators and transmitters and companies, and even FinCEN explicitly said things of that type. I mean, I know FinCEN is not European, and I know precedents are country by country, but I think at the there is definitely still a level at which these things are international. So it's again definitely really sad, and I definitely hope that with Roman's trial in the U.S. we get some positive clarity there. But no, I think privacy is important, and I think the ecosystem's willingness to even also rally around things like like Railgun and Oxbow and similar next generation approaches really shows a lot of people's the sincerity of the desire to actually focus on providing privacy for the common people, and not empowering the Kremlin or whoever else. And I think that's something that the ecosystem really stands behind, right? So I'm really supportive of people working on those things, and I hope that the things go in a good direction within the ecosystem. And I think I also hope that governments as well see the value of this, right? I think it's important to also stress that it's not true that governments are uniformly hostile to privacy, and here in Europe, we have laws like GDPR that even actually mandate it, right? And there's definitely an inevitable clash and a conversation, and these are normal things that happen in democracies. But I think with a lot of these second generation solutions that are being developed, and a lot of the active work, and even I think very deliberately conciliatory work that's been done by people like me, and I hope that we can come to a better equilibrium on this. And
here also in the front.
Yeah, I think stablecoins are clearly really important and really valuable for people, right? If you go to places like Africa or Latin America, for example, right? And if you look at the ways in which they use crypto, a lot of the time it is stablecoins, right? People in those kinds of places where they have real direct personal problems that crypto solves, they're very pragmatic people. They're not going to use Bitcoin or use Ether just because it's only kosher to use Bitcoin or use Ether. They want stability. They do not want things that can fall by 30% in a single day. And I think that's really a totally reasonable thing for them to expect, and it's a really valuable service that stablecoins provide. I think there's definitely challenges with the stablecoin ecosystem as it exists today, right? It definitely does create dependence on the US dollar, and I would definitely prefer the Ethereum ecosystem to have a lower level of dependence on the US dollar. And this is part of why I think things like RAI, even though they're still US dollar based, the fact that they don't attempt to track the US dollar exactly, I think makes them somewhat of a bridge to some form of stability that's not directly backed by the currency of a single country. But at this, so very supportive of things like that, very supportive of stable assets of other types being created. Though I do think it's one of those things where some of these other approaches are they're not going to succeed immediately, but I think they are really valuable to have in the back pocket.
Cool. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thank you for all coming, and thank you most of all to Vitalik for stopping by.
Yes, we're happy to be here. Thank you.
So next up, we have one more talk before the break, and we'll be joined by Francesco Devrel from MetaMask, who will be talking about the how and the why MetaMask democratizes access to the decentralized web.
Can you guys hear me? Awesome, 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 awesome. So welcome everybody. I see some people are still in the room, so well done, thanks. I think I don't know if this was a fireside chat, but for me it was like a talk. I think he was breathing like crazy. I don't know how he's doing it, but I think we get some good lesson learned around big narrative. And I think this is also part of the game, right? Everything that is around permissionless innovation and trying to enable much more stronger community to build on top of existing technology, but also trying to build further and kind of rely on what really Web3 is about. Let's get it started. So welcome builder. How many of you guys are developers in the room? So I can fine-tune my talk. Okay, sounds good. So my name is Francesco, for the people that doesn't know me. This is a backstage picture from a couple of months ago in Denver. Yeah, I've been leading a bunch of developer activations. Yeah, I'm excited about Snaps. And since we launched back in, was in permissionless last year, we were running a cool, yeah, a lot of different updates, especially for people that went around the stage. And yeah, today I'm doing a bunch of things. If you are a chess player, feel free also to chime in later. I'm happy to also play. And let's get it started. So I will not bore you about why kind of our system, why do we need a paradigm shift, why we are the products, why we're always sharing data for free. There are different things. I want to actually start directly through, because we don't have much time, and why we need, and what are some pillars and principles for being and building better products today. So user-owned account. So we want to give users complete control of what they are building today, and most important, you want to also not have siloed between different ecosystems. So full interoperability, and even users, and we heard about the fireside chat before, but we want to also give users a much more abstracted way to make things. And in order to do that, one big principle is definitely trying to make those silos interoperable and trying to have people actually speaking with other ecosystem. Big second is accessible interface. So you want to have full transparency and have comprehensible side requests, right? You want to understand what exactly is happening, and you understand how you can either revoke access or do specific transaction. Explicit request, that's also a big one, right? So you want to have not just a fully transparent way, but also you want to give as many information to users for having and building a fully decisive decision, right? And we see that with different snaps today, but a lot of time you want to also understand if you are interacting with malicious account, you want to get flagged if something is happening, and this is basically what's happening with specific snaps. This is one of my favorite one, right? That is not really happening in different products today in Web 2, but you want to also be able to revoke access all the time. You want to also understand, okay, this is something I can do in any time, and mostly important, I just want to completely lock out myself for specific things. And I think especially when we're speaking about Chrome, not specific browsers, but browser accessibility is also sometimes very, very difficult. And for the normal users, sometimes you never really know what you're giving access, both automatically and manually. And then you want to also share progressively, right? This is a journey. We are not here for the result, but most important, we want to build fully a modular system that you can extend. And also, from the user side, you want to be able to adapt and add more things on top. It's a learning path. So, kind of recap, right? You want to build for a community and for being fully interoperable. I really like this, back in the days, this NFT of the fox, by the way. You want to also start making things that people love and they understand. They have full kind of information of what's going on, and you want to obviously build for extensivity. I will speak a little bit about later on trust and attestation, because that's something super exciting about, especially the Snaps approval process. And now we kind of recap, right? And I just want to say, how is the future of wallet will look like, right? So I don't have an answer to that. I know how the future of wallets will not look, right? So PvP, obviously, we will not have something specific. One size fits all. I think like this is one concept that I'm trying to always to advocate for. We are seeing much more customized journey around users. You always see users that are more focused on DeFi use case, more people more focused on gaming, so they're requiring notification. People that are more focused on specific like use case or privacy aware. So I think like this is one big part. And you cannot keep up with this innovation, with this feedback of the community, with this request, and most important, with all the how do you say, like all the requests from the users. Like obviously they're not telling you what people want, but you always like need to be there for the community. And that's kind of the third part, and this is also like why everything started back in the days, because like we are building things in the company, and and we can't all the time know what's the best, how to prioritize our roadmap. That's why like we ask ourselves, okay, how we can build a more expandable way to maintain this innovation speed, and and in the same time having kind of like a standardization of like builders and developers in the ecosystem to build and further advance the technology stack that we have today. So to build a universal web, we need to start with some of the principles. So just to make it short, at front is the users, as we mentioned before. We want to always have the trust both on the user side and on the developer side, right? Because as we know, trustless system trust users. And then this is one also like that I like is also like you want to make sure that you start the path to decentralization. We're all about decentralizing products. Today, obviously, is about those narrative around snaps, but I don't know if you guys know, in Fura with DIN, it's also like a quite interesting like democratization of like the RPC provider there is around today. And fourth, at the end of the day, why we're here, we want to empower a community, we want to empower users to enabling more in the right ways, right? So that we can actually start a full modular kind of like ecosystem where people can build on top, but I can also appreciate the fact that everything is more transparent, consent is king, and you are able to actually like request accesses or even like not explicitly like revoke those accesses. Okay, basically what we're speaking about. This is all about permissionless innovation and enabling users and developers to build a better future. It's all about snaps, right? I don't know how many of you guys build a snap for the developer that raised their hand before. Raise your hand. Okay, some people. Oh, the Idris guys, so super cool. How many of you guys are actually, as users, using daily some snap? Okay, cool. Okay, a couple of people. Yeah, daily is actually quite interesting. Cool. So for anybody that doesn't know what snaps are basically like add-ons of what the extension is doing today, right? Think about different use case from like non-EVM compatible snap to like notification or like account transaction snap. So everything is all about adding a functionality on top of what the extension does today. And there are a bunch of like different like verticals, right? Like interoperability is one of my favorite one. I don't know this buzz that happens all about like BTC, like MetaMask adding BTC like integration. But guys, this has always been there since we launched Snap. So basically, like you can install, or like a couple of clicks, you can install the BTC Snap. You can actually like transact natively with BTC. Same with Solana. Same with Cosmos. It's actually quite cool. And this is the interoperability Snap category. And then we have different ones, right? From transactionist type to notification for like gamer or like for specific event triggers. I'm also like super interested on AA, MPC, and account recovery Snap. And right now, basically, like there are a lot of Snap being developed around the community, and the process is always like you're building a first Snap on Flask, is the canary version of MetaMask, and for like the post-launch, basically like the we have an allowed list of 50 plus Snap on these categories, right? We are adding more Snaps, and that's where also this kind of attestation is playing. Cool. So just quickly, like 2 things, because we get this question quite a lot. Security-wise, snaps are fully isolated. Those are NPM packages. And everything that the snap is doing has a fully transparent access versus like revoke access, right? So you as a user will transparently see what's going on. This is an example of a security snap called Wallet Guard Snap. And basically, like, apart seeing exactly, this is like the installation part, right? But apart seeing what's happening, you know who is building a snap, you have the repo to basically check and DD your code, you know the author, and you also know which permission has been requested, and you can see that like this example. Even accessing the internet is being part of like the transparency process is actually quite interesting. I definitely like recommend everybody to check out. I'm using like daily a specific security snap for flagging me like if I'm randomly like you know, interacting with malicious content or even signing transactions I should not sign. Cool, so self-custodials, snaps living in your wallet, and basically like it's important that you are able to both revoke accesses and add any snap that you want at any time, okay? For the users, and if you guys want to check it out, this is a QR code for specific, like, you have all the list of these 50 plus category of snaps. We are adding a bunch of like new categories that we're announcing soon. That's also like quite interesting. But the long story short is that a lot of people are using it, and a lot of developers are extending their functionality, like the functionality of the wallet, with their tech stack. The cool thing is that if you want to integrate or if you want to leverage your even like your specific like tech that you're building on, you can actually build a snap and basically like benefiting on all the ecosystem. For the developer out there, we started back in the days you know, iterating in hackathons. But basically, like what happens right now, we have a fully snap builder kind of like route. You can check out docs. We have a wish list. You can also like give specific like GitHub discussion inputs. And yeah, it's actually getting quite straightforward, right? And we're always like able to iterate around you know, around hackathons through bounties, but also like we're very accessible for anybody that want to try to build their own snap. And we have also like some snap example that you can take the repo, fork it, and build on top of that. Cool, so that said, we kind of like cover different things, right? But I want to also like make sure that everybody understand here that building a cool technology is not enough, right? Obviously, I wrote that slide yesterday, thinking about this a lot, because what basically is happening right now is that everybody's building different technology. Yes, it's great, but also like we need to really understand that it's about building an ecosystem is about also like be accessible to builders and users, but most important also like not underestimate the power of like this developer ecosystem. So building a developer ecosystem is key, but most important also like sometimes, and I don't know how many DevRels there are in the room, because it's also quite interesting for everybody is looking at this recording. We often speak about kind of like different languages around developer activations, right? And basically I thought about this like last year, and I started to develop different frameworks to speak about kind of the same language, the same activation, so that we can actually think about and debate metrics, ROI, and kind of like developer ecosystem ROIs, right? So basically, based on that, I will show 2 main frameworks that I see I have 5 minutes more, and this kind of like the things that I was working on post-NAP. I don't know if many of you guys remember this Maslow hierarchy of needs. Raise maybe your hand. Basically, this is quite straightforward. I started back, I don't know, 10 years ago. But basically, then I asked myself how we can actually use that and kind of translate in a builder hierarchy of needs. And basically, that's what I did. I built this Francesco hierarchy of builder needs. And I will not deep dive on this, but the long story short is there are maybe 5 levels. And you know, sometimes around like DevRels or even like PMs, we're speaking about different activation. And this is kind of the thing that we were thinking about. There are kind of the low-hanging fruit and the basic to be, you know, to go up in order to the next level. So things like, you know, like being aware about specific like ecosystem events, but most important also have your docs on place, have your tutorials on place, have specific kind of like 10 minutes tutorial on embedded on docs. And then you can actually build on top of that. I'm very passionate about basically the second, that is in this one is the fourth. It's all about building this kind of safe space for developer. So I definitely believe that developers are not interested directly in the technology. They're interested in actually like the use case and building on top of what is about. And kind of like the same as we speak. I don't know if you've been in some activation that we started called like Builder Nights. But basically, like, this was a very verticalized meetup that was very intended to give the most important information around a specific topic. And we started like a 437 meetup for the people in AA. We also started back in the days the 437 Mafia. I don't know if you guys want to be added, but let us know. And yeah, and so things are going well, right? And the lesson learned here was, even before, like, trying to bring your product first in face of developers, you wanna drive a narrative that is more kind of like a vertical and use case focus. So this is like a paper that kind of I wrote about that, and it's quite interesting because it's going deep down on those 5 principles and 5 pillars. Cool. So what we kind of learned today, right? So we want to focus on education and curiosity. We want to also like kind of like make different ways and not trying to avoid the traditional marketing, but kind of like understanding what are the benefits and how we can leverage those specific things. And also like one thing that we learned, and especially for the Snaps journey, was you need to iterate, and we really like leverage, for example, hackathons to start giving different bounties on different features. I remember back in the days we were in ETH Lisbon, and we were kind of like presenting this transaction insights API with the Snap, and then we went back home and we reiterate. And after 2 months, we came back with new bounties, and this also was a good way to show that we are actually like getting feedbacks in-house and bringing things back. This is the second framework, and I think I have a couple of minutes left for some questions. But basically, like, speaking a lot with players in the ecosystem, we're always speaking about those product-specific conversion, right? The second part here, and we're speaking about this is not product-specific, right? That's why it's kind of like an anonymized product-specific funnel. And a lot of time, like, we are underestimating or we're just not valuing enough this kind of like first part, the value-driven onboarding, right? So what does it mean? Basically, like, we want to create a passionate ecosystem of developers that actually like is focused on building ecosystem use case and verticals. So this was all about why I think this is a strong kind of like language to speak when we're speaking about different funneling, different target developers, and kind of different activations, right? Think about like stuff like even like community calls, like you can run ecosystem community call and you can run like product update community calls. You can run like straight developer meetups, but you can also run more verticalized topic focused developer meetups, even before deep diving in your product workshop, right? And I think that was very important from the Snaps perspective, because we kind of like came back and we say, what are the top use case? That's why we are kind of proceeding with these categories that people want to build on top of that. Cool. I will recap a little bit right now. So we're all about permissionless innovation. We are aware about this paradigm shift, and I don't know if you guys were checking this Joe fireside chat yesterday, 2 days ago, I think. Was all about like this kind of narrative. Build a vibrant community. I think for everybody here that have developer tooling or just want to build a better product, think this is something that you want to care and leverage these kind of frameworks. And most important, like you want to be able to leverage those communities and build a much more standardized language so that people can build on top and kind of like enabling themselves to build further like the product, right? And I think this is also like a big lesson learned. So that's a big part of like the game that we are playing. And the goal is really like that we all together, both like developers in the space and users, we are trying to like bring much more an active ecosystem, not just getting feedback in-house, but also like giving instrument to the community to build on top of things. And I think this is also not just empowering builders in the space, but also like you will see a lot of appreciation around users. And we see that a lot, but we definitely like want to empower much more the community around this ecosystem. Cool. Yeah. Big thanks to DappCon and the whole Gnosis team. I think it's been amazing. And for anybody who has any question, feel free to ask. And yeah, thanks so much.
Yes, so we have time to take some questions. Do we have any DevRels in the audience?
Any DevRels, any snaps, builders?
Any snaps users?
I think we're good.
I think that, yeah. Thank you so much for your talk. And thank you for
so
joining
much.
us. Just a little update. We'll be back at 4:35 to kick off the next session. Yeah, so go walk around and mingle, and see you then.
Welcome back. Hope you're all having a lovely afternoon. Next up, we have Ivo from Ambire, and he'll be talking about demystifying account abstraction EIPs. So everyone give a big round of applause for Ivo.
Hey everyone, I'm Ivo Georgiev from Ambire Wallet, and I'm gonna tell you about demystifying account abstraction, EIPs, ERCs, RIPs, you name it. As you know, it's been a really complicated topic, and this talk is kind of weirdly timed in a very good time and bad time at the same time, because Vitalik is speaking at SafeCon on account abstraction. So basically continuing Vitalik's work here. So here is a brief agenda of what we're going to talk about, and we're going to start with the big picture, and the big picture is going to be like the landscape. You're going to see it visualized. Then we're going to touch upon ERC 4337, what it is and what it is not. Then we're going to go into evolution of native account abstraction or enshrining account abstraction into Ethereum and the EVM ecosystem in general. And then we're gonna move into intermediary solutions, which are really popular at the moment. And finally, we're gonna cover signatures, which is just like a huge pain point for dApps. So first of all, who am I? Who are we? So I'm the co-founder and CEO of Ambire Wallet, and Ambire Wallet is one of the first smart contract wallets on Ethereum entirely. And it was built in 2019 as part of ADEX network and then pivoted into its own thing, spun off. And we launched one of the first consumer-centric account abstraction wallets in 21. And since then, we've grown to over 100,000 wallets. And we also won an Ethereum Foundation grant for building email-based account recovery through DKIM signatures. And finally, I wrote a very cool ERC for verifying signatures from smart contract wallets that aren't deployed yet, so counterfactual accounts. And you know, why is account abstraction valuable? Most of you probably already know this, but I would say that one of the first things is easier onboarding, thanks to being able to pay gas in tokens, being able to prepay for gas, and etc. Another really cool thing is that we can get rid of ERC20 approvals, which is thanks to transaction batching. And also we can recover accounts, so you know, social recovery, onboarding people without a seed phrase, and letting them recover their account even if they lose access to it. And finally, quantum resistance and being able to implement alternative cryptography, and for example, implementing passkeys. And you can see a demo for almost all of those features in the web version of Ambire. We haven't implemented, like, for example, passkeys yet, but we rolled out almost all of those features that are mentioned here. And another big question is when account abstraction, right? And the answer is now. So there is a big misconception in the space about what those EIPs and ERCs do, because people think that those EIPs are going to lead to those features being available on mainnet, but the reality is those features are already available on mainnet. And most of the EIPs and ERCs only make those features more accessible, easier to build, etc. So this is a big, like, visual overview of the account abstraction landscape. And basically, things started with, like, there's been a million proposals, but EIP 2938 was the original native account abstraction, and then it evolved into 7560, but that was thanks to ERC 4337, which kind of picked things up and became like the renaissance for account abstraction. And a really cool thing about this is that none of those are competing. So they're only competing for attention and for memes, but almost none of these proposals are competing with each other. So let's start with 4337, and I really assume that most of you are already familiar with it. But there's been a few misconceptions about 4337 to clean up. And one of them is that it is a standard. It's not really a standard. What it does is it's one of the first account abstraction proposals that doesn't include any protocol changes. So it's really technically kind of a standard for relayers, a standard for decentralized relayers, and it implements the feature of being able to broadcast account abstraction transactions and include them without actually modifying the Ethereum protocol. So it's not a change in the Ethereum protocol, and most importantly, it doesn't add any new features. It doesn't enable any new features. It just makes building those features easier. It's not native account abstraction. That's something that you will hear many times, and it's not enshrined to the protocol, which has its own advantages and disadvantages. For example, the advantage is that it's easier to implement, and it started a renaissance in the account abstraction space. But a disadvantage of this is that it comes with additional gas costs. So yeah, the benefits, it made everyone fall in love with account abstraction again. It was really easy to implement in terms of not requiring any protocol level changes. And the best of all, wallets no longer need to develop these proprietary and fragile relayers. And unfortunately, though, it has a few weaknesses. Like, for example, a high gas overhead. The gas overhead of ERC-4337 can get up to 200,000 gas, or even more. And it cannot go pretty much any lower than 50,000 gas. So another disadvantage of 4337 is that it doesn't add any functionality to existing accounts. So if you have your EOAs, you cannot make use of account abstraction on those EOAs. And you have to move funds to a different account, which has been a huge blocker for adoption in the space. And personally, I think that this is one of the reasons that account abstraction hasn't seen more adoption, because people are just kind of psychologically inclined to stay on their existing accounts rather than move funds to new accounts that they potentially don't even trust because there's a smart contract underneath. And another disadvantage of 4337 is that it has a high development overhead compared to simpler proposals. So how do we solve this? We solve this by enshrining account abstraction, as Vitalik said, and this can come in many forms. And over the years, there's been literally 1 million proposals. And one of the things that people don't really know about account abstraction is that Ethereum was actually meant to launch with account abstraction. But they literally ran out of time, and the team was really hard-pressed to launch as soon as possible. So that's why it got left on the sidelines. And yeah, we have a screenshot of the original Ethereum white paper, which literally states that accounts can be contract accounts. And we have a brief history of all of the proposals. So things started in 2016 with EAP 86. And that was basically all about abstracting signature validation and nonce checks. And that was sort of inclined from the perspective of quantum resistance and like alternative signature algorithms, but not only that. And then after that, the focus kind of shifted to being able to pay gas in stablecoins or in alternative tokens in general. And then we had the first complete proposal in 2020, which was EAP 2938. And then we had this EAP that became so controversial lately, which is 3074, and we're going to get to that in a minute. And then 4337, then there's a bunch of other ones, and as I said earlier, 7560, which took the learnings from 4337 and proposed enshrining them into the protocol. So are any of those live? And almost in all cases, the answer is no, but some replace the others, right? So it doesn't make sense for all of them to be live. But 4337 obviously has been the most successful one. And now we come to a very interesting topic from the last couple of weeks, and this is ERC 3074 and ERC 7702, although we're going to get into that. But the thing is, 3074 has been compared a lot to 4337 in the past. Like a couple of months ago, I've seen tons of these comparisons on Twitter, and this is one example there. And the thing is, they do not solve the same problem. One solves sending transactions, relaying transactions, and paying the gas for those transactions, and the other solves converting EOAs, kind of. Not exactly, but retrofitting account abstraction on existing EOAs. So it kind of started as a very big meme war between those two ERCs or EIPs or whatever you call them, but both can coexist, although later on the 4337 team found that even though they can coexist, it's not really an elegant integration between them. So yeah, ERC 3074 was like sidelined for like 3 years. Then core devs pretty much kind of randomly decided to help account abstraction and scheduled this EIP for inclusion. And then later on, the 4337 community realized that there's so many like compatibility issues. And then Vitalik came in at the last minute and pretty much saved the day with EIP 7702, which is sort of a rewrite of 3074, but in a way that's way more compatible with 4337 and generally more elegant. And yeah, EIP 7702 is EIP 3074 reimagined. It's much more compatible with 4337, as I said, and it doesn't add new opcodes, which makes it much easier to deprecate in the future. Because one argument against 3074 has been that we're enshrining these like kind of ugly hacks, and then in the future, when we get a real native account abstraction, we wouldn't be able to get rid of 3074. But 7702 solves this because it doesn't include any opcode changes in the EVM. It's just an alternative transaction type. And a transaction type is really easy to get rid of. You just need to get rid of it from the Go Ethereum implementation or whatever the node is. And basically, you can help transitioning to full account abstraction, to full native account abstraction. So one very significant difference between 3074 and 7702 is that in 7702, accounts have contract code during execution. And why this is significant? Because it breaks DApp compatibility with dApps that already discriminate against smart contract wallets. So, like for example, there's been many of those NFT mints that check if the caller is a contract, and if the caller is a contract, they just revert and they don't allow you to mint the NFT. And the logic behind this is kind of stupid. They've been thinking on how to get rid of bots and how to disallow bots from minting their NFTs, but this breaks the whole account abstraction compatibility, right? So like you cannot mint it from a safe, you cannot mint it from Ambuyer, but 3074 had potential to solve this, but with 7702 we wouldn't be able to because the contract still has code, the account still has code during execution. But this is actually a really small price to pay because it brings a huge advantage, which is that you can validate signatures through 1271 during execution. Why is this significant? It's significant because, like for example, I can have my EOA and add a passkey to it, and without this trait, I wouldn't be able to sign messages using the passkey and have those messages validated in the transaction execution. So yeah, for everything else, the trust assumptions between those two EIPs remains absolutely the same, so you still have to really trust the implementation, but that's true for literally any account abstraction wallet, and not only account abstraction, it's true for any wallet in general, right? When you put your private key into MetaMask, you're trusting the MetaMask implementation and the MetaMask code not to leak your private key. So it's pretty much the same with account abstraction. When you're putting your funds into an account abstraction wallet, you have reasonably verified that the contract that you're putting funds into is secure. And finally, one of the most interesting aspects of account abstraction, and that's signatures. And again, there's been a misconception in the past that actually this misconception is changing, but there's been a misconception that contracts cannot sign messages, and it's kind of true. Contracts cannot sign messages, but contracts can implement message validation logic, which allows, if it's a contract account, to define a standard in which messages are being validated. For example, if it's a safe, then the function would just define that the message needs to be signed by all of the signers on the safe, right? So this is an example of how EIP 1271 works. And you define a function called isValidSignature, and in that function, you define your own logic for what constitutes a valid message for this contract account. And yeah, that's basically how contracts can sort of sign messages. They don't sign messages, but the signers that own this account sign messages, and then the contracts define how those messages are validated. So there's one big flaw with this, and it's that you cannot verify signatures from contracts that are not deployed yet. And why is this a problem? It's a problem because we want account abstraction not to make any steps backwards from your ways. So what we want to do is we don't want the person to have one additional step to deploy their account. In the past, that was a standard for account abstraction wallets. You would sign up, and then the wallet would say, please pay this gas to deploy your account, which is an immediate step backwards from EOAs, because EOAs don't make you do that. And it's super counterintuitive to ask for someone to pay a fee for something that they don't even know that they're going to use. So yeah, a bunch of account abstraction wallets worked like this in the past. And then everyone switched to counterfactual deployment, which is really cool, because counterfactual deployment allows you to delay deployment until your first transaction and hide it from the user completely. Like, for example, I would create an Umbire account. It won't get deployed on-chain, so on Etherscan it would just look like an EOA. But then the moment I do my first transaction, the deployment would get batched together with the transaction itself. So the contract would first deploy my account, and then it would execute the transaction that I actually want executed. So the user doesn't even notice this. It's like 40,000 gas overhead, and on layer 2s especially, you cannot even know that it's there. So we're completely abstracting this step away. And Safe, of course, obviously, switched to this as well. But the problem with this is that you cannot verify messages if your account is not deployed yet. So that creates a whole another drama, because I can go on a DApp, and the DApp could be, let's say, on Optimism. And because I've never sent transactions on Optimism, the DApp wouldn't be able to log me in, because the DApp cannot verify my signature. So that's a problem. And the way it's solved is through ERC 6492, which is an ERC that merges all of the different signature types into one single validation contract, which doesn't need to be deployed on-chain. It gets invoked through it call off-chain, and it can verify signatures from contracts that are not deployed yet. It can verify signatures from contracts that are deployed. It can also verify standard easy recover signatures. And this ERC extends 1271. It doesn't compete with it. And also shout out to Sequence, who also helped with this ERC. But yeah, that's the main thing that it does. It allows verifying any type of signature. And we also built a library that allows you to use this ERC really easily. So it's like one NPM module, and we really encourage every DApp to switch from ethers.verify message to this library, because you don't have to care about all of the account abstraction complexities of verifying a message. You just have to call one single asynchronous method, and you've got all signature cases covered, including EOAs. And yeah, let's go into satellite EAPs now. And the first thing that I want to mention is modular accounts. And there is literally the first case of competing ERCs here, other than 3074, is the case of the modular account ERCs, which are competing. One of them is built by ZeroDev. Then we have another really cool ERC, which is 5792, which allows the dApps to send batch transaction batches to the wallet, which is really cool, because this is the thing that's going to kill ERC20 approvals, right? Because we don't need to actually kill ERC20 approvals on chain, but we can abstract them away by batching them together with the action. And the cool thing about this is that we don't need to make infinite approvals anymore, and we can make exact approvals, which after the action has been completed, the exact approval gets zeroed. So you no longer need to have open approvals. And yeah, there's a bunch of others which I can go into, but what I want to mention is that there's a bunch of EAPs now for alternative cryptographic curves, which is going to allow us to verify passkeys with significantly less gas. So that's cool. And I suggest that we move on to questions. One question there.
What is the overhead in terms of gas of ERC 7706?
You mean 7702?
02.
Yeah, I know, numbers are, it's crazy with the EAPs and numbers. So there is no, it's not defined yet because the standard, as far as I know, is not written to a level which specifies the gas usage of this new transaction type, but it's expected to be really low. So like, for example, for 3074, there was overhead which is equivalent to delegate co, so like a few thousand gas. So I'm expecting it to be something like this as well. And another thing worth mentioning is that because it's compatible with 4337, multiple user ops from different users can be bundled together, which can further save gas and can actually make account abstraction cheaper than EOAs. In other words, it's negligible. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Ivo. Everyone give a big round of applause for Ivo again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, okay. So next up, we have Pedro Gomez from Wallet Connect, and he'll be talking about session authentication for smart accounts. So everyone give a big round of applause for Pedro. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. There's still some time, so he'll be back on in about 3 minutes. He'll be on, so apologies. Hey everyone, sorry I got ahead of myself there earlier, but now we're on. So yes, we have Pedro Gomez again for Wallet Connect, and he'll be talking about session authentication for smart accounts. So everyone, give a big round of applause for Pedro.
Thank you. So as I was said, my name is Pedro Gomez, and I'm the founder of Wallet Connect, and I'll be talking about session authentication for smart accounts. And in order to do that, I think we need to kind of break down the lingo, because in Web3 we talk about a lot of like new terminology, but if you think about it, a lot of the terms are familiar, or at least the experience is familiar with what is the internet today. And when you think about connecting the wallet, we're basically just moving away from like this login experience to a connect experience. But is it really that different? Like, even if you consider all of the actual terms that we talk about, from signing and accounts and keys and connections, but realistically, we're doing authentication, which is a very well-known term, and at the end of the day, you just need to verify you are who you are. And if you're a user and you want to use an application, authentication isn't necessarily the most fun part, because at the end of the day, as a user, you're just thinking, let me in. Like, I just want to get in. Like, I don't want to get like with more steps. So I think it's important for us to define the mission that in order to have a good experience, less clicks is more. And that's essentially what we're going to try to achieve with smart accounts, but at the same time, we need to address why Web3 is different. And by understanding the concept of how the previous internet, to some extent, or the internet that the majority of the world uses, sometimes called Web2, you have this concept of a server and an application. And while the server has a lot of components, one of the most important components is the authentication part. And you can see in this diagram, a very simplified version, we have internally of the server a small service or component called auth. And in a blockchain or Web3 world, we basically move that into the user's device because we wanted to empower the user to actually have control over his data and assets, and we called it the wallet. And the wallet essentially is the module that actually allows you to authenticate into the blockchain, and the app is essentially waiting for the user to actually give permissions. So if you think about this, like maybe we should break down what the wallet actually is, because obviously it was different than what we had before, and we can think of it as almost three separate concepts where you have a set of credentials that allows you to actually get access to the wallet, which might vary from like passwords and PIN codes or email, depending on which wallet design you're actually using. And then there's like some form of signing, whether that's local software or hardware or even like remotely in a node. But at the end of the day, they all have this idea of an external account. And we want to evolve this into a smart account world. So we kind of have to like explore how we actually use wallets today and how we can get to a much better experience. The way we actually log in or connect our wallets today is that we actually establish a connection between the dApp and the wallet, as you guys saw in the diagram before, but we then need to actually prove that you are who you are. And in order to do that, the standard sign-in with Ethereum was created to verify with a single message signature that you actually own the wallet that you're claiming to own. And this actually looks like this, which isn't like horrendous, but it's still an improvement to what we had before, because before, some people were just like signing random hashes or arbitrary messages that every dApp did differently. So with Sign with Ethereum, we created a standard to actually format and have a more consistent experience that actually feels somewhat familiar to the existing Google login or Facebook login. And you can see that essentially have a concept of some website or application wants to access your account, and there's some terms of services associated with it, and certain conditions around which chain, which timestamp, or when it expires. And we even have this concept of resources, which will eventually be useful for us to actually build a better connection experience, which we'll then get into that. At Wallet Connect, we decided that this idea of connecting and then signing a message with Ethereum, it kind of becomes a little bit of a nuisance, and we actually should reduce the steps. At the end of the day, less clicks is more, so having 2 steps already just to get into an application feels like a big hurdle that we should solve. So why don't we just like scrape the connection part and skip it to the session? So with CAIP 222, which is a chain agnostic standard, so it would work for all the EVM chains and outside of it, we would have a single step where we can sign in right away without actual having a connection, but you're still able to establish a session with the application, but prove at the same time that you own that wallet. So that was already a big step, but is that enough? Because realistically, you also want to sign transactions. That's why we actually built this ecosystem around blockchains. You want to actually create some assets and data and actually change how the blockchain works, and signing transactions is the end goal. So most people might think, just close your eyes and approve, like, you know, whatever, like the pop-up shows up, like I'm so tired, I just wanted to get it done with. And that kind of like breaks the security, and it's quite a challenge, right? To build a good wallet experience, you always have to like balance convenience and security. And in order to do that, it's quite of an art, because the user at the end of the day wants less clicks is more. Like, this is why we're here, right? We want to have the best user experience. The user just wants to get it done with. So we need to kind of understand why wallets work the way they work, right? we already have the concept of a wallet, an application, and the blockchain. But why is the wallet so important in this component? It's because public key cryptography consists of two keys. The private key, which is the one that's secret to you as a user, and then the public key, which actually is available to everyone to verify that you own the private key. So these two are connected to each other, but only one of them is actually available to you. And what happens is that you actually have some message. And when I say message here, it could be anything. It could be a transaction or just a simple plain text message. And once you actually pass this message through like a cryptographic curve with your private key, you actually output a signature. And this signature is quite powerful because it validates not only that this message has been validated by you, but then they can actually compare it against the public key, which is publicly available, as it says in the name, and then verify that you actually intended to do something. But in blockchain, like obviously it's not as simple as that simple diagram. You actually have some form of transaction that passes a message through the private key, outputs a signature, and then you have a public key that actually matches an account. Because it's also important to note that your 0x address that you see on the blockchain is not the actual public key, but it does match an account. So actually what we can do is break down this concept that the public key always matches to an account and build a much better experience. And this is what smart accounts is all about, or more technically known as externally owned accounts, EOAs, converting into a smart contract account, or SCSAs, or let's just call it external account and smart account. Like, I want to keep it simple so that we have this experience, we want to move into smart accounts, and we're going to understand how we're going to get there. And a smart account is deployed by a smart contract. So if you have a smart contract, how can you actually sign? Because we just said that the wallet is essentially a private key. If you have no key, then you have no signature. So it's important that we actually create a standard for this, and fortunately, someone has already thought about that, and signature validation for contracts already exists with 1271, which allows you to actually sign with a key that has ownership over a smart contract and essentially sign on that behalf, and the contract will validate, yes, this key can sign on the behalf of this account. So we essentially decoupled the signing into having multiple signers to then own a smart account. And this comes with a very simple spec. If you actually look at it, it's just a single method that literally calls isValidSignature. That was simple enough to actually solve a lot of problems, but we also have to kind of go a little bit deeper into what an account means. We broke down what a wallet is, but what is an account? And an account, you can think of it as a signer, a payer, and some cryptography. The signer that we just saw was solved with the 1271 because now you actually have multiple signers owning the account, which is validated through that method. And what we don't have is the payer. And this is something that the smart accounts can actually introduce, where the signer always pays for the transaction in an external account. With the smart account, we can break that relationship and have someone else pay for that. And an advantage, or almost as a side effect for this, is that because we decouple the signer from the payer, we also can use different cryptographic curves. So we're not like tied to the blockchain limitation of using this specific curve. We can actually use something that's more widely available in your phones, in your computers, or tablets. So now that we actually have this world where we can have multiple signers and wallets and applications, we also have the opportunity to kind of simplify it and just have for all users or all profiles a single smart account everywhere and kind of make a better experience. So what it actually means to be connected, when you actually connect to expose an account, you read some blockchain data because you're given an address and we can actually check the state. We create a session for you, which we validated with signer with Ethereum, and then we request user approval to submit transactions. So if you now have these multiple signers and you have payers, now we kind of need to standardize how these smart accounts work. And this is where account abstraction kind of took off. 43.7 was a pivotal moment for smart accounts because it standardizes this concept of multiple signers and payers, and it almost can be described with a simple diagram, which if you remember the triangle that we had before of app and wallet and blockchain, now it's a little bit more complex, but it actually can be simplified as a wallet requests a paymaster to actually pay for its gas, and then the signer would actually sign the operation, and then the wallet submits all of that to a bundler. And in 43.7, we introduced a new concept of a user operation. So remember how we actually signed with your private key a message? Before that message was a transaction. Now we shifted into a user operation. So now the wallet is delegating the payment to the paymaster, delegating the signer to a signer, and then we actually send all of these user operations to a bundler. And the reason it's called a bundler is because it takes a bunch of user operations and constructs a single transaction as a single bundle and submits to the blockchain. And now we have abstracted a lot of complexity, but we also introduced fragmentation because every wallet and paymaster and bundler will do something a little different, and we want to make sure that we still have the same interoperability that we had with external accounts. So the first problem that we have is how do you discover if a wallet supports smart accounts? Fortunately, we have 5792 wallet call API methods, which introduce 4 new methods. And in these 4 methods, we have a much better experience to interface with wallets. But most importantly, I would like us to focus on get capabilities, because this one is actually the one that gives a little bit more visibility from a dApp to say, this is a smart account. And something that we can do is actually, this is purely illustrative, but you could say, this supports session keys or paymaster service, and essentially gives the scope of the dApp what I can do with this wallet. It's much more than you could do with an external account. But then even if you found that, you still have to understand, like, does this wallet support paymasters? Which paymasters does it support? And how can you interface with these paymasters? So yet again, we created a new standard for that. A paymaster web service capability, which actually describes, let's not get into what it actually describes, but the most important thing is that all paymasters will follow the same API. And this, again, creates a more competitive and fair market for paymasters because you don't have vendor lock-in around specific paymasters, and instead you actually have all paymasters using the exact same API. And even if you do have that, remember how we actually introduced the concept of user operations? Those are different from transactions, and one of the differences is that the smart contract wallets will then actually do user operations very differently. So actually, for someone else to actually construct the user operation will be very hard. So with 7679, we have this concept of a user operation builder, where we can delegate to the wallet and say, I want to do this transaction, but I don't know how to construct the user operation, so you tell me how to format correctly. And this, a lot of code, I know, but like, if you look at it, it basically gives you like the primitives to actually construct a user operation. So now that we actually standardize how smart contracts can actually interface with a user operation and paymasters, we have standardized a lot of things. But still, if you think about like smart contracts today, they're more complex than just like paying and submitting transactions. They also have concept of modules. If you think about safe modules, like they have their own ecosystem, but then how can we standardize across the whole Ethereum ecosystem that's all modules work the same? 7579 introduces a solution to that, which essentially brings an even more generalized solution that everyone can comply. And we can think of modules for many different use cases around guardians and around key management. But I like to think even something as simple as recovery can be designed as a more competitive market with this standard. Now, you kind of think that we did a lot of work into breaking down the wallet into multiple components. We could almost embed the experience in a dApp. So why don't we just like take the paymasters and signers and we bring it all to the dApp and we start signing up user operations in the dApp? If we do this, we would be introducing the concept of session keys. And personally, I think this might be the most pivotal moment for the experience of Ethereum, because if you do have session keys, you can almost think of the wallet as its own purpose is to approve an interaction with a dApp and do a single click to sign with Ethereum. And yet again, we completed our mission to do less clicks is more. Not only we remove the connection part, we go straight to sign with Ethereum, but we can now actually improve it by not even having to go to the wallet to submit transactions. So to do this, we're currently working on an ERC that is pending having its own number, because we're still working on it. But hopefully, within the next days, we will start seeing how we can actually define permissions for sessions. And this will look very simply where you can actually request permissions from a wallet, and the wallet will ask the user, do you want to approve these permissions? And then once approved, it will allow the dApp to actually have this permissions object, and then it can use like the permissions to send it directly to the bundler. So now, if the dApp can actually do everything by itself, the only thing you actually need from the wallet is the permissions. And if you remember when I showed that sign-in with Ethereum looked very similar to Google Login, in Google Login you also have a list of permissions that the dApp or the app asks from Google. We can have the exact same experience for Ethereum apps. So if we're going to give keys to the dApp, how can we secure these session keys better? Because, you know, we did create a good process of standardizing everything, but we didn't actually protect the key itself. Fortunately, there's a standard today that's widely available in the internet, which is called passkeys. And in order to do that, we have to upgrade the passkeys into using this new standard that's called 7212. And 7212 introduces a new standard that if you look at passkeys, you have this experience that is very widely known. And even whether it's like on Android or iOS, what it uses is that the key doesn't actually exist in the website. Instead, it exists in the secure enclave in your device. And if Ethereum supports the 7212, this means that now we can actually verify the same curve that it's being used for Google Pay or for Apple Wallet. And now the session keys are as secure as your credit cards. And this is currently being considered for inclusion in the next hard fork. So in the next Ethereum upgrade, we might have compatibility with passkeys at the Ethereum level, which is really powerful. So now you might think, is this the end game for wallets? I hope so. Because we went from this path where the authentication lived in the server, and now if the app can act as a wallet, following all of the standards around paymasters and user operations and session key permissions, we can essentially put the wallet in the app, in the user's device, without having the constraint of having to go to the wallet to click and approve and constantly redirect themselves into the wallet. I think that this kind of redefines what's actually being connected, because in the past, Wallet Connect acted as a protocol between dApps and wallets to interface with each other. But now the definition of a dApp wallet connection is more complicated, and essentially what you're actually connecting is a bunch of infrastructure that's enabling you to have a much better experience, such that you can have less clicks and you have a more redefined wallet experience, which I believe has always been the mission of Wallet Connect. And hopefully, we can one day say, less clicks is more, and we have achieved the final end goal of Wallet Connect. Any questions?
Yes, we still have some time for questions, so if anyone has any questions, please raise your hands. Yes, gentleman over there.
Hello, thanks for the presentation. Not exactly a question, I'm just trying to see if I followed this correctly. So with this session keys thing, it means that me as a user, I'll go to the dApp, I'm sort of already connected, and then from there I'll give permissions once, and then it uses the session keys to do actions from that moment onwards until I finish those session keys. So I never leave the dApp in the end. Is that right?
That's correct. So if you think about the current experience, going from you go to an app, you see that connect button, you press on it, you go to your wallet, and it says, this app wants to connect to you. But then the app wants to actually verify that you own that account, so they ask you to sign with Ethereum, you sign another message, you go back to the app. But then even after that, once you go through those two steps, you actually still have to go back to the wallet to approve a transaction, and it might be multiple transactions. So you have this constant like going back and forth between two applications to interface, which, you know, doesn't feel great. So in the beginning, you saw that we actually reduced already today with Wallet Connect the connection and the signing with Ethereum into a single step, which was a great improvement, but that didn't stop the wallet from actually having to be redirected every time you need to approve a transaction. So if we want to have a single click experience for Ethereum, then we need to sign in with Ethereum, and in that message, we need to encode as many information as possible that will delegate responsibility to the dApp to interface. So in these permissions, one of the things that we are working on is that you give a scope of how much the session key can do. So you're not just signing with Ethereum and verifying your ownership, you're also giving an authorization to an app to interface. For example, I want to interface with this smart contract, and it's able to use this amount of assets, and it can call these transactions and maybe do something else. So this session key now not only has an expiry, it could be an hour, it could be a day, depending on how the standards evolve as we build these applications. But in this more modern experience for Ethereum, you basically won't see the approvals anymore, because this key was already constrained to do only a very specific set of methods, and it only has access to a certain assets, and basically they will only use it for their specific application. So now the reason we always redirected users to wallets is because we wanted that consent, but the consent was given up front as to how much scope are you giving this application.
Cool. Thank you. Hopefully that is the end game indeed.
Anyone have any other questions for Pedro? Yes, you, sir. Gentleman at the front. Oh, back there.
Okay, a bit of front running. So, are you thinking of how to visualize the permission that the user is going to give to the wallet? And is it part of this permission standard? How to explain to the user what the exact permissions are and how to translate basically the session key into human-readable format?
No. So in the permission standard, the only thing that is being defined is the actual conditions. So this will be very machine-readable, very computer-focused. But then what we actually need to create is some standardization around the most common permissions. Similarly to how many transactions today, if you're going to approve it in a wallet, some of them literally just say, sign contract. And that's all it says. But some more common patterns like approving a token balance, transferring a token, doing a swap, these have become so common that created dedicated user experiences where you actually have a little bit more context about what's happening. So in the permissions, we will eventually have common, allow this many tokens to be spent, allow these many swaps to be done, so you can have very clear scopes around the most common patterns. I guess the open question today is, what about the least common patterns? Do we just straight reject them and don't allow session keys to do these? Or do we allow the user to, kind of explore applications with session keys and then do their own research, At least I think that simple things like swapping and allowing token balances and maybe some DAO voting could already be scoped, because these have been very common patterns that we can standardize the UI for. But it's an open work.
I think we can squeeze one more. Yes, so.
Great talk, and it's very consistent with the one at SafeCon. No, I didn't have time to ask at there. And I want to ask, just to clarify a bit, so the session key you were mentioning is mostly for simplifying the usage on dApps, but it won't eliminate the wallet itself, right? Because people still need a place to store their digital assets instead of putting them all on each dApp. So it's mostly for dApps.
The big difference you might see is that at the end of the day, you have, I guess you could call it the signer keys and the session keys, but they're all signers, right? But I guess you could say it there's a primary signer and an app signer, and the difference between the session key is that it has a very narrow scope. There's still a lot of things that you have to do, and you have to consider the security implications of having a key that can do everything. And this key that can do everything could be adding new signers, approving new apps, changing recovery options, allowing you to top up the balance. You can't just give all the power to these session keys. You still have to have a primary key that has more power over managing your wallet. And another thing that it could also do is potentially even revoke capabilities from an existing. If, for example, a session key were to be malicious, you can actually have the primary key go revoke that capability, and now all the system will now see, wait a second, you do have this permissions object, but I can see that the primary key has revoked it. So now you can stop that session key from going malicious. So the wallet will still manage your accounts as your primary key, and the session key is just abstracting a set of methods that you can do within this application specifically.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Pedro. Everyone, give a big round of applause for Pedro again. Thank you. Okay, so next up, we have Rene Rainsberg for Cello. And his topic is Make dApps, Not Meme Coins. So, everyone give a big round of applause for Rene.
All right, hello DappCon, how's it going? Who's ready to talk meme coins? Yeah, okay, I like the energy. Excellent. So, let me take you back on a little journey. This is back in 2013. We're living out in Silicon Valley, and we were just actually in the process of selling our last startup. And one of our early backers, Jeff Hammerbacher, who's the co-founder of Cloudera, made that statement, which at the time got a lot of attention. The best minds of my generations are thinking about how to make people click ads. That sucks. And it's interesting because that was really a feeling that at the time really started brewing almost as a tension in Silicon Valley, because yeah, it's true, a lot of the smartest people coming out of graduate programs and like working in machine learning and like other things went doing stuff that on the surface didn't seem very productive, and there was sort of a growing number of people who was basically saying, hey, couldn't those skills be applied to solve problems in bio, in like advancing society in other areas? And I was chatting with someone recently about what's happening currently with meme coins, and I sort of like, I felt there was sort of an analogy in some ways. And so yeah, the question I want to put out there is the best minds of our generation right now are thinking how to make people gamble meme coins. That sucks. And maybe it's not as extreme as with ads yet, but it certainly feels like there's a lot of excitement right now around meme coins, and a lot of smart people are spending their brain cells on figuring out how to launch meme coins. Now, not so fast, Rene, right? And folks here active on crypto Twitter will have seen the debates. Hey, this is a cultural movement. There's a lot of value. Of course, in the space in general, we want to encourage experimentation. And I just want to make sure, or I want to make clear, I get that, I appreciate it, but does it have to be so much, right? So I think there are some kind of elements here. I really actually thought Dovi's post was had some really interesting points there, right, in terms of capturing some of that maybe cultural tension that this generation is feeling, kind of being fed up with the traditional financial system and sort of a counterculture. And the more I was kind of also reading some of that, I was like, well, actually, you know what? In a sense, this is why maybe all of us are here for, right? And meme coins are kind of a great outlet right now. But that maybe suggests that the dApps we've been building so far haven't really delivered on being, sort of that accessible to mainstream and being sort of, in a way filling that void that meme coins are filling. So yeah, it got me thinking a little bit, okay, what are the things we can do to, in a way, channel that energy into applications that we're building? It's not working. Okay, this is like, you guys probably remember this early internet meme of the dancing baby, and then, the famous Apple ad. So imagine these as kind of actually videos, moving pictures, but you get the idea. I guess what it comes down to is like, do we channel our energy in creating what, can be cute, memorable memes, maybe even made some people famous, or are we here to build applications and brands, right, that can capture really, massive audiences, right, and become, what I would want to suggest, in some ways, Apple is, as a cult, is in a sense also has kind of some of that meme culture, and very successful brands can take a lot of that energy. And so how do we maybe take some of that kind of learning and channel it into the applications we build. So I want to take you back. This is 1 year ago, same stage. Together with the team from Opera, we announced the launch of MiniPay. MiniPay is a Web3 wallet that's built directly into Opera's Mini browser. For those of you not familiar, it's the most popular browser in, for example, Africa, over 90% market share in many markets, over 100 million users. It's massive. It's really like the gateway to the internet for a lot of the local population. They do a lot of things uniquely, right, for that audience, and for example, subsidizing bandwidth, right, and just making it a very lightweight experience that works extremely well on also low-end Android phones. And what I wanted to do here in these next few minutes is take you a little bit kind of through that journey. So recently, MiniPay announced that they've crossed 2 million activations. So still small in terms of their total audience, and some of that growth, is kind of gradual, country by country. There's, obviously always a big question around what is the on and off ramping experience? How easy is it for someone to go from, say, their mobile money to an on-chain dollar? And the team has been doing phenomenal work on that front, so that, for example, right now in Kenya, and this is enabled through different ecosystem builders, so this is not all Opera, but Opera together with the ecosystem on Cello creating that experience. If you're in Kenya and you have M-Pesa, within 30 seconds you can move from M-Pesa Kenyan shilling to on-chain dollars back and forth at no fee or almost no fee. And that's massive because now that's really becoming a gate to this new digital economy, and not just a way for people to send dollar stablecoins to each other, but actually access this digital economy and many of the dApps that you guys may be building or dreaming of. So really powerful, still early days, but already phenomenal traction even in these last 6-7 months since we were last here on stage. And yeah, that begs some questions. Why build from MiniPay? And I think a few points here that I've maybe touched on a little bit already. There's a massive audience, right? So they're quickly ramping up to introduce this to all their users. So likely this will become one of the biggest audiences that, like out there, right? Definitely for Web3 apps. Because it sits in a browser, it's also really easy to bring people back to the experience, right? So if you imagine you use a dApp, you forget about it, it's very hard for a dApp without working with a wallet, right, to actually capture, sort of kind of retain a user, right, or bring a user back. I mean, it's a lot of, reason why people are excited about launching kind of wallet features or even launching their own wallets like Uniswap has done. But this is something that, MiniPay can help with and offers sort of a unique kind of access to. Many of the dApps that have launched so far have seen tens of thousands of users, even within day one or in the first few days. And the application itself has done a fantastic job in really streamlining the onboarding. So it's super simple, even for someone who's new to crypto. You can log in, back up your seed phrase to your Gmail, tie your wallet to a phone number so you can receive and send funds based on phone numbers. And the best part of all, on Cello, you can pay for gas and stablecoins, so you don't have to worry about the complexity of holding either tokens, right, as is the case normally with non-custodial wallets. So really a much lower friction way to actually use applications. So yeah, definitely encourage all of you to take a look at MiniPay and the docs of how to actually kind of very tightly integrate with them. The good news is there's also other apps. Valora, built on Cello, the sort of OG wallet, has over 1 million downloads, is also very active around the world in many markets. And so the beauty here is that by focusing on kind of mobile audiences, we really are able to tap into a kind of new user base. And if you think about creating that Apple-like experience, right, that's really possible now because we have strong wallets, we have amazing on and off ramps that are seamless, right? Reducing the friction for signing transactions on mobile and paying for gas and stable coins. So all of these things that a few years ago were impossible and maybe have led to some of the frustrations, right, for people in this cycle, retail users being more excited about meme coins. But I think for us builders, there's an opportunity to get out there and do a better job in telling people, hey, things have changed. What we're building is a lot more easy to use, and it's actually, it's amazing. Some of these applications, I imagine, will become Apple-like brands, right, in the future, because they're solving really unique needs for the users, whether allowing them to save or get access to microcredit, or even just playing a game, right? I think entertainment is obviously not something we should ignore, but I feel there's sort of an opportunity here to channel the energy that we're seeing around meme coins into the applications we're building. And so what's nice is we've, over the last year, seen massive growth in users and daily active users. And you can see even with some of the MiniPay and Valora numbers, we're now kind of really touching millions of users. But the goal is to really have this be a global audience, right, that kind of uses these products on a regular daily basis. And so how do we unlock 1 billion users? And so I just, for those of you that may be a little newer to Celo, just wanted to give sort of a quick overview, right, with the recent announcement and sort of the vote by the Celo community through governance for Celo to become a layer 2 using the OP stack. There's really some excitement now for bringing a lot of the unique Celo features to the broader Ethereum community. And I mentioned some of the things I've mentioned already. We have the sort of human-centered focus, right, where you have gas payable with tokens. You have things like Social Connect, which is a protocol that maps identifiers like phone numbers to wallets. You have the easy on-off ramping, which I think people often overlook, but it's really a critical feature in enabling that really nice experience for users, and some open standards around that, and probably the biggest network across all ecosystems of these local on and off ramp partners. And then I think features that just generally support a growing ecosystem and fast, snappy microtransactions that we would want to see for enabling commerce and payments use cases. And what does it add all up to? Here's some kind of high-level metrics. So so far since Genesis, so roughly 4 years ago, we've seen over 350 million transactions on Celo, over 138 million wallet addresses. And one metric that we're tracking closely is really that DAU wallet. What are the daily active wallets, right? Because I think that's a strong signal for people actually using products on-chain every day. And you can see Celo there, taken a few days ago, number 7. We're we've been in the top 10 across all chains, all products, sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower, but I think it's a really strong signal for what people are building has sort of that kind of daily relevance, has that kind of maybe real-world relevance, to put it more appropriately, and also a broad audience in over 150 countries. All right. With that, today we have a very special announcement I'm really excited about, and it's something that over the last few months we've felt there was sort of a really strong inflow of founders coming to us and asking us, like in many cases, like the same question, and we're giving some of the same answers. And so we're like, okay, wait a second, there is something here. This is clearly a need, and it kind of hit us a little bit that maybe we should formalize this into a program. So today, I'm super excited to announce that we're launching Bloom, which is an ecosystem launchpad for founders that are looking to go through the TG through a token launch, and really supporting them along the way. And this is not just like making an intro here and there, something that your investor should hopefully do if you have investors for your project, but really rolling up our sleeves and helping people in what, speaking from sort of own experience of being sort of been through the process of token launches before, is probably the hardest, toughest, most intense, stressful time as a founder. and also a time where you make a bunch of decisions in a very short amount of time that can have sometimes pretty binary effects on the outcome. And so, we felt this is already something we were doing, right, kind of more informally in conversations, but we really felt there was an opportunity here to turn this into just more of a formal program and get, just very organized, even on our side in terms of the team, in terms of the resources to support founders in that process. And we have an advantage that we're not an investor, we're not an exchange, we're not a market maker. We don't have a sort of subjective view on this, right? Where we kind of want one thing more than something else, maybe for our own good, but we're looking at this from a perspective of what's going to maximize the long-term success of a project and what are the pitfalls that we've seen happen based on all the token launches we've seen in the ecosystem, but also leveraging relationships that we've had in the ecosystem for many years. I've been doing this now for 7 years, so there's a lot of learnings there that we just want to more proactively pass along to the next set of founders going through this process. So you can see some examples here. A lot of this is, Agile is going to be moving target based on what founders have the highest need for. It's also not supposed to be like a cohorted, structured program where you have to do all the pieces, but it's more like we're hoping that, on our side, we can sort of have a formal offering, but then work with teams and basically say, hey, here are the 2-3 pieces that are most relevant for you. Let's structure a path for you and how we can support you, maybe sometimes directly with resources that otherwise the project would have to pay for, sometimes just by connecting them to the right people, sometimes rolling up our sleeves and spending a few days together on a few topics. So it really depends on the needs of the project, but the idea is to, across all of the projects that we would work with, you have a meaningful impact on the success of that process. So yeah, super excited to announce this today. If you're interested to learn more, bloom.cello.org has more information and also a form to contact us and learn more about it. But we've had a little session this morning already with a few founders that we know are planning to go through this process in the next 2 to 6 months, and there's a lot of excitement for this, so we're hoping to bring this to a lot more projects. Excellent. With that, maybe just closing on our mission. Cello is actually an Esperanto word, it means purpose, and we're here to build with purpose and building for all. And with that, I thank you all for spending this time with me indoors here instead of outside in the Berlin sunshine, and hope you have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, René. We have some time for questions, so if anyone has any for René, please raise your hand. Okay, I actually have a question for you, René. Bloom, it sounds really, really cool. Can anyone apply for this?
Yeah, I should have said that. Yeah, thank you. So it's really open for anyone to apply. I think projects that we're most excited about, and we obviously will have limited capacity to, we can't help everyone, right? But the teams that we will be most excited about are teams that are really focusing on real-world impact, on launching, or that have launched maybe products or are launching products that have that kind of real-world impact. So yeah, definitely sort of an edge if that's what you're working on. But generally, everyone is open to apply. Yeah.
Sounds awesome. Really exciting.
Thank you.
Anyone else with any questions? Okay, then that's it.
Awesome.
Thanks so much, René.
Thanks.
Everyone give a big round of applause. Okay, we'll be back shortly. We have some time for the next speaker, so thank you. Okay, hey everyone, and we're back. Next up, we have Peter van Valkenburg for Coin Center, and he'll be talking about a conspiracy to protect your rights, the legality of privacy, and censorship-resistant software. So everyone, give a big round of applause for Peter.
Thank you. So this talk is about the implications of the Tornado Cash prosecutions that we're seeing in the Netherlands and in the Southern District of New York in the United States. I want to start with my background and a disclaimer. I am an attorney at Coin Center. Coin Center is not a law firm, it's a civil liberties advocacy organization. We're based in Washington, D.C., and we have been operating since 2014 to try and educate people in government, especially the US government, about these technologies so that they can make good policies out of a position of knowledge rather than bad choices out of a position of ignorance, and ultimately to defend people's digital civil liberties. I am a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer, so if you're watching this talk and you think you're taking some useful legal advice from me, you're not. If you're building in this space, as you'll see in this talk, you are potentially facing very real risks and very specific risks based on what you are actually doing, the specifics of what you're doing. And so whether you like it or not, it's wise to actually talk with a lawyer who you hire who represents your interests, and you can figure out your own risk appetite. Coin Center is here to advocate, especially in the legislature and in the courts, to the extent we do bring lawsuits, for broad crypto-friendly interpretations of underlying constitutional law. So a broad interpretation of the First Amendment that would protect more activities under the heading of free speech expressive activities, though those interpretations may not always win in court. We're also here to advocate for reasonable and narrow interpretations of criminal laws, of regulatory policies, things like what we will discuss with respect to liability for money laundering or liability for unlicensed money transmission in this talk. We make the strongest case for these interpretations in order to move the Overton window, to get good policy that protects innovators, and to make sure that people who are just trying to build important tools for human flourishing don't end up on the wrong side of a prosecution, and certainly don't end up in jail if they do get prosecuted. But you should not rely on these interpretations. You should talk to a lawyer. And if after talking to a lawyer, or maybe even just after listening to this talk, you are building privacy tools and you think, well, I don't know if I want to build privacy tools anymore because of the legal risks, I totally get you. The space has gotten a lot more frightening just over the last 2 years, and the risks are very real. And that, unfortunately, is exactly why this fight right now is very important. Because people are no longer, some people are, for very reasonable justifications, not building these tools or not publicly building these tools because they're afraid of prosecution. And if there's anything that the American First Amendment is intended to protect, it's the marketplace for ideas. And these overzealous prosecutions, I would argue, are effectively chilling this market for ideas, saying, you know what, maybe we don't need more ideas and innovations about personal financial privacy. Just don't come up with those ideas. And if you do come up with those ideas, maybe you'll go to jail. That's not an open society. That's not a liberal democracy. That's a form of totalitarianism. So, with that, table setting. This is one of 2 talks I'm giving on this visit to Berlin. Both talks deal with the implications of the recent Tornado Cash prosecution. This one's focused on the money laundering charges and the unlicensed money transmission charges and the nature of conspiracy, criminal conspiracy charges generally. And I'm also going to cover the samurai indictment a little bit. The other talk will focus on US sanctions laws, which in some ways triggered this whole situation when OFAC sanctioned the Tornado Cash tool in August of 2022. That sanctions law talk will be at ETH Berlin tomorrow at 17:30. So I just want to throw the timeline up here so that for people who are just looking for basic news about where we are in these prosecutions. It all started in August 2022 with the sanctions being announced and Alexei being arrested in the Netherlands. Some months later, Alexei was charged after being held without charges in jail and no bail. He was charged with money laundering. In August of 2023, Roman Storm was arrested, and Storm and Semenov, other co-developers of the Tornado Cash protocol, were indicted in the Southern District of New York. And they were charged with conspiracy to launder money, to do unlicensed money transmission, and to violate sanctions. In March of 2024, Roman Storm filed a motion to dismiss the charges against him, arguing that the DOJ had insufficiently pleaded any criminal behavior for which he could be held culpable. And the government filed a reply brief this past April arguing that they do think they sufficiently alleged money laundering, unlicensed money transmission, and violations of sanctions. I bring this up because this is the most recent big, comprehensive statement of how the government sees the laws applying in this space in the US, and it is extremely broad. Now, a prosecutor has to make the strongest arguments they can legally in the hopes of winning a case. That's their job. But I would say a prosecutor should not be making arguments that clearly go against or contradict existing law and precedent. And this brief comes really close, quite frankly. And so if you want to see the absolute broadest interpretation of where you could be liable for developing privacy tools, this is a good place to start looking. It's the broadest theory of unlicensed money transmission and money laundering culpability that you'll find, at least in the US system. In April, developers of the Samurai wallet, which was a Bitcoin wallet that did confidential transactions as a way to improve privacy, the developers were indicted in the Southern District of New York as well. They were charged with conspiracy to launder money and unlicensed money transmission, two of the same charges as in the Tornado Cash case. And in May of 2024, a verdict was announced in the Dutch case for Alexei, and he was sentenced to 64 months of jail. These three things are what the remainder of this talk's going to focus on, because I think there's a lot to be gleaned from what's happened most recently in these three indictments and the verdict. So I want to start with some key background concepts and distinctions that people in this space who are building privacy tools should be aware of. I think if you're not a lawyer and you just read the news, it just looks like prosecution, and you may not be, aware of the important distinctions in the way these prosecutions are being pursued, both in the SDNY and in the Netherlands. So the first thing to look at is what exactly is being charged, because the prosecution has to prove a different set of facts to prove a different crime. So money laundering, unlicensed money transmission, and sanctions evasion are the three things that are at stake in the SDNY. And in the SDNY, it's conspiracy to do these things. And this is important to note because this changes, again, the facts that the government has to present. If you actually launder money for someone, they have to prove your intent, that you knew that you were concealing the proceeds of some specific crime and actually did conceal them. If you want to prove conspiracy, you merely have to prove, if you're the government, that somebody agreed with a bunch of other people to knowingly conceal the proceeds of crime. And the question of when do you see agreement and how broad can the conspiracy be is highly relevant in this space. I think for obvious reasons, because a lot of these tools are either genuinely or sometimes ingenuinely, but quite often genuinely decentralized. And if you can make an argument that the conspiracy is everyone on the Ethereum blockchain that's mining, writing software, validating transactions, et cetera, then maybe it's going to be easier for the government to prove culpability for the development of a privacy tool. But at some point, this becomes absurd, because are we really all in agreement on the Ethereum blockchain that it should be used for illicit purposes? Are we all working together to help North Korea? That's ridiculous. What is the background law is another thing to keep in mind. So I'll go into it a little bit, but the Netherlands, for example, has a different standard of criminal intent for money laundering than the US. It has a very broad standard which could catch a lot of people as culpable, effectively, if it's interpreted the way it has been in the Pertsev verdict. It's basically a negligence standard. There's also other relevant law. There's underlying regulatory definitions in law. For example, if you're being charged with unlicensed money transmission in the US, the government is saying, you are doing money transmission, and we have laws on the books that say that those who are doing money transmission need to register with a particular regulator. In the case of money transmission, FinCEN, which is a division of Treasury. FinCEN has, through guidance and rulemakings, further clarified and defined what money transmission is. And we'll get into that a little bit. The problem is the DOJ doesn't necessarily need to give FinCEN's guidance weight and can say, well, even though you read the guidance as saying you weren't doing money transmission, we interpret the underlying authority in the statute as you doing money transmission for which you didn't have a license, even though the person you were supposed to get a license from said you didn't need a license. Finally, there's constitutional law defenses that vary based on jurisdiction. So in the United States, we have a fairly rich and robust tradition of protecting expressive conduct as speech, which means the government has to meet a very high burden of proof to justify regulations or criminal enforcements that chill or otherwise ban or limit speech activities. And so this could be a defense to overzealous prosecution in the United States. In the European, what is speech and where the limits of the criminal law lie with regard to speech. And finally, there are distinctions to be drawn about what facts are alleged in any particular circumstance. If we're talking about just being liable for publishing and distributing privacy tool software, that's one thing. What about other things? What about maintaining a website that has a front end? What about broadcasting transaction messages, signed transaction messages, even if you have no control over the underlying funds? What about the use of relayers within a scheme, like in Tornado Cash? What about mining, validating, running coordination servers in the case of confidential transactions and the Samurai wallet indictment? And do you take fees? These all can potentially influence how likely it is that your activities will be either protected by the First Amendment or unprotected, how likely you will fit the factual patterns required to prove things like money laundering. I'm not going to go through this slide. You can take a picture of it. This is a rough breakdown of some of the distinctions. So for example, Alexei is being charged in the Netherlands for money laundering. The two Romans are being charged in the United States for all three of those offenses. Alexei is facing money laundering charges where the government only has to prove a Dutch intent standard, which is basically a negligence standard. In the US, the standard of intent, whether you knowingly and, if you will, willfully were facilitating money laundering, which is in many ways a stricter standard, though could be flexible even in this case. So with the remainder of my time, I want to get into some more specific areas and zoom in because there's a lot here. So as I said, the unlicensed money transmitting charges are particularly worrying because the DOJ appears to be taking this theory of what is money transmission for which you needed a license and building it out of whole cloth and ignoring the established guidance from the relevant licensing regulator, registering regulator, FinCEN, for the last 10 years, for longer than 10 years, actually. So this quote here from the motion in response to Roman's motion to dismiss from the DOJ says, Section 1960, this is the unlicensed money transmission statute in the United States, so this is how you criminalize unlicensed money transmission. Section 1960 does not require the business to have control of the funds. They argue that the definition is broader than the actual definition in the Bank Secrecy Act, which is the regulatory statute, and far broader than the narrow guidance that's been offered by FinCEN to date as to who is doing money transmission and needs to regulate, or needs to register with the regulator. This is the 2013 administrative ruling from FinCEN, where they clearly say that the production and distribution of software is not in itself money transmission, even if the purpose of that software is to facilitate transactions in virtual currency. Below it is the FinCEN 2019 guidance, where they said quite clearly that in the context of multi-sig wallets, as an example, even partial control over the user's funds is insufficient to classify the wallet developer as money transmitters because, quote, the person participating in the transaction to provide additional validation at the request of the owner, the user of the wallet, and the owner of the funds in the wallet, does not have total independent control over the value. So obviously you can see a very big discrepancy between what the regulator has been saying is conduct that requires a license and what DOJ is charging the Romans for as far as conduct, saying they did things and they needed a license to do those things. Next, the DOJ says, okay, sure, FinCEN said that about wallet providers. They're addressing the motion to dismiss where that argument was raised by the Romans Defense Council. And they say, well, the Tornado Cash service is not a wallet provider. And there's a separate section of the 2019 FinCEN guidance that refers to cryptocurrency mixing services. I have a lot of problems with this argument. A, you can totally think of Tornado Cash as a wallet. What was Tornado Cash for? You put your money into the pool contract. You are the only person on earth that can take money out of the pool contract. It's very similar to how a metaphorical wallet or a real wallet works. You put your money in your wallet, it's in your pocket, you're the one that takes money out of the wallet. Setting that aside, though, it's true, you could also think of Tornado Cash as something like a mixer or a privacy tool. The problem is that FinCEN actually did talk about privacy tools in their 2019 guidance, and they said that an anonymizing service provider, this is their language, who is accepting value from a customer and transmitting it to the same or another transmitting the same or another type of value to the recipient is a money transmitter. Again, accepting and transmitting, which means in the interim, you have control over the funds. And FinCEN went further and said, an anonymizing software provider is not a money transmitter, and they are in fact exempt from a licensing requirement. So the DOJ makes a point. Tornado Cash isn't traditionally thought of as a wallet, so maybe FinCEN's wallet guidance is inappropriate. But nonetheless, FinCEN had guidance on exactly what Tornado Cash arguably was, which is an anonymizing software provider, and they said that's not money transmission. This is a very nuanced legal argument. I'm going to skip by this in my slides. Finally, this one bothers me a lot too. Consider the example of a business that accepts parcels of cash from criminals and moves the money by courier to locations overseas, the archetypal Section 1960 violation. The funny thing about this is, well, two things. A courier that has a locked box of cash has far more control over that transaction than any of the developers in the Tornado Cash protocol, or even a large interpretation of who is part of the conspiracy, if there is a conspiracy to do money transmission in Tornado Cash. So the metaphor is not even appropriate. But even if the metaphor that the DOJ is using was appropriate, armored car services that move funds from one location to another where the same person is owed the funds are exempt from licensing as money transmitters under FinCEN's own guidance. So even a metaphorical version of Tornado Cash that's like locked parcels being moved from one place to another on the blockchain for the owner of the funds, which is a pretty good metaphor for what Tornado Cash is doing, is exempt under FinCEN's regulatory guidance. The DOJ doesn't seem to care. They seem to just want to prosecute, and ignore the fact that the regulator on point has actually said the exact opposite of what they're saying about the law for 10 years. Briefly, the Samurai Wallet indictment. I want to say two things about this. One, you may have seen some reported facts about the Samurai devs. There is allegedly a tweet where one of the devs said, "We welcome all our new Russian oligarch users." Don't do that. This is not legal advice that you can rely on from me, but don't do that. A lot of this, as I said, has to do with intent standards. Was your intent to create privacy-protecting tools for the general good, which I think is the intent of most developers out there? Or was your intent actually to further money laundering? It's going to be very bad in court to try and say you didn't want to promote money laundering if you were encouraging sanctioned persons to use your tools. That aside, Samurai Wallet was still non-custodial. So the unlicensed money transmission charge, rather than the money laundering charge, is really hard for me to find a way to justify. It doesn't make sense. Yes, they ran a coordination server, at least that's the allegation, and I think that is how the Samurai Wallet worked, though I don't have personal knowledge of that. But even a coordination server for Bitcoin confidential transactions doesn't have independent control over the Bitcoins being moved through that wallet. Finally, the Pertsev verdict. The one thing I want to point out about the Pertsev verdict, and then I want to skip to questions so we have time to answer some questions, is that this standard is extremely broad for who's criminally culpable for money laundering. It's effectively a negligence standard. And this prosecution, unlike the Southern District of New York prosecution, didn't even focus heavily on the existence of trusted or semi-trusted relayers who were taking a fee. It focused pretty much exclusively in the verdict, in the actual reasoning for why they're culpable, on merely Alexei's failure to design software that had backdoors in it. It's a negligence standard. It says, well, sure, you didn't overtly promote or induce people to launder money using your tool, but you could have built your tool in a way that gave law enforcement a way to stop it or block people, and you didn't. And that's an incredibly broad standard that could trigger all kinds of criminal liability. And really, it's inappropriate for criminal liability to be this blunt object that states use to tell software developers the right and wrong ways to build innovative new tools. At least, that's my opinion. I'm going to skip through the rest of this so we can get to questions. Questions?
Thank you, Peter. We have some time for questions, so please raise your hands if you have any questions. Yes.
Yeah, I think those developments are all, not so great, I would say. Are there currently positive developments you see
So things that are making me more optimistic, probably the best thing to happen in the last week or so is that Senator Lummis and Senator Wyden, which I know this is Berlin and I'm going to bring up American politics, but a Democrat and a Republican, so it's not, it's not partisan, wrote a letter to the Attorney General and said, what is this unlicensed money transmission interpretation? You seem to be arguing something directly opposite to what the regulator FinCEN has been saying for the last 10 years, and you're scaring the crap out of people who are building innovative things. And this is a positive development. It's not going to carry weight in the Southern District of New York, but I think if the AG agreed, he could back down. I don't know if he will. He could order the DOJ to cool it. It has persuasive power also with the judge, that people relied on this guidance for 10 years. At the very least, the Romans shouldn't be held criminally culpable because they relied in good faith on the statement of the regulator. And maybe at the best, the DOJ's legal reasoning here is just bogus. It's just wrong, which is what I think. So that's encouraging. I'm going to say this, and I don't know if this will get back to Ron Wyden, the senator, one of the two senators, but every time Ron Wyden gets excited about something in the crypto space, I feel a little bit more optimistic because he was a real hero in the early days of the internet in advocating within the Senate and the House before that for good policies that would allow devs to build a free and open internet. And so he's not always right there with the crypto stuff, and I kind of get that because some of the crypto stuff is kind of ugly, but he was right there for this, and this is what matters.
The Dutch case against Alexei Pertsev, I know you're a lawyer, but not our lawyer, and also not a European lawyer.
Yeah.
But can you compare the Dutch laws here with other jurisdictions around the world? I mean, it seems to me that this is an incredibly wide, and I mean, if the standard is negligence, then it's really easy to kind of do this by mistake without intent and without knowing that you're doing it, right?
Negligence, yeah.
Exactly. So can you compare this to other laws around the world? I mean, this is Europe, so yeah. So
the one standard I can compare it to is the American standard, because that's where I have expertise. So the Dutch standard is, at least as explained in the verdict, and again, I'm not a Dutch lawyer, but I can read a translation, disclaimer, is acting with knowledge that there is a significant chance that you will facilitate the concealment of criminal proceeds, right? Or by your actions, criminal proceeds will be concealed. And so knowledge of a significant chance, it's incredibly broad standard. I mean, if I built almost any tool in the world, there's a significant chance that a criminal would pick it up and find a way to do bad things with it, right? So I just shouldn't build tools, is effectively what a negligence standard creates from a public policy perspective. In the United States, money laundering is a specific intent crime. It's not just a negligence crime, it's a tighter standard. And specifically, conspiracy to launder money, which is what the Romans are charged with, you have to prove that there was an agreement with a specific intent to further the object of the agreement. Now, I think there was definitely agreement amongst the Romans and others to build good tools for privacy. But did they have a specific agreement to facilitate money laundering? I think that's nonsense. And further, in the actual money laundering intent requirements, you find that there needs to be specific intent to conceal specific proceeds of crime. So it's very important to note that the Tornado Cash protocol was made, the salient parts of the Tornado Cash protocol were made immutable before all of the alleged criminal usage in the DOJ indictment. So it's not even as though the most relevant parts of the protocol were built with full knowledge that North Korea is about to use it. That's impossible. They can't predict the future. And so I think it's going to be harder for the prosecution to meet their burden in that intent standard, because it's not a backward-looking standard that says, oh, well, you could have done X, Y, and Z, and then the criminals wouldn't have had the benefit of your technology. It's a standard that says, no, you have to have had some specific intent to further the illegal act.
Okay, unfortunately, that's all the time we have left for questions, but thank you so much, Peter. That was brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Igor Barinov of BlockScout, and he'll be talking about the evolution of blockchain explorers to meet the diverse needs of Web3 users. So, everyone give a big round of applause for Igor.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, unfortunately, my name is not Igor. My name is Kirill. I will be replacing Igor today. So I'm the head of research, protocols research at BlockScout. So yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about BlockScout, what we do, why we do it, what's going on for the past couple of months, what we have been developing, and how BlockScout helps you to get through this dark forest of different layer 2s, data availability layers, account abstraction, and so much more. So let's start with a simple question. Just why do people, regular people, users, do actually need something like Block Explorer? What do they expect in exchange for using something like that? So our answer to this is that people generally expect Block Explorers to perform this role of providing the transparent access to the user's data so that users can access the real-time and historical data about their account, their transaction, the stuff that other people and accounts are doing on chain. They also rely on the Block Explorers for the different types of visualization and interpretation of these raw blockchain elements, how they rely on Block Explorers on the decoding and interpreting particular transaction, on the decoding and interpreting, like parsing different accounts, visualizing what happens within the smart contracts. And the last but not least, people expect Block Explorers as well to perform some security due diligence and help them to actually understand what looks more secure within this permissionless setup and what's more secure and what's less. And so it's really important from the security perspective as well to have this transparent access for everyone to see what's going on blockchain, and to have this observability property is also helping to increase this the security of the entire open source space, because if no one is monitoring what's going on within the open source blockchain or open source protocol, then this open source property really hurts the security instead of helping it to be better. So basically the main challenge for the BlockScout is to find a path for conversion, for visualizing this raw data that's coming from raw JSON RPC API or similar endpoints, similar sources, and provide a way to visualize and to display it to the users in a simple and easy to understand format, to hide unnecessary details, and to guarantee that everyone is capable to get what they want from this UI and to just continue with their blockchain journey and simplify their life on-chain as much as possible. So if we look at the current state of the industry, what's been going on over the past year, I think with the just number of networks, what's been going on is that I've been revisiting the slide over and over again, and like when I'm coming back to it 1 month later, I just increased this number of networks that exist by like 100. So we can probably estimate that 100 new networks, including mainnets and testnets, are being launched every month. And so it's clear that no proprietary or no closed source block explorer would be able to support this kind of growth, to be able to launch in this vast amount of networks, to support them all in a flexible, fast, and cheap, most importantly, way. Then any other solution like building an in-house explorer for each particular network is also a bad approach because of the different costs associated with the development of your own explorer, because of the complexity and of the UI difficulties that your users are going to expect they're going to have if just every chain will continue to have their own UI that doesn't look uniformly across the industry. So it's just better to have some open source alternative, to have an open source blockchain explorer with a uniform UI that everyone is kind of familiar with. And then at the same time, this explorer can be flexible enough, easy enough to launch, and it can be hosted on your own or on the different service providers, such as ourselves, or any other rollups as a service provider, for example. So if you take a look at the BlockScout as of today, BlockScout is by far the most widely used and widespread open source blockchain explorer for EVM networks. So there are many reasons why it's the case. So BlockScout is fully open source. It's easy to launch for your own chain, for any EVM compatible chain, with a bunch of different customizations for layer 1, layer 2 support, with different plug-and-play modules you can enable and disable depending on your needs, depending on the needs and specialization of the particular protocols for users on your network. Yeah, it's easy to install. It can be run by anyone. It can be hosted on your own infrastructure for free, or it can be hosted through us to simplify the burden of configuring and maintaining and updating the BlockScout Explorer. So yeah, that's probably all the reasons why the BlockScout is so successful and have all this different integration and de facto became the primary explorer for any new launching chain out there. So a part of these reasons is actually also all of the stuff we have been doing at the BlockScout for the past couple of months. So our focus and effort have been spent in these directions. So we've greatly enhanced the support for specific features on different layer 2 families. We have discussed and planned to implement different nice to have features for the specific app chains, which we're going to mention throughout this talk. We have some cool features for the data availability providers and the data availability narrative in general. Then we have a bunch of features for account abstraction support within the BlockScout, and yeah, a bunch of other features we have worked on so hard as well. So let's start with this rollup support. So whenever you are launching a blockchain explorer for rollup, which can be any layer 2, layer 3 chain, so a bunch of typical features you can typically expect from such kind of explorer on top of what a basic EVM explorer can provide for indexing all the blocks, transactions, and accounts is the support for indexing the bridge operation, that is the deposits and withdrawals that are happening throughout native layer 2 bridge. Then there is typically a request to support transaction batches indexing, which is kind of an abstraction between the transaction and the blocks on the layer 2 side. And then a lot of effort actually goes to supporting all of the different layer 2 spec changes. So whenever the mainnet hard forks or something going on within the particular rollup family, there are also a parallel hard fork schedule for any rollup, which have to be supported. So whenever the new data availability is implemented within a particular rollup, or the fee mechanism is somehow changed due to a different data availability provider again or something else, this should also be supported by the infrastructure such as Block Explorer. So that's what we are hardly working on as well. So far, we have fully supported the OP stack and Polygon CDK rollup families, and the support for the full support for the ZK Sync and Arbitrum Nitro chains is coming throughout the upcoming months. So probably this will be fully completed and launched on a bunch of chains with the full support during the summer. Another interesting narrative we believe in the Block Scout is that Block Scout should be not only a read-only portal that users refer whenever they just want to access some low-level information about a particular transaction and just get some information, and that's the end of story. We believe that Block Scout can also be a portal for active operation of the users for some active stuff they are doing. So we are doing a bunch of integration in that direction as well. So one of them is the project within the Block Scout called DappScout, which is a marketplace for apps that helps, especially on the low-value chains, to help with the discovery of the new Dapp and protocols that are getting launched throughout this chain. So one of the cool features about DappScout is that you can also open any particular DApp within the Block Scout and not open a separate tab, not worry about opening the wrong link or something like that. So it's all happening within the same portal, so people can interact with their DeFi positions or do whatever on-chain stuff they want throughout this marketplace without leaving the whole Block Scout portal at any moment of time. We have a very cool state-of-the-art features for interacting, verifying, and using the smart contracts for developers. So whenever you need some universal, basically front end for any arbitrary verified smart contract, Block Scout is the way to go to read some particular method, to write some data to the smart contract, to do some debugging stuff. The Block Scout is a good feature, rich explorer to do something like that. And then on the app chain side, we've been also working on integration. Like the first one that's coming is the integration with the Redstone team. So Redstone is an app chain specifically for games, and each game has like their own infrastructure deeply encoded within the smart contract of this game. And basically the idea there is that instead of each game having their own game-specific explorer for all the actions that happened inside this game, or instead of Redstone developing their own explorer for getting through these games, instead we went with this approach where we can basically integrate all the games explorer and all the information that happens within these games within the Block Scout natively, so that people can simplify and speed up the process of discovering the games, discovering and sharing the stuff that's been going on within these games, and to actually keep those within the single portal. So on the data availability side, what we have been trying to do at Block Scout is kind of keep the synergy between how layers are organized on the blockchain level, between the data availability, such as the consensus layer or something like Celestia, and then the next layer is the execution layer, and then we have the bunch of different rollups that are running on top of this execution layer. So with our Block Scout stack, we are kind of trying to replicate this hierarchy, so that layer 2 Block Scout that indexes the stuff that's been going on in particular rollup has access to a lower level Block Scout API and uses that to access the particular blobs or transaction with the transaction batches happened on the lower level. And then the layer 1 Block Scout uses the underneath data availability infrastructure to index the actual blobs or some stuff that happened on the data level. So one of the nice examples we did for AIP 4844 is we implemented, of course, the full support for the blob transactions, and so you can use BlockScout to actually as an archive storage of the EIP 4844 blobs. You can download them. If they are able to decode them as images, so this was just a nice example did by someone from the Gnosis team, which was basically a meme feed on the Gnosis chain and on the Ethereum mainnet as well, where you can post these cheap blobs with the images as well. So what we did is that we implemented this parsing and decoding mechanic for indexing and displaying these images as well, so that it's kind of a nice way to use these blobs apart from just submitting raw batches. So yeah, the next direction of our research was related to the account abstraction. So the problem with the current way how account abstraction works in Ethereum, we think, is that everyone is trying to abstract away a lot of complexity from the end user so that the total user experience of sending and interacting with the wallets and sending transaction is as simple and as easy as possible. This works by abstracting away the gas mechanics, the different fee mechanics, the transaction execution mechanics, and so there is a lot of effort spent in abstracting away this complexity from the user, but there is always a trade-off there. And in this place, the trade-off is between the complexity for the user versus the complexity that happens on the lower level. And so whenever you're decreasing the complexity for the end user, you're actually increasing the complexity and increasing the amount of low-level stuff that's happening on-chain behind this, decreased user complexity, and so the contracts become more complex, more harder to analyze, and if you actually try to open any raw transaction that interacts and goes to some DEX and tries to swap something and compare it to the simple transaction that does the same but without the account abstraction framework, it's actually much simpler to understand the usual transaction when that is to understand the same stuff that's been going on within the user operation. So here, basically, as a block explorer, we see our mission as to find a way to simplify this user experience back as well, and so abstract it away not only on the wallet side, not only on the DApp side, but on the explorer side as well. So whenever researchers or any developers are inspecting these user operations on-chain, it's actually as simple to understand them as the regular transactions. So at the BlockScout, we've done this by implementing a separate standalone account abstraction indexer that does all this complexity and parses these user operations or meta transactions and stores them in a similar to transaction model within the database. So this indexer is now part of the BlockScout stack, and you can launch it on any chain supporting ERC-4337, any version of it. So far, they have 2 entry point version contracts. So the way it works within the BlockScout interface is that it's very simple to how you can see the normal transaction and what you expect to see about the normal transaction within the block explorer. So you see pretty much the same basic details about the transaction, about the fees, about the gas used. You can even access the raw logs and token transfers and different raw information that are specific to this particular user operation, even despite of that in the same transaction a bunch of other stuff happened, a bunch of other different user operations, a bunch of stuff related with the paymaster contracts, a bunch of contract creation might have happened. So this all is abstracted away, and just we keep this really specialized view, which is very similar to how you observe and what you see about a regular transaction, you see the same thing about the user operation. So one of the examples what we are actually trying to abstract away is how the way of actually decoding the called function and the called operation works in comparison between the regular transaction and the user operation. So whenever you're looking at a regular transaction and you try to understand what actually happened, the easiest way to just go and see what contract has been called with which method, and from just name of the method, name of the arguments, you can try to deduce what happened within this transaction. For the user operations, it's actually a bit more complicated because of this nesting level within the internal transaction. So you actually need to go 3 times deeper to find an actual contract that has been called within a particular meta transaction or user operation, and to actually try to understand what happened, what contract has been called, what function, and what was the purpose of this user operation. So this all should be abstracted away on the infrastructure level, and that's what we do within our account abstraction integration, basically. Yeah, and probably the last thing I wanted to mention today is related to our efforts spent for the smart contract developers and simplifying their DevX as well. So one of the most loved features in the Block Scout, depending on the amount of different instances we have of Block Scout, was this feature called Ethereum bytecode database, Block Scout bytecode database, which basically was a way to verify some particular contract once on one network, which has the Block Scout support, and then this contract will be automatically verified whenever we find a similar contract with the same bytecode on any other network that is supported by the same cluster of Block Scout instances. So this has been working very well. It has simplified a lot how the developers approach this problem of contract verification within their multi-chain and multi-version deployments. And yeah, the only problem with that was that it's only supported by Block Scout. The standard was not supported by any other infrastructure provider, any other explorer. So that's why we created this and co-authored this initiative called Verifier Alliance, which is basically a way to continue this feature of Block Scout bytecode database and the feature of sharing the verified information about smart contracts, about bytecode verification on different chains, on different networks, between a bunch of different connected providers, block explorers, debug and analytics tool, and to share this knowledge about contract verification so that developers' lives became much easier than they were before. So a bunch of updates related to the Verifier Alliance going throughout this year. So I think they're going to be separate talks throughout the Brussels and upcoming conferences. So if you're interested and wanted to join this ecosystem collective, feel free to connect and join. And also feel free to keep in touch with the Block Scout team, connect with us if you're planning to run your own rollup, layer 1 or whatever, compatible with the EVM. You want any feedback, you have any feedback related to the potential features we might add to Block Scout, or you are missing something in the Block Scout instances, feel free to connect with us as well and tell us your feedback.
Okay, thank you. And now we have an open floor, so if anyone has any questions, please raise your hands. Yes.
Thanks, that was very interesting. Does the AA indexer work on historical data? So for example, could I use it to follow the trace of something that went into DYDX v3 4 years ago?
Yes, the AA indexer indexes the whole history of the user operation. So we don't support any account abstraction standard beyond ERC for 337 now, but whatever happened within this entry point contracts, we do index, and it will be indexed historically. So we use the historical data from the RPC directly and from the already existing Block Scout database whenever we can to speed up this index. So yeah, it does work.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you, Igor.
Thank you so much.
Everyone give a big round of applause again to Igor. Okay, and I've reached the end, but before we end, we've got to wait a few more minutes. We'll be back very shortly for the closing remarks. Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming to DappCon this year. Hope you all had a very great time. So yeah, Galen Kraut of Gnosis will give you the closing remarks.
Hello. Howdy, everyone. I hope everybody's had a fantastic conference. So yeah, maybe many of you saw a couple of months ago we launched Gnosis 3.0. And for folks who attend DappCon, this is probably already a fairly familiar structure, right? We have some communities of people building permissionlessly on Gnosis Chain. We have some incubated projects within Gnosis Studios, like Safe or Cow, that have since been spun off, and new projects like Metri or Circles. We also have a separate group of people who are just building alongside of us, totally outside of Gnosis, but aligned by a sort of common belief that this is a positive-sum game that we're playing together. So yeah, and the whole picture adheres around this central fractionalized token of GNO. So why did we choose to sort of re-narrativize Gnosis a couple of months ago? In the past, we weren't really concerned with how we narrativize things. We built for developers and for validators. These audiences are highly technical, they have a very healthy appetite for documentation, and at events like this, there are clear channels of communication with the team to understand, either through Discord or DappCon or DevCon, what we're doing and why we're doing it. So why now? It's time to build for everyone, and we hear this a lot, so I'm just going to repeat it shortly. The conditions for wide-reaching consumer adoption are definitely here. We have simplified wallet creation, we have regulatory compliance, and fast and cheap transactions. And adding to it, I think we all kind of agree there's a global fatigue with the sort of incumbent tech stack that we've all been sort of born into. So there's an open future to build together for a world with more core kind of Ethereum values. And that is going to be a world that's accessible to a wide range of both technical and non-technical users. So how do we get there? It boils down to a couple of key challenges, right? First, we need to build great products for everyone. And next, we need to find a way to get our great products in front of the people that we're building for. So how do we get great products to the people we're building for? We need to think through the eyes of folks who just don't attend ETH global events. The culture we share with other builders at DappCon is lost in translation in a kind of enshittified information space. And we're in an ecosystem, I think, where long-term builders are focused on building and not marketing, and then dodgy projects are building trust with users. You know, just, we all see it. So there's no magical solution to this, but we need to start taking it seriously and working steadily to fix it. So one way that we're fixing it is through this re-architecting, right? We narrativize things as Gnosis 3.0, and I guess that's a way that we can start building context for what we're doing and why we're doing it. And at the end of June, this is sort of a stepping stone. We'll be unveiling a sort of new brand system and information architecture that better tells the story of like the collective of both studios, groups, but also sort of wider participants. We've also been working to bring more public visibility into the community. So at DappCon this year, we welcomed a group of media partners, including publications like Decrypt. We also kicked off small experiments with the decentralized crypto news aggregator Kiwi News, just to build some incentives around independent publications like Paragraph or Mirror to, you know, focus, put some scrutiny on what we're building here. From a product perspective, we're taking a very consumer-centric approach, right? So baking more user centricity into product development, and we're investing in growth as a sort of function for people to build and grow things like Gnosis Pay. And then the first question, how do we build great products for everyone? So on day one, Martin definitely sort of set this roadmap. There are 7 areas he identified that have high potential for mass adoption and also a very deep value alignment with the sort of Ethereum world that we want to create together. So there isn't a single bet, but a highly aligned, loosely coupled set of composable projects. And you know, as we all know, the beauty of this ecosystem is that fundamentally it's an ecosystem of kind of client diversity. So again, everyone should have the option of owning their digital identity. Everyone should be able to transact on a chain they have ownership in. Everyone should be able to swap ownership tokens into protocols that put users first. Everyone should be able to use a money system they own. And your sovereign identity and sovereign money need to work in the real world. Everyone should choose what they disclose and have access to privacy, and AI should work for you. So some of these projects are moonshots. Some of these projects have a predictable growth path. Some of them are privacy maxing, and some of them work really closely with incumbent systems and government regulation. And each one sort of reflects a unique bet that will get us incrementally closer to this better world founded on our core values. So very happy to be building that together, and super grateful for everybody who's come together this week at DappCon. So again, thanks for joining us at Berlin Blockchain Week. Thanks to all the speakers. A huge thanks to Maureen, for everyone who knows her. Yeah, I think she warrants a gigantic applause. And yeah, thanks to all the builders. Yeah, let's see. Thanks to Maureen. Anyway, but final thing, keep your eyes peeled. We'll be announcing a major side event at DevCon in Bangkok, tentatively for November 10th, but yeah, look out and look forward to that. So that's it. And final huge thank you to the sponsors and the different sort of partners that came together for this awesome 3-day event. So yeah, and thank you to you all. Cool. All right, and yeah, with that, I guess DappCon is officially closed, so.